The night was heavy with stars, their silvery glow casting a serene light on the restless sea. Waves whispered against the shores, as if they carried secrets too ancient for mortal ears. Across the water, a shadowy silhouette emerged, a lone ship cutting through the waves, its sails tattered, its crew weary. Aeneas stood at the bow, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Behind him lay the ashes of Troy, the city he was destined to flee. Before him stretched an unknown future, whispered to him by gods who spoke in riddles and dreams. The weight of prophecy bore down on him like the press of 1,000 shields. He was to found a new home, a place that would rise from the ruins of the old. But the winds had brought him here, to the shores of a land untouched by the destruction he had known. His heart, though heavy, stirred with the faintest ember of hope. As dawn painted the sky in soft hues of gold and lavender, the distant towers of a city revealed themselves, glimmering like jewels upon a crown. It was Carthage. Its walls, though young, stood tall and proud, a testament to a will as unyielding as stone. Aeneas watched as the city awakened, its harbor bustling with life, merchants, fishermen, and builders shaping a city that pulsed with ambition. He did not know then that this city would soon intertwine with his fate, as intricately as threads in a tapestry. At the heart of Carthage was its queen. Dido was a woman of unshakable strength and quiet sorrow. Her beauty was undeniable, but it was her spirit, unyielding, resilient, that commanded reverence. She had built Carthage from nothing, fleeing the treachery of her brother, Pygmalion, who had murdered her husband and stolen her homeland. Her people, bound to her by loyalty and love, had followed her to these distant shores. Together, they had raised a city from the soil, a refuge that gleamed with promise. When Aeneas and his crew set foot on Carthaginian soil, Dido greeted them not with suspicion, but with the kindness of a heart that knew the ache of exile. She listened as Aeneas spoke of Troy's fall, his mother Venus's guidance, and the omens that had driven him across the sea. As he recounted the harrowing flight from burning Troy, his voice faltered. Dido, moved by the weight of his words, reached for his hand. Her touch was steady, warm, a silent promise that, for now, he was safe. Days turned into weeks, and the bond between them grew like vines seeking the sun. They walked together through the city's bustling streets, Dido showing Aeneas the markets and temples that gave life to Carthage. She spoke of her dreams for the city, her hopes that it would be a sanctuary for those who had none. Aeneas, in turn, shared his vision of the future, though the details of his destiny remained a haze even to him. In the evenings, they gathered with their people under the stars, telling stories and singing songs that carried echoes of distant lands. The air was filled with the scent of roasted meats and the earthy tang of wine. Laughter mingled with the crackle of the fire, a rare reprieve from the burdens they carried. For a time, Aeneas felt the gnawing weight of his destiny ease, soothed by the warmth of Dido's presence. Yet love is rarely simple, and theirs was no exception. It was not the quiet love of those who have all the time in the world, but a love forged in the crucible of shared pain and fleeting moments. They clung to each other like survivors adrift in a vast ocean, knowing the tides would soon pull them apart. One stormy night, thunder rolled across the heavens, and rain fell in torrents. Seeking shelter, Aeneas and Dido found themselves in a cave. The storm seemed to echo their hearts, wild, uncontained, a collision of forces too powerful to resist. In the flickering light of their makeshift refuge, they surrendered to the pull of their emotions, their hearts beating in unison, their breaths entwined. For that night, the world outside ceased to exist. But the gods do not rest, even in the silence of mortal hearts. Juno, ever seeking to thwart the destiny of Rome, saw in their union an opportunity to bind Aeneas to Carthage forever. Venus, protective of her son, allowed the illusion of peace, knowing it would not last. And Jupiter, the arbiter of fate, intervened with a message that shattered the fragile serenity Aeneas had found. One morning, as the sun rose over the harbor, Aeneas stood at the shore, his hands clenched into fists. The gods had spoken, his place was not in Carthage, not with Dido. His path lay across the seas, to a land that awaited him, a land destined to become the cradle of a mighty empire. The thought of leaving her tore at him, but the will of the gods was immutable, and he had sworn to obey. When Dido learned of his decision, her anguish was a tempest that no words could calm. She confronted him, her voice raw with betrayal and heartbreak. Was it all a lie? She demanded, her eyes searching for answers that could make sense of her pain. But Aeneas had no words to give her, only silence and the cold truth of his destiny. As his ship set sail, Dido climbed to the highest point of the city, her gaze fixed on the horizon where his fleet disappeared. The city she had built, the refuge she had carved from the earth, now seemed hollow. She felt the weight of her love for Aeneas, and the weight of its loss, pressing down on her like the world itself. In her final act, Dido lit a pyre, its flames reaching toward the heavens as if to challenge the gods who had torn her happiness from her grasp. As the fire consumed her, she cursed Aeneas and his descendants, vowing that her people would forever stand against his. Her voice rose above the crackle of the flames, carried by the wind, a prophecy that would echo through time. Far out at sea, Aeneas turned, his heart heavy with a sorrow he could not name. The smoke rising from Carthage reached him, and he knew. The gods had commanded his path, but they had not spared him the cost. The heavens were restless, their shimmering expanse flickering as if the stars themselves quarreled. In the throne room of Olympus, the air was thick with tension. Juno stood at the edge of the vast chamber, her gaze piercing as she watched Jupiter seated upon his golden throne. He was unyielding, the master of fate and storms, yet tonight, even he seemed weary under the weight of what he had seen. Juno's voice cut through the silence like a blade. "You think I cannot see it?" she demanded, her tone simmering with anger. "You think I do not feel the tide turning against me? Against Carthage?" Her words echoed in the great hall, drawing the attention of gods lingering in the shadows, silent witnesses to the growing rift between the king and queen of the heavens. Jupiter's face was unreadable, his eyes fixed on the far horizon as if he gazed beyond time itself. "The threads of destiny are not mine to weave," he replied, his voice calm yet laden with an unshakable authority. "I see what must come to pass, but I do not choose it." Juno laughed, a sound that held no mirth. "You speak as though you are powerless. Yet it is you who have allowed this. You who stand by as my beloved Carthage faces ruin." Her hands trembled, and for a moment, her mask of anger slipped, revealing the depths of her anguish. "I built that city from the dreams of those cast out and betrayed. I gave it strength. I will not see it destroyed." Jupiter rose from his throne, his towering presence casting long shadows. "Carthage is great, but it is not eternal," he said, his tone firm but not unkind. "The fates have spoken. From Aeneas will come a people mightier than any before them. Rome will rise, and its shadow will stretch over the world." At the mention of Rome, Juno's eyes flared with fury. "Rome," she hissed, as if the name itself was poison. "A city yet to be born, and already it threatens all I hold dear. You would let these mortals carve empires at the cost of the gods' devotion." Jupiter did not answer immediately. Instead, he raised his hand, and the air shimmered. Before them appeared a vision, vast and terrible. In it, two cities loomed, one bathed in the golden light of triumph, the other wreathed in smoke and ruin. The image shifted, showing legions of soldiers marching beneath crimson banners, their faces hard and unyielding. Then came the sea, its surface broken by countless ships, their sails emblazoned with symbols of war. Blood spilled across the land, soaking the earth in the price of ambition. Juno turned away, unable to bear the sight. "You call this destiny?" she whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of sorrow and rage. "This is destruction. This is betrayal." "It is both," Jupiter admitted, his tone heavy. "But it is also renewal. From strife comes strength. From loss comes wisdom. The rivalry between Carthage and Rome will shape the world, forging it into something neither can imagine." Juno's fists clenched at her sides. "And what of me? What of the gods who have given their blessings to Carthage? Will we be cast aside like ashes on the wind?" Jupiter stepped closer, his gaze softening. "You are not cast aside, Juno. You are part of this. The fire that burns within you is the fire that drives Carthage to greatness. But even fire must yield to the winds of fate. Her anger reignited, blazing brighter than before. "Do not patronize me," she snapped. "If the fates have decreed that Rome will rise, then I will ensure its ascent is not unchallenged. I will make them earn every inch of their empire." Jupiter sighed, a sound that carried the weight of countless ages. "And so, the wheel turns," he said. "Your resistance will shape Rome as much as the gods' favor. But know this, Juno, your hatred, your love for Carthage, it will bind you to the destiny you seek to defy." Juno's gaze hardened, her resolve unshaken. "Let it be so. If Rome is to rise, it will do so over the ruins of 1,000 battles. Carthage will not go quietly into history. It will roar." The vision faded, leaving the throne room bathed in an uneasy silence. The other gods exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of awe and trepidation. They knew the power of Juno's wrath, and they knew that Jupiter's will was immovable. Between them, the fate of two great cities had been sealed, though neither would admit it aloud. In the days that followed, Juno moved through the heavens with purpose. She whispered into the winds that carried across the seas, stirring storms to hinder Aeneas's fleet. She sent dreams to Carthaginian leaders, urging them to strengthen their walls, their armies. Yet, she could not change the path laid out by the fates. Rome was coming, and with it, a conflict that would shake the world. Jupiter, for his part, watched from his throne, his expression unreadable. He saw not only the wars to come, but the legacies they would leave behind. He saw the rise of Hannibal, a man driven by a fire so fierce it seemed born of the gods themselves. He saw the resilience of Rome, its people unbroken even in the face of devastation. And he saw the day, far in the future, when both Carthage and Rome would exist only in memory, their stories told by mortals who would never know the gods who had shaped them. But for now, the pieces were moving into place. The gods would watch, and sometimes intervene, but they could no more stop the coming storm than mortals could halt the tides. Juno's fury, Jupiter's resolve, and the will of the fates had set the stage for a rivalry that would echo through eternity. And so, the heavens waited, as the first sparks of destiny began to ignite. The earth trembled beneath Carthage as the city expanded, its walls rising higher, its people brimming with purpose. Far across the sea, in the heart of the Italian peninsula, Rome awakened with the same fervor. Two cities, born from ambition and resilience, grew under the watchful eyes of gods who whispered their fates like riddles carried on the wind. In Carthage, the harbor buzzed with life. Merchants from distant lands arrived with treasures, ivory, gold, and spices that filled the air with their rich scent. Ships, sleek and swift, dotted the horizon, their sails billowing like promises of prosperity. Dido's spirit still lingered, her vision driving her people to forge a city that would rival the greatest of the world. Each brick, each street, seemed to carry her defiance, a silent vow that Carthage would endure. But there were nights when the winds howled unnaturally, carrying whispers of dread. Priests, their faces pale, spoke of visions in the smoke of the temple fires. One saw an eagle, its wings black as night, soaring above the city before vanishing into a storm. Another saw blood seeping into the earth, as if the soil itself wept for what was to come. The omens left unease in their wake, but the people of Carthage pressed on, their determination unshaken. In Rome, the Tiber flowed steady and strong, a lifeline that carried its burgeoning strength. Farmers tilled the fertile lands, and shepherds guided their flocks under skies painted with divine favor. The city, born of fratricide, carried a shadow in its heart but was unyielding in its rise. Romulus, the founder, was long gone, yet his legacy endured in every stone of the city's foundations. Rome was a place of ambition, its people driven by a hunger they could scarcely understand. Signs of favor from the gods were everywhere. On one fateful day, a farmer stumbled upon a wolf and her cubs resting near the Palatine Hill. The wolf did not flee, she stared into the farmer's eyes with an eerie calm before retreating into the woods. Word spread quickly, and the people took it as a sign that Rome's strength lay not only in its people but in the wild, untamed forces that surrounded it. Jupiter, seated on his heavenly throne, watched both cities with an inscrutable expression. The gods spoke in murmurs around him, their voices a blend of fascination and unease. Minerva marveled at Rome's ingenuity, while Neptune watched the ships of Carthage with a pride he would never admit aloud. But it was Juno who remained silent, her gaze fixed on Carthage, her thoughts unreadable. One stormy night, the gods gathered in a celestial council. The sky above the mortal world roared with thunder as they debated. Juno rose, her voice clear and commanding. "Carthage is the child of my heart," she said, her tone fierce. "Its strength grows with each passing year. But I feel the weight of Rome's shadow creeping closer. Must I stand by as it rises unchecked?" Venus, seated nearby, leaned forward. "And what of my son's legacy?" she countered. "Aeneas suffered and sacrificed to fulfill the will of the fates. Rome is his reward, his bloodline destined to rule. You would not deny the gods their justice, would you?" The tension in the room crackled like lightning. Jupiter raised his hand, silencing them both. "The fates of Carthage and Rome are not ours to control entirely," he said. "They will grow, they will clash, and their destinies will shape the world. This is as it must be." Below, the cities continued their parallel rise. In Carthage, the goddess Tanit was honored with lavish festivals, her statues adorned with offerings of gold and flowers. Her favor seemed evident in the city's wealth and the strength of its navy. But her priests whispered of troubling visions, ships aflame, the sea swallowing men whole, a great lion roaring in defiance as it fell. In Rome, the augurs looked to the skies, interpreting the flight of birds and the patterns of the stars. One night, a comet streaked across the heavens, its fiery tail illuminating the city. The people gathered in awe, their voices hushed as they wondered what it foretold. The priests proclaimed it a sign of glory, a beacon of Rome's divine destiny. Yet there were others who muttered warnings of strife, of a rival whose fire burned as brightly as Rome's own. In the fields outside Rome, a farmer unearthed a sword, its blade unmarked by time. The priests declared it a gift from Mars, a symbol of the city's martial spirit. The people cheered, their confidence swelling like a river after the rains. But that night, the farmer dreamed of a battle, the earth shaking as armies clashed and the sword's blade dripping with blood. He awoke with a start, the image seared into his mind. The gods continued to watch, their interventions subtle yet profound. Juno sent storms to test Carthage's resilience, each one a reminder of her power. Venus guided Rome's leaders with whispers in their dreams, urging them toward unity and strength. Neptune stirred the seas, favoring one city's ships one day, the others the next, as if playing a game only he understood. And so the two cities grew, their destinies intertwined though they did not yet see it. Carthage, with its wealth and naval might, became the jewel of the western Mediterranean. Rome, with its unyielding spirit and disciplined legions, expanded its reach across the Italian peninsula. Both were proud, unrelenting, and driven by forces they could not fully comprehend. The omens continued, their meanings debated by priests and leaders alike. A raven perched on the gates of Carthage for 3 days before flying south, its cries echoing like a warning. In Rome, a statue of Mars fell during an earthquake, its shattered pieces said to resemble a lion, a serpent, and an eagle locked in combat. As the years passed, the tension between the cities grew like a storm gathering on the horizon. They did not yet see each other as enemies, but the gods knew it was only a matter of time. And when that time came, the earth itself would tremble with the weight of their clash. The night was heavy with the smell of salt and the faint whisper of the waves, lapping against the dark hulls of the ships. Dido stood at the prow, her hands gripping the worn wood, her gaze fixed on the distant shore. Behind her, the crew murmured prayers to the gods, their voices mingling with the restless wind. Each word carried a fragile hope, but Dido's face was a mask of quiet defiance. She had nothing left but her will and the fragments of her people's faith. Her heart ached with the memories of Tyre, the city she had loved and fled. The betrayal that had driven her from her homeland still burned, a wound that refused to heal. Her brother, Pygmalion, his hands red with her husband's blood, had cast her into exile. She had outwitted him, smuggling her followers and their treasures out beneath the cover of night. But the price of survival was steep. The shadow of that betrayal followed her across the sea. The first light of dawn broke over the horizon, revealing the rugged coast. It was a land untamed, its hills shrouded in mist, its shores scattered with jagged rocks. This would be their sanctuary. Dido's voice cut through the stillness as she turned to her people. "There is no turning back," she said, her words sharp and clear. "This is where we build. This is where we rise." The work began with desperate intensity. They cleared the land, their hands blistered from wielding tools forged in haste. The first shelters were rough, woven from reeds and branches, but they stood strong against the winds. Dido labored alongside them, her presence a steady force. She was not above their struggles. She carried stones, wove ropes, and shared their meager meals. It was her fire that sustained them, her vision that gave meaning to their toil. But the land was not empty. The tribes that roamed the hills watched the newcomers with wary eyes. At first, there was silence, a fragile peace born of uncertainty. Then came the demands, the threats, the skirmishes at the edges of their camp. Dido met these challenges with cunning. She sent emissaries with gifts and words of goodwill, but her warriors trained in secret, their blades honed for the day diplomacy failed. One evening, a messenger from a local chieftain arrived, bearing an ultimatum: leave or face destruction. Dido listened without flinching, her eyes fixed on the horizon. When the man had finished, she spoke with a calm that sent chills through those who heard her. "Tell your master," she said, "that we will leave when the sun forgets to rise." The next morning, Dido summoned her council. The decision was made swiftly, though it carried great risk. They would build walls, not just for protection, but as a statement. The walls would say, "We are here to stay." Every able hand was put to the task. Stones were hauled from distant quarries, and trenches were dug deep into the earth. The sound of hammers echoed across the land, a defiance carved in stone. As the walls rose, so did the spirit of the people. Songs filled the air, voices lifted in a harmony that spoke of hope and resilience. Dido walked among them, her presence a beacon. Children ran to her, their laughter breaking the tension of the long days. Elders whispered prayers for her strength, their hands clasped in reverence. One night, as the city slept, a storm swept in from the sea. The winds howled like a chorus of vengeful spirits, and the rain fell in torrents. Dido stood at the highest point of the camp, her cloak whipping around her. Lightning illuminated the harbor, where their ships strained against the ropes that held them. She did not move until the storm passed, her figure a silhouette against the fury of nature. When dawn came, the damage was evident, but the people worked without complaint. They patched roofs, repaired fences, and gathered what the storm had scattered. The walls had held, and that was enough. Dido's voice carried over the labor, urging them onward. "We are stronger than the wind," she said. "We are stronger than the sea." Months turned to years, and the settlement transformed. Markets sprang up, filled with the hum of commerce. Fishermen hauled their nets ashore, their catch feeding the growing population. Craftsmen shaped wood and metal into tools and ornaments, their skills giving the city its first taste of wealth. Dido watched it all with quiet pride, but her heart never rested. She knew their place in this land was not yet secure. One day, an envoy arrived from a neighboring tribe. He was older, his face lined with years of leadership. He offered a parcel of land for trade, a gesture of goodwill that surprised even Dido. But there was a condition: the land would be measured by the height of a single bull. Dido smiled, her mind racing. "Agreed," she said. When the envoy left, Dido summoned her advisors. She ordered the bull's hide to be cut into thin strips, so fine they could barely be seen. With these strips, she outlined a vast stretch of land, encircling not only fertile fields but a portion of the nearby harbor. When the envoy returned, he was speechless, but he could not deny her claim. The land was hers, and with it, the future of Carthage grew brighter. But triumph came at a cost. The gods, ever watchful, cast their gaze upon Dido. Some admired her courage, while others grew envious of her success. Juno, who had blessed her in her flight from Tyre, whispered warnings of a destiny that would test her beyond measure. Venus, watching over Aeneas and his people, saw in Carthage a challenge to Rome's eventual rise. Dido felt the weight of these unseen forces, though she could not name them. Her dreams were troubled by visions of fire and shadow, of ships burning on a darkened sea. She awoke each morning with a sense of urgency, as if time itself pressed against her. Yet she did not falter. Each day, she stood before her people, her voice steady, her resolve unshaken. Carthage flourished, its foundations rooted in the strength of those who built it and the will of a queen who refused to bow to fate. But the winds carried whispers of a stranger's arrival, a figure who would test the limits of her strength and the depth of her legacy. The night fires flickered across Carthage, their smoke curling into the vast Mediterranean sky. Beneath the stars, the people gathered, their voices raised in chants both familiar and ancient. At the heart of the city, in the sacred temple of Tanit, a priestess moved with deliberate grace, her hands scattering fragrant resins over a crackling flame. The scent of cedar and myrrh filled the air, carrying with it the weight of 1,000 years of devotion. Dido watched from the shadows, her face lit by the firelight, her thoughts tethered to the land she had left behind. Though Carthage was new, its soul was old, forged in the fires of Tyre. Every brick laid, every word spoken, carried echoes of the Phoenician homeland. The people's hands built a new city, but their hearts remained tied to the gods and customs that had shaped them. This new place, this Carthage, was a vessel for their heritage, a second heartbeat born of the first. The gods of Tyre had crossed the seas with them. Baal-Hamon, the great lord of the heavens, loomed in their prayers, a figure of both protection and demand. Tanit, the queen of the stars, was the mother who guided their steps in this foreign land. Her presence was carved into stone, her image adorned with crescents and palms, symbols of fertility and renewal. Even in exile, the people turned to these deities, their faith as unyielding as the tides. Dido knew that the gods were watching. She felt their weight in the stillness of the night, and the cries of the seabirds that circled above the harbor. She had invoked their names when she fled Tyre, when her people's lives hung by a thread. She had prayed to Tanit for safe passage, to Baal-Hamon for strength to endure. And now, as Carthage rose from the earth, she saw their favor in the city's survival and its growing power. The culture of Tyre shaped more than just their worship. The rhythm of the marketplace echoed with the sounds of Tyrian trade, a symphony of voices bartering goods from every corner of the known world. Purple dye, a treasure born from the shells of the murex snail, became a symbol of Carthage's connection to its heritage. The dye stained the hands of the workers, its color vivid as blood, a testament to the city's link to the past. The ships, too, bore Tyrian influence. Their hulls, sleek and fast, were crafted using techniques passed down through generations. They cut through the waters with the same grace as the vessels that had once graced Tyre's harbors. Each voyage was a dance with the gods, a test of skill and faith. Sailors poured wine into the sea before departing, an offering to Melkart, the protector of voyagers and the guardian of distant horizons. Stories traveled with the people, weaving threads of the past into the fabric of their new lives. Around the evening fires, the elders spoke of Tyre's splendor, its walls high and unyielding, its temples a testament to the gods' glory. They recounted the founding myths, tales of heroes who had struck bargains with divine forces, of sacrifices made in the name of survival. The children listened with wide eyes, their imaginations painting pictures of a land they would never see. But the heritage of Tyre was not only a comfort, it was a burden. The gods who had blessed them also demanded much. Sacrifices were made in the temple of Baal-Hamon, the rituals heavy with solemnity. The people believed that their offerings ensured the city's prosperity, that the smoke rising to the heavens carried their pleas for protection. Some nights, the cries of the lambs echoed through the streets, a stark reminder of the cost of faith. Dido felt the weight of these traditions most keenly. As the leader of her people, she was both their guide and their servant. The gods had chosen her, had entrusted her with the survival of her people. She stood at the altar with trembling hands, her prayers a mixture of gratitude and fear. Each offering she made was a promise, to the gods, to her people, to the memory of Tyre. Yet, there was beauty in this inheritance. The artistry of Tyre flourished in Carthage, its intricate designs adorning walls and pottery. Patterns of swirling waves and blooming flowers told stories of the sea and the land, of life and death. The craftsmen who worked these designs poured their souls into their creations, each piece a link in the chain of their history. Even the stars carried meaning for the people of Carthage. They read the skies as their ancestors had, finding guidance in the constellations. The stars of Tanit watched over them, their positions marking the passage of seasons and the timing of rituals. When the moon hung low and full, the people gathered to honor the goddess, their voices rising in a hymn that seemed to reach the heavens. But not all remembered Tyre with fondness. Some saw it as a place of betrayal, a city that had turned on its own. The pain of exile ran deep, and the wounds left by Pygmalion's treachery were slow to heal. For these people, Carthage was a new beginning, a chance to build a world free of the shadows of the past. Yet, even they could not escape the pull of their heritage. It was in their blood, and the very marrow of their existence. Dido walked the city at dusk, the light painting the walls in hues of gold and amber. She saw the strength of her people, their resilience, and their determination. But she also saw the shadow of Tyre in their eyes, the weight of their shared history. She carried it too, a burden she bore willingly, for it was the foundation upon which Carthage stood. The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of the sea and the faint sound of waves breaking against the shore. Dido closed her eyes, listening. She thought of Tyre, of the gods who had shaped her fate, of the culture that had forged her people into who they were. Carthage was new, but its soul was ancient, bound by invisible threads to the land they had left behind. And though the future was uncertain, she knew one thing: they would honor their past, even as they carved their place in the world. The waves were restless that night, crashing against the rocky shores of Carthage with a fury that seemed to echo the determination in the hearts of its people. A single ship rocked gently in the harbor, its dark silhouette sharp against the silver light of the moon. On the deck, a young sailor ran his fingers over the smooth curve of the wood, his mind filled with dreams of conquest and survival. Behind him, the city stretched upward, its fires flickering like stars on earth. Carthage had learned to fear the sea, and to tame it. It hadn't always been this way. The sea had once been a barrier, an endless expanse of uncertainty. It swallowed ships whole, claimed lives without warning, and demanded respect from all who dared to challenge it. But for the people of Carthage, it was also a lifeline. Their city, born from exile, needed trade to survive. The sea was their path to riches, their road to power. And so, they began to master it. The first ships were humble, little more than fragile wooden vessels. Yet each one was a promise, a defiance of the vast, unpredictable ocean. The sailors, their faces lined with salt and sun, were fearless in their pursuit. They navigated by the stars, their eyes scanning the heavens for guidance. The winds became their allies, the tides their tools. Slowly, painstakingly, they learned to read the moods of the water, to understand its hidden language. Dido herself was no stranger to the sea's power. She had crossed it once, fleeing Tyre with the remnants of her people. Now, standing on the cliff's edge, she watched as the first fleet of Carthaginian ships prepared to depart. Each hull was polished to a gleaming finish, each mast tall and proud. The sailors moved with purpose, their steps steady despite the challenges ahead. They carried not just goods, but the hopes of a city that refused to be broken. The sea tested them at every turn. Storms rose without warning, their winds howling like angry gods. Waves taller than buildings crashed against their ships, threatening to tear them apart. There were nights when the sailors lost their way, the stars obscured by thick clouds. But they pressed on, their determination unyielding. They sang as they worked, their voices carrying over the water, a defiance of the fear that lurked in the depths. Then came the turning point. One day, a merchant ship returned from its voyage with tales of a discovery, a new design that would change everything. The Tyrian heritage that had shaped Carthage offered its secrets again. From their Phoenician ancestors, they learned to build biremes, ships with 2 rows of oars that moved like lightning across the waves. The vessels were sleek, their keels cutting through the water with precision. They were faster, stronger, and more maneuverable than anything that had come before. The first bireme launched at dawn, its oars slicing through the glassy surface of the sea. The city gathered to watch, their breath held as the ship sped into the horizon. When it returned, the cheers echoed across the harbor. Carthage had taken its first step toward dominion over the waves. The ships grew in number, their presence transforming the harbor into a living maze of sails and ropes. Carthage became a city that breathed with the rhythm of the sea. Traders arrived from distant lands, their ships heavy with goods, gold, spices, textiles. The markets buzzed with activity, their stalls brimming with treasures from across the Mediterranean. The wealth of the city swelled, its power spreading like ripples on the water. But Carthage was not content to trade alone. The sea was not just a path, it was a battlefield. The leaders of the city saw its potential as a weapon, a means to protect their growing empire. The ships, once simple vessels of commerce, became instruments of war. They were armed with bronze-tipped rams, their hulls reinforced to withstand the fiercest of battles. The sailors trained for combat, their drills a symphony of discipline and skill. They learned to maneuver their ships with precision, to strike with the speed and ferocity of a predator. The captains, chosen for their bravery and cunning, became legends in their own right. They knew the sea better than they knew the land, its every current and swell etched into their minds. The first naval victory of Carthage was a moment etched in memory. The enemy fleet had underestimated them, dismissing them as mere traders. But as the Carthaginian ships surged forward, their oars churning the water into a frenzy, it became clear that this was no ordinary force. The clash of wood and metal echoed across the waves, the cries of battle mingling with the roar of the sea. When the enemy ships were reduced to splinters, Carthage stood victorious. The city's name became synonymous with power, its reputation carried by the winds to distant shores. Yet, the mastery of the sea was not without cost. The sailors bore the scars of their battles, their faces weathered by sun and salt. The sea took its toll, claiming lives with a ruthless inevitability. But even in loss, there was pride. For each life given, each ship lost, was a testament to the strength of Carthage. The sea was their ally, their adversary, their lifeblood. The children of Carthage grew up with salt in their veins. They watched their fathers and brothers sail into the horizon, their eyes filled with dreams of adventure. They carved toy ships from scraps of wood, their tiny hands mimicking the movements of the sailors. The stories of the sea became their bedtime tales, filled with heroes and gods, storms and victories. The city thrived, its influence spreading like the branches of a great tree. The sea was no longer a barrier, it was a bridge, connecting Carthage to the world. The ships of Carthage became its ambassadors, its warriors, its lifeline. And though the waves still whispered their secrets, Carthage had learned to listen, to command. The sails billowed in the wind, white against the azure expanse of the Mediterranean. The ship's deck was alive with movement as sailors adjusted ropes and checked provisions. A young boy, no older than 12, clutched the rail, his eyes wide as the coastline of Carthage faded into the distance. For the first time, he would see the open sea, the boundless world his city longed to claim. Beneath his awe, a spark of pride flickered. He was part of something larger, a tide that could not be stopped. Carthage had become a name spoken in markets far from its shores, whispered in bazaars and echoed in ports. The city had turned the sea into its road, the ships into its emissaries. They carried not just goods but stories, ambitions, and dreams. For Carthage was not content to rule its harbor, it sought the world beyond, the places where spices scented the air and gold gleamed in the sun. The sailors spoke of lands unseen, places where the sand was white as salt and the trees bore fruit of impossible sweetness. These tales were more than idle chatter, they were promises of what lay ahead. Each voyage was a gamble, a test of courage and cunning. Maps were scarce and unreliable, often more imagination than accuracy. But where maps failed, instinct guided them. The stars were their constant companions, their positions charted with care. The Carthaginians trusted their craft, their ships built to withstand the worst the sea could offer. The first expeditions were tentative, driven by necessity as much as ambition. They sought new sources of timber, metals, and dyes to fuel their growing economy. Each discovery was a step forward, a piece of a vast puzzle. Cyprus yielded copper, Iberia offered silver, and the shores of North Africa were rich with grain. The sailors returned with their holds full, their city's wealth growing with every voyage. But Carthage was not just a trader, it was an innovator. The merchants brought more than goods, they brought ideas, weaving together cultures with threads of commerce. In Egypt, they learned new methods of shipbuilding. From the Greeks, they adopted tools for navigation. They traded not only their wares but their knowledge, blending it with their own ingenuity. The result was a network that stretched from the Levant to the Pillars of Hercules, a web of connections that made Carthage indispensable. The city's reach extended not just across the sea but into the hearts of its rivals. They became the brokers of peace, the mediators of disputes. Where others saw boundaries, Carthage saw opportunities. They established colonies, each one a beacon of their influence. Utica, Hadramedum, and Leptis Magna rose along the coast, outposts that carried the spirit of the city into new lands. These were not mere settlements, they were extensions of Carthage's soul, places where its culture and power took root. There was a cost to this expansion, a toll paid in sweat and blood. The sailors faced storms that threatened to shatter their ships, pirates who lurked in hidden coves, and the ever-present danger of losing their way. There were times when entire fleets were swallowed by the sea, their fate unknown. But even in loss, there was resolve. The people of Carthage mourned their dead but celebrated their courage, their sacrifices fueling the city's ambition. The marketplace in Carthage became a symphony of sounds and colors. Merchants shouted their wares, their voices rising above the clatter of carts and the hum of conversation. Stalls overflowed with goods, amber from the north, saffron from the east, wine from Sicily. The air was thick with the scent of spices and the promise of wealth. Children wove through the crowds, their laughter mingling with the din, while elders haggled over prices, their gestures animated. The boy who had once stared at the sea now stood among them, a man hardened by years of travel. His face bore the marks of sun and salt, his hands calloused from pulling ropes and hauling cargo. But his eyes still held that spark, a light that had never dimmed. He spoke of lands beyond the Pillars of Hercules, of waters so vast they seemed to stretch into eternity. His words painted pictures of jungles alive with the calls of strange birds, of rivers that glimmered with gold. The people listened, their imaginations ignited, their ambitions renewed. Carthage's ships became symbols of its strength, their presence a mark of its dominance. They sailed in fleets, their prows adorned with carvings of gods and beasts. The sailors wore amulets of Tanit, their faith a shield against the unknown. They sang as they worked, their voices a declaration that they would not be broken. Each voyage was a thread in the tapestry of their city's greatness, a story waiting to be told. Rulers in distant lands grew wary of Carthage's power. They watched as its influence spread, its wealth unmatched. Alliances were formed, agreements struck, but beneath the diplomacy lay a simmering tension. Carthage was a force that could not be ignored, its ambitions as vast as the sea it commanded. Its rivals whispered of its audacity, its determination, its refusal to yield. In the quiet hours of the night, as the city slept, the harbor remained alive. Ships came and went, their movements a testament to the ceaseless rhythm of Carthage's ambition. The sailors, their faces lit by lanterns, prepared for their next journey. They knew the risks, the hardships that awaited them. But they also knew the rewards, a city that stood as a beacon of power and pride, a legacy that would endure. The boy, now an old man, stood once more at the harbor's edge. His hands rested on the railing, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The sea had been his life, its challenges his purpose. He had seen storms that tore the skies apart, lands that defied imagination, and wealth that seemed infinite. And yet, it was not the gold or the spices or the silver that mattered. It was the spirit of Carthage, the unyielding drive to reach beyond, to create, to conquer, not just for themselves, but for all who would come after. The storm raged with a fury that seemed to shake the heavens. Waves towered like giants, their white-capped peaks crashing against the rocky shoreline of Carthage. Lightning carved jagged scars across the night sky, and thunder roared with the voice of an angry god. On the cliff's edge, a solitary figure stood against the gale, her cloak whipping around her like wings. Dido, Queen of Carthage, stared into the chaos, her heart pounding with a mix of awe and defiance. This storm, like so many others, was a reminder of the sea's unyielding power. It was both a gift and a curse, a force that could bring prosperity or destruction in equal measure. But Dido's eyes burned with a determination that would not be cowed. Carthage had been born of struggle, and if the sea demanded tribute, it would receive it. She knelt on the wet, cold ground, her hands clasped tightly around an amulet engraved with the symbol of Tanit, goddess of the stars and waters. The stories passed through the generations spoke of that night as the moment when Carthage's bond with the sea was forged. The queen, they said, called out to Tanit herself, her voice rising above the storm. Her words were not a plea but a vow, a promise that her people would honor the sea, master its challenges, and embrace its mysteries. And as the tale goes, the goddess answered. The winds died as quickly as they had risen, and the waves began to calm. The storm clouds parted, revealing a sky awash with stars. In their midst, a single star burned brighter than the rest, casting its light over the harbor below. It illuminated the battered ships that had survived the storm, their masts like dark skeletons against the shimmering water. The sailors aboard those vessels fell to their knees, their voices rising in prayer and gratitude. From that night onward, Carthage was different. The sea was no longer just a vast and unpredictable force, it was an ally, a partner in their destiny. The people believed that Tanit had blessed them, granting them the favor of the waves and winds. But such favor came with a price, a pact sealed in the hearts of the Carthaginians, binding them to the sea forever. The city flourished in the shadow of this pact. The craftsmen worked tirelessly to build ships that could match the sea's power, their tools ringing out in rhythmic harmony. They shaped the wood with care, each plank and beam imbued with reverence. The sails were stitched with patterns meant to honor Tanit, their fabric shimmering like the surface of the water. When the ships were launched, the people gathered to watch, their cheers echoing across the harbor. The sailors, too, bore the weight of the pact. Before every voyage, they gathered at the temple of Tanit to offer sacrifices, small jars of oil, intricate carvings, or rare shells. The high priestess would bless them, her hands tracing symbols in the air as the smoke of incense curled around her. The sea watches, she would say, her voice steady and commanding. It gives, and it takes. Honor it, and you will return. The rituals became as much a part of Carthage's identity as its walls and towers. The sailors carried amulets and charms, their faith a shield against the unknown. They whispered prayers as they navigated treacherous waters, their eyes scanning the horizon for signs of the goddess's favor. And when storms rose or the winds turned against them, they faced the challenge with a courage born of belief. The pact was their strength, their guide in moments of fear. Legends grew around the sailors who claimed to have seen Tanit herself. One spoke of a young captain who, lost in a fog that clung to the sea like a shroud, saw a figure of shimmering light standing on the prow of his ship. She pointed to the north, her form dissolving into mist as the wind shifted. The ship found its way to safety, and the captain's story became the stuff of myths. Others swore they had heard whispers in the waves, words of warning or encouragement that saved them from disaster. The sea, for all its blessings, was not without its tests. There were times when entire fleets disappeared, their fate unknown. The people mourned their losses, but even in grief, they found resolve. They believed that those who were lost had been called to serve the goddess in her eternal waters, their spirits joining the waves that lapped at Carthage's shores. The pact was not a shield against hardship, it was a bond that demanded faith and perseverance. The sailors who returned from their voyages brought with them stories that filled the city with wonder. They spoke of distant lands where the waters glowed with a strange light, of islands where the trees grew taller than towers, and of creatures that seemed to belong to another world. These tales were more than entertainment, they were a testament to the boundless power of the sea and the courage of those who dared to face it. As the city grew, so too did its connection to the sea. The harbor became a place of life and movement, its waters crowded with ships bearing goods from across the Mediterranean. The docks echoed with the sounds of trade and labor, a symphony of industry that spoke to Carthage's prosperity. The people walked along the shore with a sense of pride, their eyes drawn to the horizon where their destiny lay. And yet, beneath the prosperity, there was always a sense of reverence. The sea was not something to be taken for granted. The people of Carthage knew that their pact with the waves was a living thing, a bond that required respect and care. They honored Tanit with festivals, their celebrations filled with music, dance, and offerings. The temple remained a place of sanctuary, its walls adorned with images of the goddess and the sea's endless expanse. On quiet nights, when the winds were still and the water mirrored the stars, the people of Carthage would gather by the shore. They would sit in silence, their gazes fixed on the horizon. The sound of the waves filled the air, a reminder of the pact that had shaped their lives. It was a bond born of struggle and faith, a promise that tied them to the sea for all time. And as they listened to the water's song, they knew that they were never truly alone. The sea watched, and it remembered. The air was heavy with the scent of burning incense, curling in ghostly spirals toward the open sky. A low hum filled the temple, a chant rising from hundreds of voices in perfect harmony. The flickering flames of oil lamps cast shifting shadows on the walls, where painted images of gods and goddesses seemed to dance in the dim light. In the heart of Carthage, in the grand temple of Baal Hamon, a sacred ritual was unfolding, a ritual that tied the people of the city to their gods as tightly as ships are bound to the sea. A priestess stepped forward, her movements slow and deliberate. She carried a small vessel of polished bronze, filled with wine as red as blood. The crowd fell silent, their collective breath held as she ascended the temple's stone steps to stand before the towering altar. Her voice, clear and commanding, broke the stillness. She called upon Baal Hamon, the father of the heavens, his name echoing like thunder in the vast chamber. The wine was poured in a graceful arc, its crimson stain spreading across the altar, a gift to the deity who watched over the city's fortunes. For the people of Carthage, the gods were not distant figures confined to myths. They were as real as the waves that lashed the harbor and the sun that scorched the land. They were protectors, providers, and sometimes punishers. They were woven into the fabric of daily life, their presence felt in every harvest, every trade, and every battle. The gods did not simply watch over Carthage, they guided its rise, their will shaping the destiny of the city. Tanit, the celestial goddess, was a constant presence in the lives of the Carthaginians. Her symbol, a simple figure with outstretched arms, was etched into doorways, painted on ships, and worn as amulets. She was the mother of the people, the bringer of fertility and prosperity. Her festivals were marked by joy and reverence, the streets alive with music and dance. Offerings of honey, wine, and finely woven cloth were left at her shrines, gifts to ensure her favor. But Tanit's blessings were not without sacrifice. In the temple gardens, beneath the shade of sacred trees, lay the Tophet, a place both revered and feared. Here, the most precious offerings were made to the gods in times of great need. The stories whispered in hushed tones spoke of the city's ultimate devotion, of acts meant to secure the survival of Carthage when the stakes were highest. The fire of the Tophet burned bright, a symbol of the people's unyielding faith and the gods' enduring power. Baal Hamon, too, held a place of dominance in the city's spiritual life. He was the god of storms and fertility, his domain as vast as the heavens. His worship was marked by solemnity and awe, the rituals designed to reflect his might. Farmers prayed to him for rain, their hands caked with soil as they knelt in their fields. Sailors called upon him before braving the open sea, their voices carried away by the wind. And when Carthage faced its enemies, the soldiers invoked his name, their weapons gleaming in the sunlight as they prepared for battle. The priests of Baal Hamon were guardians of ancient knowledge, their wisdom passed down through generations. They read the stars and interpreted omens, their predictions shaping the decisions of kings and merchants alike. When the temple bell rang out, its deep tone vibrating through the city, the people gathered to hear the priest's proclamations. Every word was weighed with care, for the gods spoke through them, they were made known to mortal ears. It was said that the gods revealed themselves in signs, their presence felt in the natural world. A sudden flight of birds could foretell victory or disaster. The pattern of smoke rising from a fire might hold the answer to a difficult question. The Carthaginians were attuned to these signs, their lives guided by a belief in the gods' active involvement in their world. This connection gave them strength, a sense of purpose that drove them to achieve greatness. In the bustling markets, merchants conducted their trade under the watchful eyes of idols placed among their wares. Deals were sealed with prayers, the clinking of coins accompanied by murmured invocations. The gods were partners in commerce, their favor ensuring prosperity. Ships leaving the harbor carried small effigies of Tanit or Baal Hammon, their presence a source of comfort to the sailors who faced the unpredictable seas. The gods were not only worshipped in grand temples, but also in quiet corners of the city. Small shrines dotted the streets, their altars adorned with flowers and offerings. Families gathered around these humble sanctuaries, their prayers spoken in soft voices. The gods were part of every home, their blessings sought for health, happiness, and protection. Even in moments of crisis, the faith of the Carthaginians did not waver. When drought gripped the land and the crops withered, the people turned to Tanit with unwavering trust. They carried water from the wells, pouring it onto the parched earth as an offering. When enemy fleets loomed on the horizon, the city's leaders gathered in the temples, their heads bowed as they sought the gods' guidance. The belief that the gods would protect them, as they always had, gave the people the courage to stand firm. As Carthage grew, its devotion to the gods only deepened. The city's wealth allowed for the construction of even grander temples, their walls adorned with intricate carvings and gilded statues. Pilgrims came from far and wide to seek the favor of the Carthaginian deities, their offerings adding to the splendor of the sanctuaries. The gods were the heart of the city, their presence felt in every stone, every wave, and every breath of wind. On a quiet night, as the moon cast its silver light over the harbor, the high priestess of Tanit stood at the edge of the temple steps. Her eyes scanned the horizon, her face serene yet solemn. She raised her arms, her voice carrying over the still waters. It was a prayer of gratitude, a psalm of devotion to the goddess who had guided Carthage through its trials and triumphs. The people listened in silence, their hearts filled with a sense of unity and purpose. They knew that their gods were with them, watching over the city they had built together. And as the stars shimmered above, their light reflecting on the waves, the pact between Carthage and its gods remained unbroken, a bond as eternal as the heavens themselves. The river whispered its secrets to the night, its gentle currents carrying the weight of a destiny yet to unfold. Beneath a sky scattered with stars, the waters of the Tiber gleamed, silver and serene, as if the gods themselves had blessed its flow. On the riverbank, a basket lay nestled among the reeds, its occupant stirring softly against the cool night air. Two infants, fragile yet alive with the promise of something greater, lay side by side, their tiny breaths mingling with the sounds of the night. The twins were not meant to survive. Cast adrift by the cruel decree of their great-uncle Amulius, their lives had been forfeit before they had even begun. Amulius, desperate to secure his throne, had feared the prophecy that foretold his downfall at their hands. In his paranoia, he ordered their deaths, but fate, it seemed, had other plans. The basket that carried them drifted away from harm, guided by unseen hands to a place of refuge. As dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the sound of rustling reeds caught the attention of a she-wolf prowling near the riverbank. Her amber eyes fixed on the basket, her sharp ears catching the faint cries within. She moved closer, her steps silent and cautious, her instincts torn between predator and protector. The sight that met her gaze was unlike anything she had encountered, two human infants, their fragile forms helpless and exposed. The she-wolf hesitated, her wild heart conflicted. Yet, as she watched the twins, something stirred within her, a primal need to nurture and protect. She nosed the basket gently, her breath warm against their tiny faces. They stirred, their cries soft and pleading, and with a tenderness that belied her savage nature, she lifted them from their precarious cradle. One by one, she carried them to her den, a sanctuary hidden within the hills of Palatine. In the cool darkness of the den, the twins found an unlikely guardian. The she-wolf nursed them, her milk sustaining their fragile lives. She licked their faces clean, her care as fierce as her instincts. They clung to her, their small hands tangling in her fur, and in her wild embrace, they found warmth and protection. The den echoed with the sounds of life, the twins' laughter mingling with the wolf's low growls of affection. Time passed, and the twins grew stronger. Their cries turned to babbles, their movements more deliberate. They crawled and then stumbled on unsteady legs, their laughter filling the air. The she-wolf watched over them with unwavering vigilance, her presence a constant in their young lives. And yet, they were not alone in their care. Legend speaks of a woodpecker, sacred to Mars, who brought them morsels of food, and of a shepherd named Faustulus, who stumbled upon the den and took the children under his wing. Faustulus and his wife, Laurentia, raised the twins as their own, naming them Romulus and Remus. The boys grew strong and fearless, their bond unbreakable. They roamed the hills and forests, their laughter echoing in the wilds. They hunted, fought, and explored, their strength and cunning setting them apart from the other shepherds' children. Though they did not yet know the truth of their origins, the fire of destiny burned brightly within them. It was in the hills of their childhood that they first encountered the shadow of their past. A skirmish with local herdsmen led to Remus's capture and a fateful meeting with their birthright. Taken before Amulius, the young man stood defiant, his pride unbroken even in chains. Romulus, learning of his brother's plight, rallied a band of loyal followers and launched a daring rescue. Their courage and strength toppled the tyrant's hold, and Amulius met his end, fulfilling the prophecy he had sought to escape. With Amulius gone, the truth of the twins' lineage was revealed. They were the sons of Rhea Silvia, a Vestal virgin, and Mars, the god of war. Their return to Alba Longa restored the throne to their grandfather, Numitor, and the city celebrated their triumph. Yet, Romulus and Remus were not content to linger in the shadow of another's rule. Their hearts burned with the desire to forge something of their own, a city that would rise from the wild hills they had called home. The twins set out to claim their destiny, their footsteps echoing through the hills of Palatine and Aventine. They envisioned a city that would stand as a testament to their strength and ambition, a place where their names would be remembered for eternity. Yet, their shared dream soon gave way to conflict, as each sought to lead in his own right. The bond that had once been their greatest strength began to fray under the weight of ambition and pride. As the sun set over the hills, painting the land in hues of fire and shadow, the brothers stood on opposing sides of their chosen future. A heated argument gave way to violence, the clash of their wills mirrored in the clash of their weapons. In the end, it was Romulus who emerged victorious, his hands stained with the blood of his brother. The earth beneath him seemed to tremble as he stood over Remus's lifeless form, the weight of his actions etched into his soul. With a heavy heart, Romulus turned to the task of building the city they had dreamed of together. He marked the boundaries with a plow, his movements deliberate and solemn. The city grew, its foundations laid with stone and sweat, its walls rising to touch the heavens. Romulus named it Rome, a tribute to his name and his sacrifice. It was a city born of struggle and loss, its spirit shaped by the strength of its founder. The she-wolf, they say, watched from afar, her amber eyes filled with an ancient wisdom. She had nurtured them, protected them, and set them on the path to greatness. Now, as Rome's walls stood tall against the horizon, her part in their story was complete. The echoes of her howls mingled with the winds that swept through the hills, a haunting reminder of the wild beginnings of a city destined to shape the world. The first rays of dawn streaked across the sky, painting it with gold and crimson, as if the heavens themselves heralded the rise of a people blessed by the gods. Beneath this celestial canvas, a group of young Roman warriors stood at the edge of the Tiber, their figures silhouetted against the glowing horizon. They were not ordinary men. Their movements carried a quiet power, their gazes fierce with determination. The air around them seemed charged, as though the earth itself recognized their lineage and trembled with anticipation. The whispers of their origins were carried on the wind, a tale passed from mouth to mouth, generation to generation. They were the children of Mars, the god of war, their bloodline touched by divine fire. Rhea Silvia, their mortal mother, had been chosen by fate, her life forever altered by the will of the gods. It was said that Mars himself descended from Olympus, drawn by her beauty and strength, to father a lineage destined to conquer and endure. From the moment of their birth, Romulus and Remus carried the mark of their divine parentage. The wolf who had nursed them, her amber eyes gleaming with a wild intelligence, was no mere beast, but a symbol of their dual nature, human yet more. Her milk had imbued them with an unyielding strength, her care a testament to the gods' favor. The fire of Mars burned within them, an unquenchable force that shaped their lives and the destiny of their people. The early days of Rome were filled with trials that would have broken lesser men. The fledgling city, still raw and untamed, demanded more than just physical strength. It required vision, resolve, and an unshakable belief in its future. Romulus, the city's first king, carried this burden with a determination that bordered on the divine. The lessons of his youth, the hardships, the betrayals, the blood he had spilled, were etched into his soul, guiding his every decision. The people of Rome, inspired by their king's strength, began to see themselves not as mere mortals, but as heirs to a divine legacy. This belief became the foundation of their culture, their very identity. Mars, ever watchful, was said to smile upon their endeavors, his presence felt in every triumph, every battle won. The city's warriors trained with a ferocity that reflected their patron god's essence. They wielded their weapons with precision, their bodies honed into instruments of war, their minds sharpened by the promise of glory. One fateful day, as storm clouds gathered over the hills of Latium, a young Roman soldier stood at the city's edge, his spear glinting in the fading light. His name was Tiberius, and like so many others, he had grown up hearing the stories of Mars and his mortal children. But for Tiberius, these tales were more than just stories, they were a challenge. He yearned to prove himself worthy of the bloodline he claimed, to show the gods that their favor was not misplaced. The storm broke with a vengeance, lightning splitting the sky as thunder rolled across the land. Tiberius led his comrades into battle that night, their foes a horde of raiders who sought to test Rome's strength. The clash of steel and the cries of men filled the air, a symphony of chaos and courage. Tiberius fought with the fury of Mars himself, his movements a blur of precision and power. When the dust settled and the raiders lay defeated, it was said that the earth bore the imprint of his resolve, the ground scorched where he had stood. Such stories were not uncommon in Rome's early days. The city's warriors carried the spirit of Mars in their hearts, their deeds echoing the gods' might. But the favor of the gods was not limited to the battlefield. It extended to the very fabric of Roman society, shaping their laws, their rituals, their way of life. The priests of Mars, clad in crimson robes, conducted ceremonies that bound the city to its divine protector. They offered sacrifices, their chants rising to the heavens, as flames danced on altars carved with symbols of war. Yet, the blessings of Mars were not without cost. The god demanded discipline, unity, and an unyielding commitment to Rome's ideals. There was no room for weakness, no tolerance for failure. The citizens of Rome understood this, their lives a reflection of their patron god's values. They worked tirelessly to build their city, their hands calloused from labor, their spirits unbroken by hardship. The divine favor that shaped Rome was evident in the omens that punctuated its history. A flight of eagles over the Palatine Hill, the sudden appearance of a sacred fire, the birth of twins marked with strange signs, each event was interpreted as a message from the gods, a reassurance that Rome's destiny was secure. These omens, woven into the fabric of Roman culture, served as a constant reminder of their unique place in the world. As Rome grew, its reputation spread, drawing the attention of neighboring tribes and distant lands. The city's strength, both physical and spiritual, became a beacon, its influence extending far beyond its borders. It was said that the children of Mars could not be defeated, their resolve unshaken by adversity. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, the people of Rome stood firm, their faith in their divine protector unwavering. On the slopes of the Capitoline Hill, under a sky ablaze with stars, Romulus himself once stood, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He spoke of a city that would endure for eternity, its name remembered long after its founders had passed into legend. His voice, filled with conviction, carried across the land, reaching the ears of those who would shape Rome's future. The warriors, the builders, the dreamers, all took his words to heart, their lives dedicated to fulfilling the promise of their divine heritage. The legacy of Mars, the god of war, was not one of destruction but of transformation. His children, born of both mortal struggle and divine favor, forged a city that would stand as a testament to their strength and vision. Rome, with its unyielding spirit and indomitable will, became more than just a city. It became an idea, a symbol of what could be achieved when the divine and the mortal came together in harmony. The air in the forum crackled with tension, a quiet hum of voices rising and falling like the tide. The leaders of Rome, men with sharp eyes and sharper words, gathered beneath the sun's relentless glare. Around them stood envoys from nearby cities, leaders of Alba Longa, Lavinium, and other Latin towns. Their faces betrayed skepticism, some even outright disdain. Yet, within their guarded gazes lay a flicker of curiosity. Rome had called them together for a reason. It was not the first time these city-states had met. For years, they had coexisted in uneasy proximity, alliances formed and broken with the whims of war and necessity. But this meeting was different. Rome, once just another settlement nestled by the Tiber, now carried itself with an air of destiny. The Romans stood with a confidence that hinted at something more, a vision of a future far greater than any one city could achieve alone. The man who stood at the center of it all was Lucius Tarquinius, a statesman whose presence commanded attention. His voice, calm yet powerful, carried across the assembly as he spoke of unity, of strength through shared purpose. Alone, we are embattled cities, vulnerable to the whims of fortune, he said, his eyes sweeping the gathered leaders. Together, we are unbreakable. Together, we rise. The words stirred something deep in the crowd, a mixture of hope and apprehension. They had seen the rise of Rome, its victories over the Veii, and its unrelenting resolve against raiders from the hills. They had heard the stories of Roman discipline, their unyielding soldiers, and their uncanny ability to recover from defeat. But this proposal of a league, a pact that would bind them to a common cause, felt like stepping into the unknown. For days, the discussion stretched on, sometimes calm, sometimes heated. Questions arose like arrows fired from every direction. Who would lead this alliance? How would disputes be settled? Could the ancient rivalries between the cities truly be set aside? Tarquinius answered each with a blend of pragmatism and ambition, his words weaving a vision that seemed impossible to resist. The night before the final vote, a storm swept over the region. Thunder growled in the distance as rain lashed against rooftops, and the air smelled of earth and electricity. In the flickering light of a brazier, Tarquinius sat with his advisors, his face shadowed but his resolve unwavering. They fear change, he said, his voice steady. But they also fear what happens if they refuse it. We must give them something greater than fear. We must give them hope. By morning, the storm had passed, leaving the air crisp and clear. The leaders returned to the forum, their expressions wary but resolute. One by one, they cast their votes, and when the tally was complete, the pact was sealed. The Latin League was born, a union of cities bound by mutual defense and shared prosperity. It was more than an alliance, it was a statement of intent. The League would not merely survive, it would thrive, standing as a shield against foreign invaders and as a force for stability in a region plagued by chaos. Rome, with its growing strength and strategic foresight, positioned itself as the de facto leader of this fledgling coalition. Not by decree, but through sheer force of will and example. The first test of the League came sooner than anyone expected. A horde of Etruscan warriors, their banners bearing the fearsome wolf of Clusium, descended upon the Latin lands. They came like a wave, their numbers vast, their intentions clear, conquest. The member cities, once fractured and vulnerable, now stood as one. On the plains of Alba Longa, beneath a sky painted red by the setting sun, the armies of the Latin League gathered. The sight was unlike anything the region had seen before, a coalition of warriors, each carrying the emblem of their city, marching in unison. At the heart of this force stood the Romans, their shields gleaming, their formations unyielding. Tarquinius himself rode among them, his presence a beacon of resolve. The battle that followed was brutal, a clash of steel and wills that shook the earth. The Etruscans fought with a savage intensity, their war cries echoing across the field. But the Latins, united for the first time in living memory, held their ground. The Romans, disciplined and unrelenting, anchored the line, their tactics a masterclass in strategy and cohesion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the battlefield in twilight, the tide began to turn. A cavalry charge led by Lavinium's warriors shattered the Etruscan flank, and the Romans, seizing the moment, drove into the enemy's heart with a ferocity that spoke of their divine heritage. By dawn, the invaders were in full retreat, their once mighty horde reduced to scattered remnants. The victory cemented the League's purpose and Rome's role within it. The other cities, once hesitant and cautious, now looked to Rome as a guiding star. They saw in its people a combination of strength and vision, a blend of courage and wisdom that inspired loyalty rather than fear. But Rome's leadership was not without challenges. Disputes arose within the League, as cities sought to balance their independence with their commitments. Tarquinius and his successors navigated these tensions with a mix of diplomacy and firmness, always mindful that the League's strength lay in its unity. Over time, the League became more than a military alliance. It fostered trade, shared innovations, and encouraged cultural exchange. Roads were built, connecting the cities in ways that had never been imagined. Festivals were held, celebrating their shared heritage while honoring the unique traditions of each member. The Latin League was a tapestry, each thread vibrant on its own yet contributing to a greater whole. In the years that followed, Rome continued to grow, its influence spreading like the branches of a mighty oak. The League became a crucible, forging bonds that would shape the destiny of the region for centuries to come. And at the heart of it all was the unshakable belief that together, they could achieve what none could accomplish alone. As the sun set over the hills of Latium, casting long shadows across the land, the people of Rome stood on their walls, looking out over the vast expanse they now called home. They were no longer a single city, isolated and vulnerable. They were part of something greater, a force that would not be ignored. And though they did not yet know it, their first steps toward regional dominance were the beginnings of an empire that would one day shape the world. The thunder rumbled through the heavens, a warning shot across the darkened sky. The winds howled, as if the gods themselves were in turmoil. The soldiers of Rome, standing firm beneath the weight of destiny, felt the ground tremble underfoot. They were not just men marching to war, they were the chosen. From the moment the first bricks were laid on the banks of the Tiber, Rome had been destined for greatness. It wasn't just a city, it was an embodiment of divine will, a force forged by the gods themselves. Mars, the god of war, had watched over its founding. He had chosen this place, this people, for something more. The tales passed down from the elders whispered that Rome was not just a city among others, it was an instrument, a blade destined to shape the world. From its very origins, the Romans believed they were not only meant to conquer, they were meant to bring order, to impose their laws and values upon the chaos of the world. In the Great Hall of Rome's early leaders, an old story was often told, one that carried the fire of the city's purpose through the centuries. It began with the very blood of the gods, with the twins Romulus and Remus, born of the divine union of Mars and the Vestal Virgin Rhea Silvia. These children were not mere mortals. From the moment of their birth, they carried the weight of a divine promise. Their lives would not be their own. They were born to shape the future of the world. The story of their abandonment by the riverbank, of the she-wolf who nursed them, was not a story of hardship but a sign that they were chosen by forces far beyond human understanding. The gods had placed their trust in these two brothers, whose every breath carried the charge of fate. Their survival, against all odds, was proof of the divine plan that would unfold. Their bond, unbreakable, would be the foundation of a city that would rule the world. As Romulus stood at the edge of the Palatine Hill, looking down upon the land he would call Rome, the wind seemed to whisper his name, urging him forward. It wasn't just his ambition that drove him, it was his sense of divine duty. He wasn't just building a city, he was answering a call. A call that had been spoken in the heavens long before his birth. Rome would not merely survive. It would conquer. And as it grew, it would spread the laws of its gods across the earth. But Rome's mission was not merely about the sword. It was about order. The Romans believed in Pax Deorum, the peace of the gods. Without it, the world would fall into disorder, and chaos would reign. Their expansion wasn't just for conquest, it was for peace. The very foundation of Rome's empire rested upon the belief that their civilization, their ways, were the right ways. Their gods, their laws, their culture, they were the beacon that would guide the world out of darkness. The sacred duty of Rome was etched into the very fabric of its people. Its expansion wasn't driven by greed or the hunger for land alone. It was driven by a belief that the Romans were the ones who could bring about order and justice. The more they spread, the more they brought the light of their gods to those lost in the shadows. Every battle fought, every city conquered, was a step closer to the fulfillment of their divine mission. When the legions marched into new lands, their standard bearers carried the symbols of Rome's gods, the eagle of Jupiter, the shield of Mars, and the thunderbolt of Juno. These were not just emblems of power, they were markers of divine approval. The people of Rome believed that every time their legions triumphed, it was a sign from the heavens that they were on the right path. The gods themselves, with their eternal wisdom, were guiding their hands, ensuring that the world would be shaped according to their divine plan. In the quiet moments, before the battle drums echoed across the fields, Roman soldiers would kneel in the dirt, offering a prayer to Mars, seeking his blessing for victory. It wasn't just the might of their armies that carried them to victory, it was the favor of the gods. Each soldier was not just a man, he was a servant of divine will. When they fought not for themselves, but for something far greater. The expansion of Rome was not merely a military campaign, it was a cultural revolution. The Roman way of life was superior, they believed, and it had to be spread. The gods had chosen them to bring civilization to the world. In every conquered city, the Romans didn't just impose their power, they brought with them their laws, their ways of governance, their gods. Cities were not simply defeated, they were absorbed into the Roman fold, becoming part of a greater whole. The Romans understood that true victory was not simply about defeating an enemy, it was about transforming them, bringing them into the fold of the divine order. As Rome's power spread, so did its influence. But with each conquest, the city faced challenges. There were rebellions, uprisings, and betrayals. Yet, the Romans believed their duty was sacred, their mission invincible. The gods had chosen them for this path, and no force on earth could deter them from it. Every challenge was simply another test, another trial of Rome's resolve. The Senate, the embodiment of Roman authority, would meet under the shadow of the great temple of Jupiter. There, the leaders would consult the gods, interpreting the signs, whether it be the flight of birds, the cracks in the sacrificial bones, or the omens revealed in the stars. Every decision, from the smallest to the grandest, was made with the gods' favor in mind. To act against the will of the gods was to invite ruin. And so, Rome's leaders carried their duty with a weight that few could comprehend. They were not just men, they were the stewards of divine will on earth. As the centuries passed, the myth of Rome's sacred duty continued to shape its identity. The city grew from a small settlement on the Tiber to an empire that stretched across the known world. Its people, its soldiers, its leaders, they all believed, with every fiber of their being, that they were fulfilling a divine purpose. Rome was more than a city. It was a mission. And its mission was not just to conquer, it was to bring about a new world order, a world in which the will of the gods reigned supreme. The gods had spoken, and Rome would answer. The fate of the world rested upon their shoulders, and they carried it with pride, with duty, and with an unwavering belief that they were the chosen ones. The sun had barely risen when the war horns sounded across the hills. In the early light, a heavy fog clung to the earth, as if nature herself was holding her breath. Roman soldiers, still groggy from sleep, tightened their leather armor and grasped their weapons. It was a day like many others in Rome's youth, facing a new enemy, a new challenge, but also a new chance to prove that their city, built on the strength of its people, could survive anything. The enemy was not some far-off power, but the very tribes who lived in the hills surrounding the fledgling city. They had watched Rome's rise with suspicion, with fear. Their land was sacred to them, their people proud and independent. The Romans, just a small city-state at the time, were barely more than a gathering of families, struggling to hold together against the weight of the growing world around them. But the Romans were not content to remain small. They could feel something stirring within them, a fire that refused to be extinguished. And so, when the first conflict came, fought in the rugged terrain where the Tiber met the hills, the Romans met it with an anger that would become legendary. The battle was brutal. The tribes, with their knowledge of the land and their fierce warriors, clashed with the Romans in a way that seemed to promise defeat. The Romans, however, fought with a quiet ferocity that came from deep within their hearts. They were not just fighting for their city. They were fighting for their future. And that fight would become a part of their blood, their legacy, forever. It was in these first battles that the true essence of Roman resilience was forged. They did not have the numbers or the power of the older, more established tribes. They did not have the luxury of waiting for better days. The Romans had one thing, the belief that they could never be broken. When the soldiers fell, they were not forgotten, they were honored. When the battle turned against them, they did not flee, they adapted, they learned, and they grew. Where others might have given up, the Romans dug in their heels and fought on, the roar of their war cries reverberating through the hills like a promise to the gods themselves. They would not stop. Not now. Not ever. The first time the Romans faced defeat, it felt like the world might swallow them whole. The sound of retreat, the sight of fallen comrades, was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet in the silence after the battle, something remarkable happened. The Roman soldiers did not hang their heads in despair. They gathered together, not to mourn their losses, but to learn from them. Their leaders, seasoned by the years of hard struggle, looked to the horizon and asked, "What will we do now?" And their answer, always, was the same: "We will rise." The resolve of the Roman soldiers became the core of their identity. They fought not just for land or glory, but for something deeper. It was the idea that no matter how much the world pressed against them, they would always push back. The Romans had learned something fundamental: no matter how many they lost, they could not be defeated unless they lost the will to fight. It was not long before these lessons would be tested again. The tribes around Rome, seeing the city's ability to endure, began to form alliances of their own. Together, they marched against the Romans with one goal: to wipe them off the map. It was a clash of giants, a dozen tribes against a city that was, at best, an upstart. But the Romans, against all odds, stood their ground. The battle raged for days, with neither side giving in. The Romans, tired and bloodied, stood shoulder to shoulder, their spears raised high. Their gods had given them this land, they would not give it up so easily. In the middle of that battle, when it seemed the Romans might falter, the sun broke through the clouds, shining down on them like a divine signal. It was as if the gods themselves were watching, as if they, too, believed in the cause of the Roman people. It was in that moment that the tide turned. The Romans fought harder, faster, and with an unshakable determination that came from something deeper than the strength of their bodies. It came from their spirits, from the knowledge that they had survived before, and they would survive again. When the dust finally settled, when the battle was won, the Romans were left standing, tired, bloodied, but victorious. The tribes, their once proud warriors now defeated, retreated back into the hills. And the Romans stood, once again, in the face of the world, knowing they had proven something. They had shown that, no matter what, they could never be broken. No matter how many times they were knocked down, they would rise again. This resilience became the hallmark of Rome's character. It was not the size of the army, nor the wealth of the city, that made them formidable. It was their relentless drive to keep going. It was the belief that the world could throw its worst at them, but the Romans would stand firm, fighting for the future that they knew they could create. They were not just a city-state anymore, they were something greater, an idea, a force that would not be easily crushed. And so, through countless skirmishes and wars, through countless nights spent in the heat of battle, the Romans forged their place in the world. Each conflict, each fight, made them stronger. They learned from their mistakes and grew wiser with every challenge they faced. Their resilience became their weapon, and in time, the tribes who once sought to destroy them learned that there was no enemy they could not overcome, no obstacle they could not surmount. Rome's early conflicts, though fought in the bloody dust of the hills, shaped the city into something far greater than anyone could have imagined. It was not just a city built on walls of stone, but a city built on the unbreakable will of its people. The Romans had faced defeat, but they had never been defeated. They had faced challenges, but they had never backed down. And as the city grew, so did the legend of their resilience, a legend that would carry them forward, from one victory to the next, until they stood at the very heart of the world. The salt of the sea clung to their skin as the Carthaginian ships sliced through the waves, their sails billowing under the warm Mediterranean breeze. In the distance, the glimmering shores of Rome lay beyond the horizon, a city like any other, yet growing with a determination that seemed to pulse with the very heartbeat of the land itself. There, the Romans were beginning to make their mark, forging alliances, expanding their reach. But it was across the waters that a different kind of battle was unfolding, one of trade and of influence, where the fate of two great powers would soon collide. The Carthaginians knew the waters better than anyone else. Their ships were sleek, swift, and deadly, cutting through the sea with an elegance that spoke to centuries of expertise. They controlled the western Mediterranean, their fleets navigating between the coasts of Africa, Spain, and Sicily, trading spices, grain, and silks with far-flung kingdoms. Their empire was built on the power of the sea, and their merchants were as much soldiers as they were traders, each voyage a conquest of its own. But far across the waves, the Romans were rising, and their hunger for power was beginning to spill over into the waters that Carthage ruled. The Romans had learned quickly, their fleets growing stronger and more daring with each passing year. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a passing nuisance. The Romans, eager to expand, began to test the limits of Carthaginian influence, sending ships to trade, to explore, to see what lay beyond their borders. The two cities, both brimming with ambition, brushed against one another like two ships in the night, nothing more than fleeting encounters, unimportant on the grand scale of history. But the sea has a way of carrying more than just goods. It carries ideas, power, and ambition. And as the Romans began to spread their influence, the Carthaginians grew wary. They knew how quickly a small spark could turn into a wildfire. Their hearts beat in time with the rhythm of the waves, a rhythm they had known since the founding of their city. They could not afford to let Rome slip past them, to let this rising force take their place in the Mediterranean. And so, the tension began to grow. At first, it was subtle, a shift in trade routes, a whisper of conflict between merchants, a question of who controlled the seas. But beneath the surface, the current was changing, and soon the whispers became more than just rumors. Carthage and Rome, both children of different lands, stood at the edge of a world that would not be kind to those who could not assert their power. Rome, though younger, had something that Carthage could not ignore: relentless determination. Where the Carthaginians ruled through skill and experience, the Romans ruled through a deep-seated belief that they were destined to become more than just another city-state. The Romans had already begun to grasp the strategic value of controlling the Mediterranean. They had learned how to use the seas to transport armies, to open trade routes, to claim distant lands. Carthage, though powerful, had to recognize that Rome was not a passing storm, it was a force to be reckoned with. The tipping point came when the Romans began to push deeper into territories that Carthage considered its own. The Romans were not just traders, they were conquerors in the making. And when the first skirmish between the two powers occurred over a small but crucial island off the coast of Sicily, the reality of their rivalry could no longer be ignored. The island of Sicily, a jewel in the heart of the Mediterranean, became the stage for their contest. To Carthage, Sicily was a vital stronghold, a place where trade flowed freely, where their influence over the seas could remain unchallenged. To Rome, it was an opportunity, a foothold in the Mediterranean that would allow them to expand, to make their mark. The two cities, once content to coexist, now found themselves staring across the waters at one another, knowing that the future of the Mediterranean was at stake. The tension that had been simmering for years finally erupted in a clash of wills. Carthage, with its experienced sailors and mighty fleet, was confident in its ability to outmaneuver the Romans. But the Romans were no longer just another city-state. They were a rising power, and they fought with a desperation and unity that would forever change the face of the Mediterranean. In the shadow of the mighty Carthaginian ships, the Romans launched their own, clumsy at first, but fueled by an unwavering will. The battle for Sicily raged like a storm, fierce and unforgiving. Each fleet fought not just for control of the island, but for control of their own future. The Romans, despite their lack of experience, fought with an energy that seemed to rise from the depths of their soul. They were outnumbered, outmatched, and yet they pressed forward with the kind of tenacity that came from a people who refused to be defeated. The Carthaginians, proud of their mastery of the seas, were shocked by the Romans' resilience. The battle was long, and the losses were great on both sides, but when the dust settled, it was Rome that emerged victorious. The tides of the Mediterranean had shifted, and Carthage was forced to reckon with the fact that their dominance over the seas was no longer guaranteed. The aftermath was not one of outright war, but of a quiet understanding between the two powers. The Romans had tasted victory, and the Carthaginians knew they could not afford to let their guard down. The two cities, now inextricably linked by their shared struggle for control, would continue to watch one another, their fates tied to the ebb and flow of the Mediterranean. And the sea, which had once carried only trade and goods, now carried the promise of something much more dangerous, a rivalry that would shape the future of the ancient world. The waters between Carthage and Rome had never seemed so small, nor the stakes so high. What had begun as simple trade had now become a battleground, a place where the fates of two great civilizations would be decided. And though the rivalry was only just beginning, it was clear that the course of history was set. Across the waters, the two cities would continue to clash, each fighting to claim their place as the true master of the Mediterranean. The sun hung low over the rolling hills of central Italy, its fading light casting long shadows over the stone-lined roads that led to Rome. On the horizon, the mist from the Tiber River clung to the trees like a secret, a quiet reminder of how far Rome had come in such a short time. They were no longer just a city on the banks of a river, they were a force rising, reaching outward, hungry for power. But the world beyond the Tiber was not theirs yet. And to claim it, they needed to go further, to stretch their reach into lands long dominated by others. Lands that had long been controlled by the Carthaginians. Rome's expansion was not just a march of soldiers and shields. It was a complex, tangled web of alliances, rivalries, and trade routes, all shifting and changing with every passing year. And nowhere was this more evident than in the growing friction with the Etruscans, an ancient people who held sway over the lands between Rome and the seas that had for so long been under Carthaginian control. The Etruscans were not just any tribe, they were a people of wealth and influence, who had built their cities and their fortunes by controlling trade along the Mediterranean. They stood at the crossroads of the ancient world, connecting the rich lands of the east with the growing cities of Italy. Their merchants had long sailed the seas, trading precious metals, ivory, and fine silks. Their fleet, though not as mighty as Carthage's, was formidable in its own right. It was through the Etruscans that the Roman world had first tasted the power of the Mediterranean. And it was the Etruscans who, unknowingly, would push Rome closer to the heart of Carthaginian influence. Rome, in its ambition, could not ignore the Etruscans' dominance over the trade routes that were key to their own growth. The Tiber was no longer enough. The Romans had outgrown their initial borders, hungry to reach the seas where ships laden with wealth sailed daily. But the Etruscans had established their foothold along the coasts of the Tyrrhenian Sea. From there, they controlled the flow of goods that Rome could only dream of. Gold, silver, spices, and slaves, they all passed through Etruscan hands. And the Romans, with their eyes turned to the distant horizon, could see only one way forward. Tensions were rising. The Etruscans, proud of their wealth and influence, began to take notice of the growing Roman presence. It was clear that Rome's ambitions could not be contained by the hills and valleys of their homeland. They sought the sea, and with it, the vast riches that the Etruscans controlled. The Etruscans, reluctant to give up their position of power, could feel the weight of that threat bearing down on them. The Romans, however, were not to be deterred. They were like fire, fierce, unstoppable, and unafraid of the heat they might generate. They sought to make alliances with the smaller tribes and cities, weaving a web of influence that would encircle the Etruscans. The Latin League had already shown the strength of unity, and now the Romans began to move in with carefully calculated precision, sending emissaries, forging bonds with neighboring tribes, and most importantly, staking their claim on the trade routes the Etruscans had once considered their own. The Etruscans, for their part, were not blind to the threat that was emerging. They knew that the Romans, with their tireless ambition, were not a passing wave. The Etruscans had seen great civilizations rise and fall, and they knew that power could not be held forever. Still, they held on to what they had: land, wealth, and influence, and they believed their position would last for many years to come. But that belief was shaken when the Romans, through a series of strategic moves, began to push into territories long considered Etruscan. Cities that had once paid homage to Etruscan power were suddenly turning to Rome for protection, alliance, and trade. What had once been a steady flow of riches to the Etruscans began to trickle, and the Romans, seeing the Etruscans' vulnerability, pressed on. They didn't attack openly, they didn't need to. They simply spread, quietly, and with growing force. The Romans' moves were not always violent. They were tacticians, and they knew that winning the hearts and minds of the people was just as important as the might of their army. They began to offer the Etruscans allies something they could not ignore: security. Protection against the marauding tribes in the north. A promise that their wealth would be safeguarded. A chance to have a voice in the growing power of Rome. Slowly, the Etruscans began to lose their grip, city by city, as Rome's sphere of influence expanded. In the midst of this quiet expansion, Carthage, ever watchful of Rome's movements, grew concerned. The rise of Rome, coupled with their strategic moves into Etruscan trade zones, was beginning to affect the flow of goods into their own empire. The Carthaginians had long relied on their control of the Mediterranean trade routes, and now Rome was infiltrating those very channels. There was no direct conflict, but the growing presence of Rome along the Tyrrhenian coast, near Carthaginian interests, was enough to set alarms ringing in the heart of the Carthaginian city. For the Romans, the Etruscan factor was a sign of their inevitable growth. They were carving a path through the ancient world, and with each new city, each new ally, they were securing their future as a rising power. The Etruscans had been a necessary hurdle in their quest for dominance, but now they had become an obstacle that was quickly fading into the past. Rome had been forged in conflict, but it was through trade, alliances, and strategic brilliance that they were making their mark. As they took the Etruscan cities, they also took control of the wealth that flowed from the Tyrrhenian Sea. They had opened a door to the Mediterranean that they would never close again. And as the Romans spread further into lands once controlled by the Etruscans, their eyes turned once again toward the sea, where Carthage, now alert and wary, watched with growing unease. The stage was being set for a confrontation, one that would echo across the Mediterranean for centuries to come. But for now, it was the Etruscans who would pay the price, as Rome advanced with the quiet, relentless certainty of a river carving its course through the land. The tides of power had shifted, and the Etruscans, caught between Rome and Carthage, would soon find themselves powerless to stop the rising force that was Rome. The air in the room was thick with tension. It wasn't the kind of tension that comes from a noisy battle or the clash of steel. No, this was the kind of quiet, suffocating tension that only comes from the promise of a knife in the back. Rome was no longer just a city clinging to the hills by the Tiber. They were becoming a force that others could no longer ignore, but they weren't quite strong enough to rule the world. Not yet. And so, the Romans played a dangerous game, the only game that would determine whether they would rise to power or fall into oblivion: alliances. But alliances, especially for a growing empire like Rome, were as fickle as the wind, shifting in an instant, changing without warning. You could shake hands in one moment, swear eternal loyalty, and in the next, find yourself staring down the sharp edge of a dagger. This was the reality that Rome faced as they began their march across Italy and beyond. The idea of an alliance with another power was tempting, a way to strengthen their position, but it was always accompanied by the possibility of betrayal. And betrayal, as Rome would come to learn, was a powerful weapon. It wasn't long before Rome found itself entangled in a web of alliances with the neighboring tribes, alliances born of mutual need. Cities and tribes surrounded Rome, some older and wealthier, others eager to see Rome either succeed or fail. The Roman Senate, sharp-eyed and ever watchful, offered promises of protection and shared victories. But promises, as history would show, could easily be broken. And though Rome had learned to trust the strength of its own sword, the greatest danger lay in the unseen blows of betrayal, the kind that came from those closest to you. Take the Etruscans, for example. Once a powerful and proud civilization, they had watched Rome's rise with both suspicion and interest. For a time, the Etruscans had extended a hand to the Romans, hoping that they could be useful in future endeavors. They shared their knowledge of trade, of the seas, and of diplomacy. For a moment, it seemed like a perfect arrangement, with Rome promising to strengthen the Etruscan position and push back the northern tribes. But the Etruscans, blinded by their own pride, failed to see the slow, creeping danger, the ambition that burned behind Rome's polite smiles. As Rome gained strength, the Etruscans began to realize that their place on the Mediterranean was no longer secure. Their trade routes, once untouchable, were now being encroached upon by Rome's growing influence. The alliance they had forged with the Romans had served them well, for a time. But in the end, it was the Romans who saw the Etruscans not as allies, but as obstacles. The first hint of betrayal came not in the form of a battle, but in the quiet negotiations with Rome's neighbors, tribes that the Etruscans had once counted as their own. Without warning, these allies began to slip away from the Etruscan sphere of influence and into Rome's grasp. By the time the Etruscans realized they were alone, it was already too late. But betrayal wasn't always Rome's doing. In fact, sometimes it came from within. The Latin League, a coalition of Latin cities that had once been Rome's closest allies, grew increasingly uneasy as Rome's power grew. At first, the League had been a way to counter the growing strength of the Etruscans, to ensure mutual protection. But as Rome began to expand its borders, the League began to fear the day when their city-states would be swallowed up entirely by Rome's ambition. Suspicion ran high, and there were murmurs of betrayal long before Rome had ever considered acting. One such instance of betrayal came from the city of Tibur, a proud and ancient city in central Italy. For years, Tibur had been a trusted ally of Rome. They had fought battles together, shared in the spoils of victory, and even intermarried to cement the bond. But when Tibur saw the future of Rome stretching out far beyond the borders they had once agreed upon, their leaders began to question whether the Romans would truly honor their pact, or if Rome's rise would come at the expense of their own sovereignty. Tibur made its move one cold winter's night. In a secret meeting, the city leaders agreed to align themselves with the Volscians, a fierce enemy of Rome, hoping to divide Rome's attention and slow their expansion. It was a calculated move, a move that carried with it the weight of Rome's trust betrayed. But betrayal, as Rome knew all too well, is a dangerous game to play. When the Romans discovered the plot, they were furious. But they were also clever, and they had long known that the bonds of trust in the ancient world were fragile. They wasted no time in turning the tables. With swift and decisive action, the Romans marched on Tibur, not just with soldiers, but with the might of their politics. Allies were secured from within the Volscian ranks, and promises of land and riches were offered to those who would turn against Tibur. Within weeks, Tibur found itself not just defeated, but isolated. Betrayal had only ever led to Rome's strengthening. But no betrayal, no matter how sharp, could ever be one-sided. Rome itself was no stranger to the sting of betrayal. For every alliance it forged, there was always the threat that some would turn against them. Carthage, the great power across the seas, was watching closely, knowing that Rome's expansion could threaten their own control of the Mediterranean. For a time, it seemed that Carthage had found an unlikely ally in Rome, a peace built on trade and mutual respect. But beneath the surface, the two were always in competition. Carthage watched Rome's moves with growing suspicion, while Rome saw Carthage as a rival, a threat that could one day crush them if left unchecked. A moment of betrayal was inevitable. When the Carthaginians realized that Rome's expansion into the Etruscan territories was pushing further into the regions they controlled, it was clear a conflict between them could no longer be avoided. Rome, however, was not unprepared for the test of loyalty. With every betrayal, Rome learned, adapted, and grew stronger. Their alliances, once fragile, became more solid as they proved time and again that those who stood with Rome would share in its triumph. Rome's resilience came not only from its legions, but from its ability to weather betrayals, to turn them into fuel for future success. The question of friend or foe became the central theme of Rome's early history. Every alliance made was a potential betrayal waiting to happen. Yet, each betrayal only strengthened the resolve of the Romans. They had learned the bitter taste of broken trust and, in turn, had crafted an empire where trust was earned, not given. The bonds they formed would be tested again and again, but Rome would never back down. For every enemy who betrayed them, there was another who would come to know that Rome would not falter. And with each step forward, the Romans moved closer to the power they would one day claim, an empire built not just on soldiers, but on the careful, dangerous art of alliances forged in the flames of betrayal. The sky above Rome darkened in a way that had not been seen before. The air seemed to vibrate with a heavy, unseen presence. The ancient city, nestled between its hills, was still, unusually still, for the first time in ages. In the heart of the forum, crowds had gathered, murmuring in whispers, unsure of what to make of the strange events unfolding. It was as if the gods themselves had turned their eyes upon the city, sending warnings, omens, signs. The people could feel it in their bones, that something terrible was coming, but they didn't know what. It began with the birds. They had always been a sign, a message from the gods, understood by those wise enough to listen. But this time, it wasn't just one or two strange occurrences, it was as though the heavens had turned against the Romans. In the quiet of the early morning, when the city was still asleep, a dark cloud of crows descended upon the Capitol hill, circling, screeching, a chorus of ominous calls. The Senate, summoned immediately to the temple of Jupiter, gathered in the dim light, their faces drawn with fear. The crows didn't just fly in the usual patterns, they swooped and darted in erratic motions, seemingly drawn to one spot, and then scattered in a wild frenzy. A hush fell over the gathered senators as the augurs, priests skilled in interpreting signs, began their work. They studied the movements, the patterns, but the readings were confusing. According to their rites, such disturbances could be a warning of great upheaval, of war or death, something that would shake Rome to its very foundations. They spoke quietly, but there was no denying the heavy weight of the message. The birds, once mere heralds of fate, had brought with them an unmistakable sense of foreboding. Their dark wings were not the only omen. In the days that followed, strange things kept happening. A thunderstorm, unlike any Rome had ever seen, had rolled in without warning. It was late in the summer, not the season for such tempests. The sky cracked with sharp flashes of lightning, and thunder echoed through the hills like a warning to the city. But this storm was different, it seemed to have a life of its own. It began in the distance, then grew in intensity, moving toward Rome as if driven by some unseen hand. The wind howled, and trees in the city were bent, their branches snapping with unnatural force. It wasn't just a storm. It felt like nature itself was angry, its fury pointed at the heart of the city. At the same time, the soil around the city began to give up strange gifts. Farmers who worked the land in the outskirts of Rome reported that their crops had withered overnight, strange plants pushing through the earth in place of their usual harvest. These were no ordinary plants, some were twisted, dark, and spiked, while others pulsed with an eerie glow. The Romans could not explain it, and many feared the gods had turned their faces from the city, punishing it for some unseen transgression. People turned to their priests, hoping for guidance, but none could offer a clear answer. Yet, the greatest omen was the one that came from the very heart of Rome, its own people. The soldiers, once fiercely loyal and resolute, began to feel the shift in the air. Some started to have dreams, vivid and unsettling, where they saw the city's walls torn down and their enemies marching on their gates. Their leaders spoke of strange whispers in the dark, and at night, the sound of drums could be heard echoing from the hills surrounding the city, though no one could explain where they came from. Some men went mad from fear, while others grew determined, knowing that the omens could not be ignored. In the streets, the usual hustle of commerce seemed muffled, replaced with uneasy glances and hushed words. The tension among the people was palpable. The priests, who had long been the keepers of Rome's faith, were divided. Some called for offerings and sacrifices to appease the gods, believing that the signs were warnings that could be calmed through prayer and devotion. Others were less certain. They spoke of the gods as indifferent to Rome's fate, and some even whispered that the omens were a test, one that would determine whether the city would rise to greatness or fall into ruin. Whatever the truth, the signs could not be ignored. It was then that news came from the farthest reaches of the empire, of strange happenings in the cities surrounding Rome. In the cities of the Etruscans, a growing unease had taken hold. Long-standing alliances with Rome were starting to strain, and whispers of rebellion had begun to echo through the streets. The tribes of the Latin League, who had once supported Rome, were now sending out their own emissaries, eyeing one another with suspicion. Carthage, a distant but powerful force across the seas, was quietly watching, its merchants and spies whispering of Rome's movements. Across the waters, in the land of the Greeks, strange reports had emerged of ill omens as well. In the city of Syracuse, a great fire had broken out, seemingly of its own accord, consuming the heart of the city in a blaze that none could explain. The flames had spread quickly, as if driven by a force beyond human control, and in the smoke, there had been visions of a future torn by war. The Greeks knew that their fate was tied to that of Rome, and as these strange omens piled up, they too began to wonder if the time for peace was over. Rome's people, caught between the warnings of their gods and the growing tension among their neighbors, could not ignore the growing threat. The omen seemed clear: a great war was coming, one that would shake the very foundations of the ancient world. It was as though the city itself had been marked by fate, chosen for a destiny far greater than anyone could understand. And yet, there was no certainty, only fear and anticipation. The Senate convened, and for the first time in years, their debate was not over strategy or expansion, but over the looming shadows of war. The city, once so secure, now seemed fragile, its walls no longer sturdy protection, its armies no longer invincible. The signs were there, hidden in the flight of birds, the fury of the storms, the twisted plants, and the whispers of rebellion on every side. The people of Rome, once proud and confident, now stood at the edge of a precipice, gazing into the abyss. They had heard the warnings. They had seen the signs. The gods had spoken, but their messages were as unclear as they were ominous. The question was not whether war would come, but whether Rome was ready to face it. The blood of their ancestors, their triumphs, and their defeats, all of it had led to this moment. The omens had foretold a great storm rising on the horizon. It was only a matter of time before it would break. The air around Rome was heavy, thick with the tension of what was about to unfold. The streets were still, but within the hearts of the people, there was a storm brewing. It wasn't just the whispers of omens that had stirred the city, it was the growing realization that something was about to change forever. In the distance, across the sea, the island of Sicily stood like a silent, unresolved question, its shores a battleground waiting to be claimed. Sicily had always been a jewel in the Mediterranean, a place of riches and power. It was a land that had long been coveted by many, and its position between the two great powers of Rome and Carthage made it the center of an inevitable clash. Rome, with its young, restless ambition, and Carthage, with its age-old dominance over the seas, both saw the island as crucial to their future. It began with small disputes, insignificant by themselves but growing in intensity with each passing month. Roman ships, once simple vessels for trade, had begun to appear off the shores of Sicily. They came bearing goods, but they were also a sign Rome's influence was expanding, and with it, the inevitable friction with Carthage. The Carthaginian traders and their navy, who had controlled the western parts of the island for years, were not blind to what was happening. They watched with increasing concern as Roman legions gathered along their southern coasts, fortifying their presence, building alliances with the native Sicilian tribes, and slowly pushing Carthaginian forces into a corner. At first, the leaders of Rome's Senate debated. Was it wise to challenge the might of Carthage over an island that was not their own? Could they risk everything for such a distant land? The soldiers in the streets could feel the doubt, but they also felt something else, something more dangerous: hope. There were those among them who believed that to make their mark in the world, they had to step beyond their borders, beyond the safety of their city. They were drawn by the allure of power, the hunger for glory, and Sicily seemed the perfect prize. But the dispute over the island didn't start with the Romans or the Carthaginians. It started with the locals, the people of Sicily. Divided between rival factions, some aligned with Rome, others with Carthage, and still others who preferred to remain neutral, the island had always been a patchwork of competing interests. The heart of Sicily was a place of constant tension, where every tribe and city-state sought to assert its own power, its own identity. Each year, the factions vied for dominance, and each year, the island became a more valuable piece in the chess game being played by the great powers. Then, one day, a Carthaginian fleet sailed into the bay of a Sicilian city, Massalia, their ships cutting through the water like a blade. The people watched in silence as the black-sailed vessels anchored off the coast, carrying with them the weight of a promise. A promise that Carthage would stand its ground. But Rome, too, had made its move, sending soldiers across the sea to aid the city's enemies. A pattern had begun to emerge. Rome was no longer a quiet observer. They were an active participant, a rising force that had no intention of being left behind. The air around Rome was now electric with the tension of what had begun. The Senate convened to discuss Sicily, and the room was filled with words that were sharp and cutting. They spoke of honor, of protecting their allies, of securing the island's rich resources. Some senators, more cautious, warned against provoking Carthage too quickly, understanding that they were no longer the sole dominant power in the region. Others, swept up in the fervor of Roman pride, argued that it was time to strike, a bold, powerful move that would establish Rome's place in the Mediterranean once and for all. And so, as the leaders debated and the Senate struggled with its choices, the people of Rome could feel the winds of fate turning. The soldiers, too, knew what was coming. They were no longer just defenders of Rome's walls. They were the new faces of Roman ambition, the ones who would carry their city's reach beyond its borders and into the heart of foreign lands. They trained harder, their swords flashing in the sunlight, their minds fixed on the thought of battle. Across the water, Carthage too was preparing. Their ships lined the docks, their leaders staring out into the horizon, knowing that the Romans were coming. Carthage had once been a mighty empire, its navy unrivaled on the seas. They had expanded through trade, through conquest, through diplomacy. But Rome's rise was unstoppable. They had tasted the fruits of war, and now they wanted more. Carthage understood what was at stake. Sicily was not just a place to defend, it was a symbol of power, a symbol of everything they had built. To lose it to Rome was to lose their identity. The stage was set. The island of Sicily, with its fertile lands and strategic ports, would be the battleground. The first clash was inevitable. Rome had already made its mark, and Carthage had been forced to respond. The soldiers who stood ready on both sides didn't just carry weapons, they carried the weight of their city's dreams. Roman soldiers were driven by an idea, by the belief that their city's destiny was one of dominance. They fought not just for land, but for honor, for the future. The Carthaginian soldiers, too, fought with everything they had, knowing that their city's survival depended on protecting this valuable island. And so, the first sparks of war flew. The fleets clashed on the waters, the sound of iron on iron ringing out, echoing across the seas. The earth trembled beneath the heavy boots of soldiers marching toward their fates. The people of Sicily, caught between the powers, watched as the battle raged, unsure of who would emerge victorious. What started as a dispute over the control of Sicily was no longer just a fight for an island, it was the beginning of something far greater, something that would change the course of history. Rome's boldness and Carthage's refusal to back down had set in motion a conflict that would echo through the ages. And with each passing day, the winds carried the promise of war, one that would mark the dawn of a new era. As the battle cries echoed across the hills and the clash of swords reverberated through the air, there was a quiet but palpable tension hanging over the soldiers, something beyond strategy, beyond the steel and blood of the war. It was a force unseen but deeply felt, as if the gods themselves were watching, waiting to choose their champions. In Rome, before they set out for war, the legions had gathered in the grand temple to offer sacrifices to Mars, the god of war. The priests, robed in white, raised their arms to the sky, invoking the mighty god's favor. It wasn't just a ritual, it was a sacred plea. The soldiers, their hearts pounding with the fervor of the upcoming battle, knelt with their heads bowed, asking Mars to grant them the strength to conquer. The scent of incense filled the air, mingling with the prayers of men who had no doubt that their cause was righteous. They weren't just fighting for land or power, they were fighting for Rome's destiny. They believed that Mars himself walked beside them, that his strength would guide their swords. But across the sea, in the heart of Carthage, the situation was no less tense. The Carthaginians had gathered their own armies, but before the banners were raised, they too turned to their gods. To Baal-Hamon, the great protector of their city, and to Tanit, the goddess of fertility and love, they made offerings. They sought divine protection for their ships and soldiers, hoping that the gods would bless them with victory. Carthage, after all, had stood for centuries, its power built upon the favor of the gods. If Mars was with Rome, then Baal-Hamon must stand with Carthage. The gods weren't just figments of the imagination, they were real, tangible forces, woven into the fabric of everyday life. Every victory, every defeat, was seen as a sign of divine will. Soldiers believed that the gods' hands shaped the outcome of battle. The first clash came under a sky thick with clouds, as the Roman and Carthaginian forces met on the rocky shores of Sicily. The earth shook beneath the marching of legions and the thundering of Carthaginian war elephants. As the two sides collided, a strange calm seemed to fall over the soldiers, as if the air itself had thickened with anticipation. A lone Roman soldier, bloodied and weary, swung his sword with all his might at an enemy Carthaginian. In that moment, just as the blade met its mark, a flash of lightning split the sky above him. The soldier's heart raced as he looked up. Was it a sign from Mars? Had the god of war sent his blessing? The heavens seemed to speak, and the soldiers, both Roman and Carthaginian, paused for a split second, the ground trembling beneath them as if the gods themselves had moved. It was only a brief pause in the chaos of battle, but it would forever be etched in the minds of those who lived through it. As the war raged on, each battle seemed to be marked by strange occurrences, omens that spoke of divine favor. Rome, with its powerful legions and sharp discipline, claimed victory after victory, but the men always returned to their temples, offering thanks to Mars, believing that his hand had guided them. But Carthage was no stranger to the power of the gods. The sight of the war elephants, seemingly indestructible, charging down Roman lines, was seen as a manifestation of Baal-Hamon's might. The Carthaginians, confident in their god's protection, fought with fierce determination, feeling the spirit of their ancestors in every swing of their swords. They believed their gods would never abandon them, that their empire was too ancient and powerful to fall. Then, as the battles continued to unfold, something began to shift. In the heat of a particularly bloody confrontation near the coast of Sicily, as the Roman forces pushed their way through Carthaginian lines, a young soldier named Titus stood among his comrades. He had heard the stories, the legends of how the gods guided the fate of men. He had felt it in his bones. This war wasn't just about victory or defeat. It was a struggle between the very wills of the gods. Mars, Baal-Hamon, Tanit, and all the forgotten gods of the ancient world were watching, each seeking to crown their champions. Titus, in the middle of the madness, found himself face to face with an opposing Carthaginian officer. Their eyes locked, and for just a moment, it was as if time stood still. The world of soldiers and blood faded away, and in that instant, Titus felt the weight of destiny pressing down upon him. It wasn't just about his sword or his skill, it was about the gods and their choice. He raised his sword with one final prayer to Mars, calling upon the god to lend him his strength. And in that moment, his blade struck true, cutting down the Carthaginian officer with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. For days after the battle, Titus couldn't shake the feeling that Mars had been at his side, guiding his arm, his every move. It was more than just a victory. It felt like a sign. The gods had chosen Rome. Or at least, that was what the men began to believe. But the Carthaginians were no less convinced of their god's favor. After each defeat, their leaders would stand before their armies, rallying them with promises that Baal-Hamon would not abandon them. The gods had tested them, but they would not fail. And each time, their resolve only grew stronger. The Carthaginian army began to believe that this was a trial, a test of their faith, and they would not falter. Yet, even as the gods seemed to favor Rome in battle after battle, the winds of fate shifted in strange and unpredictable ways. Just when the Romans thought they had secured their victory, a sudden storm would rise, turning the tides. One battle in particular, on the waters just off the coast of Sicily, had been the Romans to win. Their navy had the upper hand. But as the two fleets prepared for the final clash, dark clouds gathered, and the winds howled with a fierce intensity. The Roman ships struggled against the storm, their sails torn and their course thrown off. It was then that the Carthaginian fleet, once on the brink of defeat, found its strength renewed. The gods, it seemed, had spoken once more. The storm raged on, pushing the Carthaginian ships forward, while the Roman fleet was scattered, forced to retreat into the merciless waves. For the Carthaginians, it was a divine blessing, a sign that Baal-Hamon had not abandoned them after all. For the Romans, it was a bitter lesson: gods and fate could not always be controlled, no matter how strong your legions were or how much you believed. And so, as the war raged on, the soldiers of both sides fought with the weight of their gods behind them. They prayed, they sacrificed, and they fought with everything they had, believing that the gods would take sides. In the end, it wasn't just the swords that would decide the outcome, it was the gods themselves, watching from above, weighing the hearts of men. The sound of the waves crashing against the hulls of Roman ships echoed through the air as the men braced themselves for what they knew would be a battle like no other. The Mediterranean stretched out before them, a vast expanse of water that had been a silent witness to the rise and fall of empires. But now, it was about to bear witness to the clash of two great powers, Rome and Carthage, fighting for control of Sicily, a prize neither side could afford to lose. The Roman fleet, newly assembled and untested in battle, lined up in neat rows. The soldiers, their hearts pounding with fear and excitement, looked out at the dark horizon. The Carthaginian navy was far larger, more experienced, and more powerful. They had ruled the seas for years, their ships gliding across the waters like predators stalking their prey. Rome, on the other hand, had always been a land-based power. But now, with the conflict over Sicily heating up, they had no choice but to build a fleet that could stand against Carthage's naval might. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the waters, but it did little to calm the nerves of the Roman sailors. They were about to face their first true test on the open sea. And despite their growing confidence on land, they knew this was a different world, one where the ocean's fury could swallow them whole if they weren't careful. But the men who stood on the decks weren't just thinking about the battle that lay ahead. They were thinking about their homes, their families, and the future of Rome itself. They were thinking about their place in history. As the wind whipped through the rigging of the ships, the Carthaginian fleet came into view. Their ships were sleek and fast, built for speed and maneuverability. The Carthaginians were experts at naval warfare, their crews seasoned by years of sailing the Mediterranean. They knew the waters like the back of their hands, and they were confident in their superiority. But there was something in the air, something that the Romans could feel but couldn't explain. It was as if the winds themselves were shifting, carrying with them a promise of something more. The two fleets met in the middle of the sea, the waters churning as the ships collided. The Romans, with their newfound naval tactics, fought back with surprising strength. They were outnumbered, but they fought with a fury that came from deep within. The soldiers who had once only known the grind of battle on land were now learning the brutal dance of naval combat. Their ships, although still clumsy compared to the Carthaginian vessels, carried a raw determination that their enemies had underestimated. As the clash continued, the Roman ships slowly began to make their mark. They fought with a strategy that caught the Carthaginians off guard, using their ships as floating fortresses rather than relying on speed. The Romans had designed a clever innovation, a massive boarding bridge called the corvus. When a Roman ship would come alongside a Carthaginian vessel, the corvus would drop, allowing Roman soldiers to storm the enemy ship with their heavy armor and overwhelming numbers. The Carthaginians, accustomed to agile maneuvering, were unprepared for this kind of warfare. The Romans had turned their weakness into strength, and with each clash, the tide began to shift in their favor. The Carthaginian fleet, so confident in their dominance of the seas, was now reeling from the unexpected strength of the Roman navy. The battle raged for hours, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the sounds of men screaming as they fell into the sea. The waves, once calm, were now churned by the chaos of war, their blue depths hiding the bodies of those who would never return to their homes. The ocean, which had once seemed so vast and untouchable, now felt like a battlefield in itself, with both fleets fighting not only for victory but for survival. In the midst of the turmoil, the Roman soldiers held on to their faith with unwavering conviction. The gods had given them the strength to face the unknown, and they would not let that strength falter now. Each Roman ship was a symbol of hope, a symbol of the empire that was just beginning to stretch its arms across the Mediterranean. Their victory would not just be a military conquest, it would be a statement. A statement that Rome could rise above its limits and stand on equal footing with the great powers of the ancient world. The Carthaginian ships, once proud and confident, began to fall one by one, their sailors either captured or thrown into the depths of the sea. For the Romans, every victory felt like a small miracle. The battle that had seemed so hopeless at the start was now turning in their favor. And with each Carthaginian ship that sank, the belief in Roman invincibility grew stronger. The gods were with them. But it wasn't just a battle of strength. It was a battle of resolve. The Romans had everything to prove. The Carthaginians had underestimated them, but they weren't ready for the heart of Rome. The soldiers, battered and bloodied, refused to give in. They fought not just for Sicily, but for something greater, for the future of their people, their families, and their city. The Roman legions, once thought of as nothing more than a land-based force, were carving their place on the sea. As the last Carthaginian ship went down, the Roman fleet let out a cheer that rang across the waters. It wasn't just a sound of triumph, it was the sound of a new Rome being born. The Romans had not only defeated their enemies on the battlefield, they had proven to themselves that they could rise to any challenge, no matter how impossible it seemed. The war for Sicily was far from over, but Rome had struck a decisive blow. And in that moment, they knew they had taken their first step toward something much larger. The sea, once a vast and unknown enemy, had become a symbol of their power and their destiny. As the men sailed back to Rome, their hearts filled with pride, the winds shifted once again. The waters that had once felt so daunting now seemed to carry them home, and the Roman fleet sailed onward, ready for the next challenge, with the strength of the gods and the strength of Rome at their backs. The war for Sicily had only just begun, but one thing was clear: the Roman maritime force was born that day, and with it, a new chapter in history. The sound of boots on dry earth echoed through the narrow streets of Carthage, a steady rhythm that mirrored the pulse of the city itself. It was the sound of a people on edge, waiting for the storm that was sure to come. In the shadow of the great city's walls, men from every corner of the known world gathered, soldiers for hire, mercenaries bound by nothing but coin. They had no loyalty to Carthage. They owed allegiance to no gods, no kings, no nations. Their loyalty was to the highest bidder. Carthage, with its sprawling trade empire and wealth drawn from the riches of the Mediterranean, had long relied on mercenaries to fight its wars. It was a city built on the backs of strangers, men from distant lands, whose faces and tongues were foreign to the people of the city. They were warriors, hired not for their love of Carthage, but for the promise of gold. To the Carthaginian leaders, they were a necessary evil, a force that could be bought and commanded, as long as the money flowed. But even the brightest of gold could not buy the kind of loyalty that would withstand the horrors of war. One by one, These men of many nations gathered in Carthage, a swelling tide of soldiers who would fill the ranks of the city's army. There were Libyans, Gauls, Iberians, Numidians, and even Greeks, all drawn to the city by the promise of riches and glory. They were hardened men, accustomed to the brutality of battle, but they were not Carthaginians. Their hearts did not beat for the city, nor did their lives belong to the great city-state. They fought for survival, for a coin, for a chance to return home wealthy and proud. They were tools in a war, nothing more. And yet, as they gathered, the city itself seemed to tremble with the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The leaders of Carthage, proud and self-assured, looked upon this army of hired hands as the solution to their problems. But what they could not see, or perhaps chose to ignore, was the inevitable danger of relying on men who had no stake in the outcome. The first signs of trouble came quietly, almost unnoticed. A few murmurs among the mercenaries, a subtle shift in their attitudes. It was a resentment born not from Carthage's enemies, but from within. These men, who had been promised gold and glory, were beginning to see the truth. They were nothing more than pawns in a game of power. And like all pawns, they could be discarded at any moment. The betrayal came swiftly. One night, as the moon hung high and silent in the sky, a cry rang out from the heart of Carthage's camp. The mercenaries, who had once stood together with pride, now turned on their masters. The sound of steel scraping against steel, the clash of iron against iron, filled the air as the mercenaries turned their weapons on the Carthaginian commanders who had so carefully courted their allegiance. The city that had once been so sure of its power now felt the weight of its own choices. The cause of the betrayal was simple: money. Promises had been broken. Gold that had been promised was withheld, and the mercenaries, who had already given so much of their blood, saw that there was no future for them in Carthage. They were expendable. And they knew it. The night was filled with chaos, as mercenaries ran through the streets of Carthage, looting, fighting, and seeking vengeance for the betrayal they had suffered. In the aftermath, the city was left reeling. The streets, once vibrant with the energy of traders and warriors alike, were now a shadow of their former selves. The mercenaries had taken what they could and left, and the Carthaginians were left to rebuild their shattered trust. But the damage was done. The cracks had begun to show. The city that had once prided itself on its strength now found itself weakened by its own dependence on hired soldiers. Carthage, in its desperation, turned to its other alliances for support. The city, surrounded by the many powers of the Mediterranean, now saw its own vulnerability. The leaders who had once led with certainty now found themselves questioning their decisions, the taste of betrayal lingering bitterly in their mouths. They had relied on mercenaries, but now they knew that trust was something that could not be bought. The rise of internal strife only deepened the wounds. As the city struggled to recover from the chaos within its own walls, the people began to question the very foundation of Carthage's power. How long could they rely on hired hands? How much longer could they pretend that their city was invincible when so much of their strength came from the outside? The cracks were no longer subtle. They were glaring, impossible to ignore. The betrayal of the mercenaries was not just a moment of bloodshed in the streets, it was a turning point for Carthage itself. The city had built its empire on the back of trade and conquest, relying on the strength of others to fuel its ambitions. But in that moment, Carthage had learned a painful lesson: loyalty cannot be bought. And even the strongest empire could crumble when its foundation was made of nothing but hired hands. As the mercenaries faded into the shadows of the Mediterranean, their betrayal left a mark on Carthage that would never be erased. The city's leaders, once proud and unshaken, now found themselves questioning their every move. In the wake of the betrayal, the people of Carthage began to wonder, could they ever truly rely on those who had no stake in their city's future? And, more importantly, could they ever trust again? The mercenaries had come to Carthage with the promise of riches, but they had left with something far more valuable: knowledge of the city's weakness. They had seen the cracks in the armor, and they had exploited them with ruthless precision. Carthage, in its haste to expand its empire, had neglected the one thing that truly mattered: the loyalty of its people. The betrayal, like the burning of a bridge, could never be undone. The mercenaries had left their mark on Carthage, and as the years passed, the city would struggle to rebuild what had been broken. The lessons learned in the chaos of that night would echo throughout the years, reminding the people of Carthage that trust was not something to be taken lightly. In the end, it was not the power of gold, nor the strength of an army, that would decide the fate of Carthage. It was loyalty. And Carthage had lost it, piece by piece, when it had relied on the wrong hands. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a fiery glow over the distant horizon as the winds of war blew fiercely across the Mediterranean. On the shores of Africa, in a land where the scent of salt water mixed with the ever-present dust of the battlefield, a man stood tall, his heart driven by a singular purpose. His name was Regulus, a Roman consul who had once been a symbol of Rome's unwavering resolve. Now, he was facing a fate that would echo through history, a story of heroism and tragedy that would be whispered for generations to come. Regulus was a man of iron will, born to lead, born to fight. His eyes, fierce and unyielding, had seen countless battles, each one a testament to his devotion to Rome and its eternal greatness. He had earned his place among the greatest warriors of the Republic, and yet, as he looked out over the battlefield, he knew that this battle, the Battle of the Aegates, is unlike any he had fought before. The winds of fortune had shifted, and the heart of the Roman army was about to be tested in ways that would tear at the very soul of its leaders. It began when Regulus and his men found themselves trapped in Carthage's iron grip. His forces had been beaten, and he, along with his soldiers, was captured. Bound and helpless, the mighty consul now stood in the hands of his enemies. His fate, once assured, now rested on the whims of the Carthaginian leaders. They saw an opportunity in his capture, an opportunity to strike a blow against Rome's pride. They offered a bargain. Regulus could return to Rome to plead for peace, but only if he agreed to a dangerous mission, one that would test not just his courage but his integrity. The message was clear: if Regulus could convince Rome to surrender, his life would be spared. If not, he would die, a martyr to his cause. But what the Carthaginians didn't anticipate was the unyielding spirit of the Roman consul. Regulus, who had spent his life in service to Rome, was not one to bow before threats, no matter how dire. He knew the heart of Rome would never agree to surrender. In that moment, a decision was made. He would go back to Rome, but he would not plead for peace. Instead, he would return as a symbol of defiance, a symbol of Roman honor, even in the face of death. As Regulus sailed across the seas, the weight of his decision settled heavily on him. He had come to represent the indomitable spirit of Rome, an unshakable belief in victory, no matter the odds. But in the quiet moments aboard the ship, he could not ignore the looming shadow of what awaited him. He had no illusions about the fate that awaited him in Rome. His journey was not to secure peace, but to strengthen the resolve of his people to fight on, even against the might of Carthage. When he arrived in Rome, his heart must have heavy, but his mind was clear. He was a man of honor, and he knew that even if it meant his death, he had to stay true to the ideals of Rome. His plea to the Senate was not one for surrender, but one that would strengthen the resolve of his people. His words were a clarion call: Rome does not fear death. Rome fears nothing. We will never bend before Carthage. Fight with all your might, for we fight for our honor, for the glory of Rome. And yet, as he spoke those words, deep within, Regulus knew what awaited him. He could never return to Carthage, not as a man of honor. The Carthaginians had no intention of keeping their promise. He was no longer a free man, he was a prisoner, bound by his own honor. The Senate responded as he expected: Rome would not yield. The Carthaginians, furious that Regulus had defied their offer, had him returned to their city. In an act that would seal his fate, the Carthaginians decided to make an example of Regulus. His once proud frame, so strong in battle, now stood broken before them. The price for defiance was high, and it was a price Regulus was ready to pay. The streets of Carthage were silent as the soldiers marched Regulus through the city, leading him toward the place of execution. His heart was steady, his mind sharp, as he passed the walls that had once been so distant. The faces of those he passed, however, were filled with fear, pity, and awe. Regulus had been a hero, a man of such strength and valor that even in his captivity, his name was spoken with reverence. But now, he was to die. His fate was sealed, not by the edge of a sword or the hand of a Carthaginian general, but by the weight of his own resolve. As he stood before the altar, the Carthaginians offered him one final chance. They would spare his life, they said, if he would simply betray his own people, plead for mercy, and promise peace. Regulus's answer was immediate, unwavering, and heart-stirring: "I would rather die as a free man than live in dishonor." And so it was. The Carthaginians, in a cruel twist of fate, showed the world how deeply they could wound Rome. Regulus was bound and tortured, his final moments a testament to the unyielding spirit of a man who would never, ever bow to his enemies. His death was a victory for Carthage, but it was a far greater victory for the spirit of Rome. The story of Regulus did not end with his death, though. His name lived on in the hearts of his countrymen. His sacrifice became a symbol of Roman courage, a legend that would carry Rome through the darkest of days. His death was not in vain. It inspired countless Romans to fight with renewed vigor, to honor the memory of their fallen hero, and to never forget the lessons learned in his sacrifice. Regulus's story was one of heroism, of the power of honor, and of the tragic consequences of loyalty to a city that demanded everything of its heroes. In his death, he gave the greatest gift any man could give, the strength to carry on the fight, no matter the cost. The city of Carthage lay in ruins, the once great walls now broken and charred, the proud buildings reduced to rubble. The air was thick with the smell of burnt stone and decay. In the distance, the Mediterranean Sea stretched out, as calm and indifferent as ever, while the city around it groaned in the agony of its defeat. Carthage had been crushed, its heart torn from its chest by the ferocious hand of Rome. But even in the face of such overwhelming destruction, the spirit of Carthage refused to die. From the ashes, a new beginning was forced into existence. The people of Carthage gathered in the remains of their homeland, their faces marked by grief, their eyes burning with the fire of defiance. They were broken, but not defeated. The Romans had left their mark, but they had not silenced the soul of the city. There was work to be done, and though the pain was still fresh, it was time to rebuild. Yet, amid the labor of reconstruction, a bitter resentment simmered beneath the surface. Carthage had been humiliated. The war had torn through every part of life, leaving scars deeper than the craters in the earth. The Romans, though victorious, had taken their toll. The punishment they meted out after the final surrender was not just physical but deeply personal. Carthage's lands had been ravaged, its treasures seized, and its future forced into servitude under the crushing weight of the treaty. The survivors, those who had managed to escape the destruction, worked tirelessly to rebuild their homes, but the bitterness of their defeat was a constant shadow. Every stone laid felt like a reminder of the cost of their loss. They had to rebuild not just their city, but their pride. The people spoke in hushed tones about the Romans. They cursed the day the war began, and they whispered about the fate of their city's leaders who had been carried off to the heart of the enemy's land, their dignity stripped away. The Romans had taken everything, except the resolve of the Carthaginian people. That, it seemed, could not be taken by force. In the quiet of the night, when the construction had paused, and the workers had returned to their homes, the resentment found its voice. "We will rise again," they said. "Rome cannot keep us down forever." It was a vow, spoken softly at first, but it grew louder with each passing day. The Romans had tried to crush them, but Carthage's spirit was like the sea itself, unpredictable, relentless, and powerful. The city would rebuild, and though the cost had been great, the fire in the hearts of its people was now burning hotter than ever. The wounds from the war were fresh, and yet, Carthage began to show signs of recovery. The city was alive with the sound of hammers and chisels, of workers reassembling their homes from the rubble, of merchants returning to trade, and soldiers gathering to regroup. But the recovery wasn't just physical. The people of Carthage had to rebuild something far more fragile: trust. Trust in their own strength. Trust in their leaders. Trust that they could one day stand tall again. They had to rebuild their pride, too, and that meant confronting the shame of defeat. The scars left by the war weren't just on the land, but etched into the hearts of every man and woman who had lived through it. The Romans had taken their empire, their cities, their homes, and their future. They had even taken their gods. Rome had forced the Carthaginians to surrender, to bend their knee, to watch as their once great empire crumbled beneath the weight of an unstoppable force. But amidst the ruins, the people of Carthage had come to understand something: defeat was not the end. It was only the beginning of something new. In the years following the war, Carthage slowly began to recover, not just from the physical devastation, but from the humiliation that had been so deeply entrenched in their souls. Slowly, leaders emerged from the shadows of their city's destruction, men and women who carried the hopes of a broken people, who were determined to see their city rise from the ashes. But as much as they worked to restore their city, they could not erase the bitterness that lay like a poison in the veins of Carthage. The resentment that had been born from their suffering began to take on a life of its own. The people were no longer willing to accept their fate. They had been betrayed, humiliated, and crushed, but they would not forget it. Whispers filled the streets, rumors of revenge, of reclaiming their lost glory. Those who had been in power before the war spoke of the day when Carthage would be great again. Those who had seen the horrors of defeat wanted nothing more than to tear down what had been built by their enemies. The pain of loss was an ever-present force, and it would not be ignored. Some said that the gods themselves had abandoned Carthage, leaving it vulnerable to Rome's unrelenting attack. Others believed that the gods had not abandoned them at all, but that they had merely been waiting for the moment when the people of Carthage would rise again, stronger than before. As the city rebuilt, the people spoke of reawakening their gods, of calling upon the spirits of their ancestors to help them reclaim what had been taken. The rebuilding of Carthage was not just about the physical labor, it was about reclaiming their identity. They had lost everything, but they would not lose their sense of who they were. In the shadows of the city, the resentment burned brighter with each passing day, and the desire for revenge began to grow. Carthage would rebuild, but it would do so with a purpose. This time, it was not just about survival, it was about vengeance. And so, amid the rising walls and the restoration of old streets, the people of Carthage carried with them a dark secret: the bitterness of defeat had not faded. It had become a part of their identity, a fire that would one day ignite again. The rebuilding of Carthage was not just a return to normalcy, it was the first step toward a future where the city would stand tall again, not as a defeated power, but as a force that would never again bow to its enemies. As the years passed, the Roman influence on Carthage became more visible, but so did the scars of the war. The people of Carthage would rebuild their city and their pride, but they would never forget what had been taken from them. The dust of defeat still clung to the streets of Carthage, its sting a constant reminder of what had been lost. The city, broken and bruised, was rebuilding from the ashes of the war, but the memory of its shame never fully faded. The people were bruised, their pride battered, and their spirits fractured. Carthage had fallen before the might of Rome, and in the quiet nights, whispers of revenge filled the air. But from the depths of that defeat, there rose a vow, a promise, made by a man whose name would forever echo in the annals of history. Hamilcar Barca stood before the altar, his face a mask of quiet determination. His hands, calloused from years of war, gripped the edge of the stone as he gazed up at the sky, as if searching for the gods themselves. The stars above were silent, but in his heart there was a fire. He had seen the destruction of his city. He had watched as his people had been crushed under the weight of Rome's unyielding force. His family had lost everything: status, land, wealth. But he had lost more than that. He had lost the honor of his people, the legacy of Carthage. And that, more than anything, was what he swore to reclaim. "I swear on my life," Hamilcar whispered, his voice low but fierce. "I will make them pay. Rome will not have the last word. Carthage will rise again, and when it does, it will be the Romans who tremble before us." The vow he made that night would become the foundation of his life. It would shape the future of Carthage and set the stage for a battle that would echo through the centuries. For Hamilcar, there could be no peace until Rome had been repaid for the pain it had inflicted. No matter the cost. He knew what he had to do. The people of Carthage had been weakened, their spirits drained. But Hamilcar was not a man who would let his city fade into obscurity. He had seen the strength of Rome firsthand, and he knew that to defeat it, Carthage would need to rebuild, not just its walls and armies, but its very soul. Hamilcar turned his back to the altar, the flames casting long shadows across the stone. He left the sacred ground, and as he did, the weight of his vow pressed upon him like a mantle he could never remove. He would raise an army that would strike fear into the heart of Rome. But this was no mere revenge, this was the restoration of Carthage's honor. This was the legacy he would leave behind. His first move was a subtle one, almost unnoticed by the world. He began to gather his supporters in secret, men and women who shared his vision for a stronger Carthage. The whispers of his growing strength spread slowly at first, but as the years passed, they grew louder. He wasn't just raising an army, he was raising a new spirit within Carthage. The pride of the people began to return, fueled by Hamilcar's unwavering determination. But Hamilcar knew that to defeat Rome, he would need more than just passion. He needed soldiers. And he needed them in numbers so great that the Romans would have no choice but to take notice. So, he turned to the south, where the desert met the Mediterranean, to recruit from the fierce tribes of Africa. These were warriors who had never known defeat, men whose loyalty could be bought with gold, but whose respect could only be earned by blood. For years, Hamilcar campaigned in the wilds of Africa, forging alliances with the Berber tribes. He offered them gold and power in exchange for their swords, and in return, they gave him their undying loyalty. Slowly, he built an army unlike any Carthage had seen before, an army that was hungry for battle, forged in the fires of hatred for Rome. But it wasn't just the soldiers who were drawn to Hamilcar. The promise of vengeance called to the hearts of Carthage's greatest generals, men who had fought in the war and tasted the bitterness of defeat. They rallied around him, knowing that this was their chance to restore what had been lost. As the army grew, so did Hamilcar's power. His fame spread like wildfire, and even in the heart of Rome, they began to whisper his name in fear. They knew that a new storm was brewing, one that could rip through the fabric of their empire. But even as they feared him, they underestimated him. They thought him a man driven by emotion, blinded by the loss of his city. But they did not see the cunning, the strategic brilliance that lay beneath his rage. Hamilcar was not a man who would fight blindly. He was patient, and he knew that the key to Carthage's resurgence lay in careful planning. He would build his power slowly, methodically, and when the time was right, he would strike. He would make Rome regret ever setting foot on Carthaginian soil. And so, he waited. Year after year, he built his army, gathered his allies, and watched as Rome grew ever more arrogant in its power. Every victory they won, every expansion of their empire, only made Hamilcar's resolve stronger. He was not blind to the strength of Rome, but he believed, with every fiber of his being, that they had underestimated the will of a people who had been broken, but not beaten. But Hamilcar's life was not just about war. It was about legacy. He had sons, and he saw in them the future of Carthage, the future that he had vowed to secure. He trained them in the art of war, just as he had been trained. He raised them with the same burning desire for vengeance, for the restoration of their family's honor, for the restoration of Carthage. As the years passed, the Barca family grew in strength. Hamilcar's sons, Hannibal, Hasdrubal, and Mago, learned the ways of war under their father's watchful eye. They knew what it meant to fight, not just for power, but for something deeper, for the honor of their people, for the memory of those who had fallen, and for the vengeance that would one day be theirs. It was Hamilcar's dream to see Carthage rise again. But more than that, it was his legacy, to see his sons lead the charge, to see the pride of Carthage restored, and to know that Rome, in all its arrogance, would one day be made to pay for the destruction it had wrought. But Hamilcar knew that his time was running out. He could feel the weight of his years pressing on him, but he would not rest until he had completed his vow. He would not let Rome have the final victory. Not while his son still lived. Not while Carthage still had a future. The war for Carthage's honor was far from over, and Hamilcar, with his heart full of vengeance, would see it through to the end, even if it meant his own life. In the silence of the night, as his army trained beneath the stars, Hamilcar stood tall. His vow to avenge Carthage had been made, and it would be fulfilled. The fire in his heart burned brighter than ever, and he knew that no matter what it cost, no matter how long it took, Carthage would one day be great again. And Rome would never forget the name of Hamilcar Barca. The wind howled across the barren hills as a young boy stood at the edge of the cliff, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The world seemed so vast, so full of possibilities. His small hands clenched into fists, and though his body was still that of a child, there was a fire in his chest that could not be ignored. His name was Hannibal, and he was destined to shape the fate of nations. He had only been a boy when he first heard the stories of his father's exploits. Hamilcar Barca, a name that rang through the halls of Carthage like the sound of thunder. A man who had raised an army from the sands of Africa, fought for the honor of Carthage, and sworn to make Rome pay for its insolence. Hannibal had heard the promise his father made that night in the temple, the vow to avenge the fall of their city. But it was not just the weight of that promise that shaped him. It was the fire in his father's eyes, the unyielding determination that had burned in every word he spoke. The boy could see it still, that fire, glowing in the dark of his memories. Hamilcar was not a man to forget, and his son would not be a man to forgive. From the moment Hannibal could walk, he had been trained for war. His father had seen in him a spark, an instinct for battle that could not be taught. Even as a child, Hannibal was a leader, his presence commanding respect. There was something about him, something fierce, that set him apart. He would rise above the others, even if he had to fight every step of the way. The early years of Hannibal's life were a whirlwind of drills and lessons, of endless practice with sword and shield. His father saw to it that he understood the value of discipline, that he learned not only how to fight but how to think. Hannibal was not just being prepared for battle, he was being molded into a strategist, a commander who could outthink his enemies before they even raised their swords. The other children of Carthage played in the streets, carefree and innocent. But Hannibal's play was always a game of war. He would gather his friends, assign them roles, and create entire battle scenarios in his mind. He learned to see the world through the eyes of a general, plotting moves and anticipating consequences. His imagination was his greatest weapon, and in the silent hours of night, he would stare into the stars and wonder what his future would hold. But it was not just his father's training that shaped him. There was something about the way Hannibal lived, something instinctual, that made him different. His heart beat in rhythm with the pulse of the earth beneath his feet. He understood the land, the mountains, the rivers, the very ground on which battles were fought. He knew how to move through the world, how to read its every sign, and how to make his enemies stumble before they ever saw him coming. Hamilcar's greatest dream was to see his son take his place as the leader of Carthage, to see him carry the weight of the family name and fulfill the promise made years before. But it was never an easy road. The Romans had already tasted victory, and the wound they had inflicted upon Carthage was still fresh. The city, though rebuilt, had not yet regained its strength. And yet, the flame of vengeance burned hotter than ever. One day, when Hannibal was still a young man, his father took him to the front lines of a battle. They rode together through the dust and smoke, the air thick with the sounds of men shouting and horses galloping. Hannibal had seen battle before, but this was different. This was real. His heart raced with anticipation as the clash of swords and shields filled the air. This was the world he had been prepared for, and as he drew his sword, the weight of his father's legacy settled heavy on his shoulders. The battle was brutal. The cries of the fallen echoed across the fields, and the scent of blood mingled with the dust in the air. Hannibal fought with the fury of a lion, his every move calculated, his every strike precise. He was not just a soldier, he was an artist, shaping the battlefield with the grace of a dancer and the precision of a sculptor. But as the battle raged on, something inside him began to change. He no longer fought just for victory. He fought for something greater. He fought for the memory of Carthage, for his father's promise, and for the future that he would one day create. When the battle was over and the dust had settled, Hannibal stood among the fallen, his chest heaving with exertion. His eyes, once full of the innocent curiosity of childhood, now burned with a fierce intensity. He had tasted war, and it had made him hungry for more, for justice, for the future. Hamilcar, watching from a distance, saw the change in his son. It was not just the fierceness in his eyes or the strength in his hands. It was the way Hannibal stood, shoulders squared, eyes unyielding, as if the world itself had no power over him. It was the spark of greatness, no longer a child's dream, but a man's destiny. From that day forward, Hamilcar knew that his son was ready. There would be no more holding back. Hannibal was destined for greatness, and nothing would stand in his way, not even Rome. As Hannibal grew older, his ambition only deepened. He knew that he had been born into a world of war, but he was no longer content to fight for the mere sake of vengeance. He had learned to see beyond the battlefield, to understand that the true power of a general lay not in his sword, but in his mind. He was a strategist, a thinker, a man who could manipulate the flow of battle with a mere thought. The world of war was his canvas, and he was determined to paint a masterpiece. But as the years passed and the tension between Carthage and Rome continued to mount, Hannibal's thoughts turned ever more to one thing: revenge. His father had sworn to make Rome pay, but Hamilcar was gone. Now it was his turn. And though the road ahead was fraught with danger, though the forces of Rome seemed insurmountable, Hannibal's resolve was unshakable. He was no longer just the son of Hamilcar Barca. He was Hannibal, the greatest nemesis Rome would ever know. And his time was coming. The room was dimly lit, the flickering torches casting shadows that danced across the ancient stone walls. Hannibal stood in the center, his young frame straight, his gaze unwavering. His father, Hamilcar Barca, loomed beside him, a formidable figure whose presence seemed to fill the space. In the stillness, the air grew heavy, charged with something unspoken yet powerful. The scent of incense curled around them, mingling with the faint echoes of distant voices chanting prayers. Before them stood an altar, and above it, the towering statue of Jupiter, the king of the gods. His expression was stern, his gaze piercing, as if peering into the hearts of men and weighing their intentions. Hannibal's pulse quickened. This was no ordinary moment. It was a moment that would define his life, a promise that would burn in his veins and shape his every decision. Hannibal, Hamilcar's voice was low, steady, and unyielding. Come closer. The boy obeyed without hesitation, his bare feet silent against the cold floor. He had always admired his father, revered him as a hero who carried the weight of Carthage's future on his shoulders. But tonight, Hannibal felt more than admiration. He felt a spark of something greater: responsibility, purpose. Hamilcar knelt beside him, his massive hand resting on the boy's shoulder. The touch was firm, grounding, as if passing the strength of generations into him. "Do you know why we are here?" he asked, his voice a mixture of challenge and tenderness. Hannibal nodded, his dark eyes reflecting the flames. "To make a vow." Hamilcar's lips curved into a faint, approving smile. "Not just any vow. A vow to Jupiter, to the gods who watch over us, and to the spirit of Carthage itself. This is not a vow that can be broken, not even in death. Do you understand?" Hannibal swallowed hard, his throat dry. The gravity of his father's words pressed against him like a mountain, but he did not falter. "I understand." Hamilcar rose to his full height, and Hannibal followed, his smaller figure a shadow beside the towering man. They both turned to face the statue of Jupiter. The god's stone gaze seemed to bore into Hannibal's soul, and for a moment he felt as though the very earth beneath his feet was alive, humming with the presence of something far greater than himself. With deliberate steps, Hamilcar approached the altar and drew a ceremonial blade from its sheath. The metal gleamed in the firelight, its edge sharp enough to split the air. He held it out, the weight of it almost reverent, before passing it to Hannibal. "Take it," he said. Hannibal hesitated for only a heartbeat before grasping the hilt. The blade was heavier than he expected, its cold surface biting into his palm. He tightened his grip, refusing to let it tremble. "Kneel," Hamilcar commanded. The boy dropped to his knees before the altar, the blade resting across his open palms. The firelight painted his young face with a golden glow, illuminating the determination etched into his features. "Hannibal," Hamilcar began, his voice rising with the intensity of a storm, "you are my son, the blood of my blood, the heir to the Barca name. You carry not just my legacy, but the hope of Carthage itself. Our enemies, those Romans, have taken everything from us. They have humiliated our people, stripped us of our pride, and enslaved our future. Do you swear to avenge this? To fight them, to bring them to their knees, to destroy them?" Hannibal's heart pounded like a drum. The fire in his chest grew hotter, fiercer. He stared up at the statue of Jupiter, and in that moment, he felt as though the god himself was watching, waiting. The weight of his father's words hung heavy in the air, but Hannibal bore it without breaking. He took a deep breath, his voice steady as he spoke. "I swear," he said, the words cutting through the silence like the edge of the blade in his hands. "I swear by Jupiter, by the gods, and by my own blood. I will destroy Rome." Hamilcar stepped closer, his shadow falling over his son like a mantle. "Say it again." Hannibal raised his voice, louder, stronger. "I will destroy Rome." The words echoed through the chamber, reverberating off the walls and filling the space with their power. The torches flickered as if stirred by an unseen wind, and Hannibal felt a shiver run down his spine. This was not just a promise. It was a bond, an unbreakable connection between him, the gods, and his destiny. Hamilcar placed his hand over his son's, guiding the blade to the altar. Together, they cut a shallow line across Hannibal's palm, the sharp sting of the blade replaced by the warmth of blood pooling in his hand. Hamilcar held out his own palm, repeating the motion, and their blood mingled as they pressed their hands together. "This," Hamilcar said, his voice softer now but no less fierce, "is our bond. You are the blade of Carthage, and I am the fire that forged you. Together, we will burn Rome to ashes." Hannibal looked up at his father, his young face alight with determination. The pain in his hand was a distant memory, eclipsed by the fire in his soul. He knew, in that moment, that his life would never be the same. He had made a vow, a promise that would define his every step, his every thought, his every breath. The chamber fell silent once more, the air heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. The flames of the torches burned brighter, as if the gods themselves had acknowledged Hannibal's promise. Hamilcar placed the blade back on the altar and turned to his son. "Rise," he said. Hannibal stood, his head held high, his eyes shining with a fierce light. He was no longer just a boy standing in the shadow of his father. He was a warrior, a future leader, a force that would one day shake the foundations of Rome. As they left the chamber and stepped into the cool night air, the stars above seemed to burn brighter, their light piercing through the darkness. Hannibal glanced up at them, his chest swelling with a sense of purpose. He had made a vow, and he would keep it. No matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice, he would fulfill this promise. Rome had yet to realize it, but its greatest enemy had been born that night, not in blood, but in fire, in steel, and in a boy's unshakable resolve. The air was biting, the kind of cold that clawed its way into the bones and refused to leave. Snow fell in relentless flurries, blanketing the rugged terrain and masking the treacherous paths ahead. For the men trudging through the white wilderness, every step was a battle. Their breath came in ragged gasps, clouding the frigid air, while their hands gripped weapons and tools as much to fight off the frost as to prepare for unseen dangers. But it was not just men who braved this impossible march. Towering above them, their massive forms both awe-inspiring and otherworldly, were the elephants. They moved like ghosts through the storm, their great feet crunching into the snow, their tusks gleaming like ivory sabers against the gray sky. Each beast carried the weight of the impossible task ahead, the hopes of Carthage, the daring plan of Hannibal, and the weight of 1,000 doubts. The elephants, foreign to this frozen wasteland, seemed to embody the defiance of nature itself, as if their very presence declared that nothing would stop them. Hannibal rode at the head of the column, his eyes narrowed against the icy wind. His face, withered by countless battles and long campaigns, was a mask of focus. But inside, he wrestled with the enormity of the task. This was no ordinary campaign. This was a feat of myth, an act that would be sung about long after the last of them had turned to dust, if they survived. He glanced back at his army, their figures half obscured by the swirling snow. They followed him with unwavering loyalty, but he could see the strain etched into their faces. Ahead, the path narrowed to a perilous ledge, the drop plunging into an abyss of jagged rocks far below. The Alps were no mere mountains, they were a labyrinth of death, a trial by nature itself. As Hannibal signaled for the column to halt, his gaze swept over the ledge. The rocks were slick with ice, the footing uncertain. One misstep could send man or beast tumbling into the void. From behind him, a young soldier stepped forward, his voice trembling more from fear than the cold. "General, the elephants, can they make it?" Hannibal turned, his gaze steady and unyielding. "They will make it," he said, his voice cutting through the storm like a blade. "They must." The soldier hesitated, then nodded, retreating into the ranks. Hannibal knew the question was not just about the elephants. It was about all of them. Could they make it? Could they cross these mountains, survive this ordeal, and emerge on the other side to face an enemy who had no idea they were coming? He didn't know the answer. But doubt was a luxury he could not afford. As the march resumed, the elephants proved their worth. Their strength allowed them to haul supplies over impossible inclines, their tusks clearing paths through snowdrifts that would have swallowed men whole. Yet, they too were mortal. One elephant, its footing lost on a patch of ice, let out a terrible, trumpeting cry as it slipped. The beast toppled, its great bulk crashing down the slope and disappearing into the abyss. The sound of its fall echoed long after it was gone, a haunting reminder of the fragility of their mission. The men pressed on, their spirits both bolstered and burdened by the presence of the surviving elephants. Hannibal refused to let despair take root. At every halt, he moved among his troops, offering words of encouragement, helping to steady trembling hands, and sharing the warmth of his resolve. He knew that this march was more than a test of endurance. It was a test of will, of the unyielding determination that could turn legends into reality. As they ascended higher, the storm grew fiercer. The wind howled like a living thing, tearing at their cloaks and carrying with it the screams of the mountains. Avalanches loomed as a constant threat, their deadly potential hidden behind the snow-laden peaks. One night, as the army huddled together for warmth, an avalanche roared down a nearby slope, its thunderous crash shaking the ground beneath them. The men held their breath, their faces pale with terror, but the avalanche stopped short of their camp. Hannibal stood, his silhouette stark against the pale light of the storm, and raised his voice. "The mountains test us, but they will not break us," he shouted. "We are Carthaginians, and we are stronger than stone, stronger than ice, stronger than the gods who think they can stop us." The men cheered, their voices rising above the wind. For a moment, the cold felt a little less bitter, the march a little less impossible. On the 8th day, the army reached the summit. The air was thin, and the landscape stretched before them like a desolate dream. But there, in the distance, was their prize. The Italian plains lay beyond the mountains, a promise of the battles to come and the glory that awaited. Hannibal stood at the edge of the precipice, his chest swelling with a mixture of triumph and resolve. The journey was not over, far from it, but they had crossed the Alps. They had done what no one believed possible. Yet the descent was no less perilous. The snow gave way to rocky terrain, the slopes steep and treacherous. The elephants, weary but unbroken, proved their worth once more, their strength allowing the army to lower supplies and men down sheer cliffs. But the cost of the march was undeniable. Men and animals had been lost, and every survivor bore the scars of the ordeal. By the time they reached the base of the mountains, Hannibal's army was a shadow of its former self, smaller, leaner, but unshakable. They had been forged in the fire of the Alps, transformed into a force that no enemy could ignore. Hannibal stood among his men, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The land before them was Rome's, but it would not remain so for long. The elephants, battered but majestic, stood like sentinels behind him, their presence a symbol of the impossible made real. Hannibal placed a hand on the rough hide of the nearest beast, his touch both a gesture of gratitude and a promise. The Alps had been conquered. The war was just beginning. The sun was barely rising, casting faint streaks of gold and crimson across the Italian sky. A damp mist hung over the fields, curling low around the legs of Hannibal's soldiers as they prepared for battle. They moved with quiet purpose, their armor glinting faintly in the half-light, their breath steady despite the weight of what lay ahead. In the distance, the Roman legions formed their lines, a disciplined sea of shields and spears. The two armies were about to collide in a moment that would shape history, though none among them could yet grasp the magnitude. Hannibal stood atop his warhorse, his sharp eyes scanning the enemy's formation. His mind was aware of calculations and instincts honed from years of combat and hardship. He had faced the mountains, now he faced the might of Rome itself. Rome believed its strength was unassailable, its legions unmatched. But Hannibal knew better. Strength could be turned into weakness, confidence into blind spots. The Battle of the Trebia unfolded like a symphony composed by a master. Hannibal's cunning was the unseen conductor, orchestrating every move. He sent a small force forward, a deliberate bait to lure the Romans into the freezing river. The legionnaires, hungry for an easy victory, plunged in. The icy waters sapped their strength, chilling them to their cores. Waiting in the reeds on the opposite bank were Hannibal's soldiers, concealed like shadows. When the moment came, they struck with the precision of a predator. The Romans, soaked and shivering, were caught off guard, their ranks thrown into chaos. In the midst of the clash, Hannibal's war elephants charged through the Roman lines, their massive forms unstoppable. The ground trembled beneath their weight, and their trumpet-like calls cut through the din of battle. Roman soldiers scattered, their once unbroken formations crumbling under the relentless assault. Hannibal's cavalry swept in from the flanks, sealing the trap. Victory was swift, brutal, and absolute. The Romans, once so confident, retreated in disarray, leaving behind a field littered with the dead and dying. The soldiers of Carthage cheered, their voices rising like a roar that echoed across the hills. Hannibal allowed himself a moment of satisfaction, but his mind was already racing ahead. This was only the beginning. Word of his triumph spread like wildfire, carrying tales of his daring and genius across the land. Rome, unaccustomed to defeat, scrambled to respond. Hannibal, however, was relentless. He did not give the Romans time to regroup or recover. His victories were not mere battles, they were calculated lessons, each one teaching Rome a bitter truth about the cost of underestimating him. At Lake Trasimene, the sun rose over a fog-shrouded landscape, eerie and still. Hannibal had chosen this ground with care, seeing in its natural features the key to another stunning victory. His army lay hidden among the wooded hills that surrounded the narrow pass. The Romans, marching confidently into the trap, had no idea they were being watched. As they entered the valley, Hannibal gave the signal. The Carthaginian forces descended like an avalanche. From every side, they poured into the pass, cutting off the Roman retreat and surrounding their army. The fog, thick and unyielding, became an ally, disorienting the Romans and amplifying the terror of the ambush. Cries of confusion and the clash of weapons echoed through the mist as Hannibal's men pressed their advantage. The Roman army was annihilated, their general, Flaminius, killed in the chaos. It was a victory that left even Rome shaken to its core. Hannibal's name became a curse whispered in the Senate chambers, his presence a shadow over the Italian countryside. But for Hannibal, there was no satisfaction in simply defeating an enemy. His goal was to break Rome's spirit, to shatter the illusion of their invincibility. The crowning jewel of his early campaigns came at Cannae. The field stretched out under a merciless sun, the air thick with dust and tension. Rome had assembled an army of unprecedented size, determined to crush Hannibal once and for all. The sheer number of legionnaires, their weapons gleaming in the sunlight, seemed an unstoppable force. Hannibal studied them with the calm of a chess master considering his next move. As the battle began, Hannibal deployed his forces in an unconventional formation. His center was deliberately weakened, a subtle invitation to the Romans to press forward. And press forward they did, their massive numbers driving into the heart of Hannibal's line. But what appeared to be a retreat was a carefully crafted trap. As the Romans advanced, Hannibal's flanks, composed of his most seasoned warriors, closed in from the sides. The trap snapped shut with terrifying precision. The Roman army, packed tightly in the center, found themselves surrounded on all sides. Chaos erupted as the Carthaginian forces attacked relentlessly, cutting down the legionnaires with ruthless efficiency. The once proud Roman army was reduced to a panicked mob, their sheer numbers now a hindrance as they fought to escape the noose. By the end of the day, the fields of Cannae were stained red. Tens of thousands of Romans lay dead, their bodies a grim testament to Hannibal's brilliance. The survivors fled in terror, carrying tales of horror back to Rome. It was a defeat unlike any the Republic had ever known, a wound that would scar its history forever. Hannibal walked the battlefield as the sun dipped below the horizon, its light painting the carnage in shades of gold and crimson. He paused beside the fallen, his gaze somber. These were the spoils of his victory, the cost of his ambition. Yet his resolve did not waver. Rome was bleeding, but it was not yet broken. The heat was relentless, a blazing sun hanging over the open plain of Cannae, turning the air into a shimmering haze. The ground was hard and cracked beneath the feet of over 80,000 Roman soldiers, their heavy armor gleaming in the morning light. They stood in tight ranks, their shields interlocked, a fortress of iron and discipline. In the distance, Hannibal's army waited, smaller in number but poised like a coiled serpent. The silence between them was a living thing, heavy with tension and the unspoken promise of blood. A gentle wind swept across the field, carrying the smell of dry earth and fear. On the Roman side, the men spoke in hushed tones, their confidence bolstered by their sheer numbers. Surely, this would be the day Hannibal's reign of terror ended. But in Hannibal's camp, there was no such bravado. There was only a fierce, quiet resolve and a plan as daring as it was deadly. He had studied the Romans, their habits, their strategies, their pride. Today, he would turn their greatest strength into their undoing. The battle began with a thundering roar, the Roman legions surging forward in a wave of unyielding force. Hannibal's center, composed of lighter infantry, gave ground almost immediately, retreating under the immense pressure. The Romans believed they had the upper hand, their advance breaking through the Carthaginian line like a spear thrust. But this retreat was not panic, it was precision. Hannibal had designed it to draw the Romans in, deeper and deeper, into the trap he had prepared. The Roman soldiers pushed forward, their momentum unstoppable, their spirits soaring. They did not notice the subtle movement on the flanks, where Hannibal's elite troops, his hardened veterans from Spain and Africa, were closing in. The Carthaginian cavalry had already routed the Roman horsemen, sweeping around like a storm to strike at the rear. Slowly, inexorably, the Romans found themselves surrounded, their vast numbers now a suffocating liability. The trap was complete, a perfect crescent that encircled the Roman army. Hannibal's men struck from all sides, their attacks precise and unrelenting. The Roman soldiers, once a disciplined force, were now a writhing mass of bodies, crushed together so tightly they could barely raise their arms to defend themselves. The screams of the dying filled the air, mingling with the clash of steel and the roar of Hannibal's forces. Dust rose in choking clouds, obscuring the sun and turning the battlefield into a vision of hell. In the center of the chaos, Roman officers shouted orders that no one could hear, their voices drowned in the cacophony. Men fell where they stood, trampled by their comrades or cut down by Carthaginian swords. The air reeked of blood and sweat, the ground slick with the carnage of war. Hannibal rode among his troops, his presence a beacon of control and determination. He saw everything, the despair in the Romans' eyes, the fire in his own men's hearts. He knew they were winning, but he also knew the cost of such a victory. Hours passed, and the slaughter continued. The sun climbed higher, its merciless heat sapping the strength of the living and hastening the decay of the dead. The Roman army, once so proud and invincible, was reduced to a broken remnant. By nightfall, the plain of Cannae was silent except for the groans of the wounded and the cries of those searching for their fallen comrades. Nearly 70,000 Romans lay dead or dying, a staggering loss that would haunt their republic for generations. Hannibal stood on a rise overlooking the battlefield, his face etched with a mixture of triumph and sorrow. This was his masterpiece, a victory that would be studied and remembered for centuries. But even in this moment of unparalleled success, he felt the weight of what he had wrought. Rome was not just a city, it was an idea, a force that would not easily be extinguished. Today, he had dealt them a grievous wound, but he knew the fight was far from over. The survivors of Cannae stumbled back to their city, their faces pale, their eyes hollow. Rome mourned, its streets filled with wailing families and the grim tolling of bells. The Senate, for the first time, spoke not of conquest but of survival. And yet, even in their darkest hour, the Romans refused to surrender. They began to rebuild, their hatred for Hannibal burning hotter than ever. But on that day, on the fields of Cannae, it was Hannibal who stood victorious. He had faced the might of Rome and crushed it with a brilliance and ferocity that would echo through history. The earth, soaked with Roman blood, bore silent witness to a battle unlike any other, a moment when one man's genius had forever changed the course of an empire. The city stood on the edge of despair. Rome, the unshakable heart of a burgeoning empire, had seen its legions decimated and its pride shattered. The news from Cannae had arrived like a hammer blow, and the weight of it hung in the air like a suffocating fog. Senators once full of bravado now sat silent, their faces pale, their hands trembling as they gripped the edges of their robes. The streets were heavy with mourning, the wails of widows and orphans echoing against the stone walls of temples and homes. Yet amidst the sorrow, there was no talk of surrender. Rome's spirit, though battered, refused to break. The city had weathered countless storms before, and now it would find a way to endure this one. The first step was survival. With Hannibal's army still at large, fear crept into every corner of Roman life. Farmers abandoned their fields, towns fortified their gates, and the roads became empty but for the occasional patrol of watchful soldiers. Food was rationed, grain hoarded as though each sack was a treasure. People whispered of betrayal, of spies in their midst, and the tension was like a string drawn taut, ready to snap. But Rome was not a city to cower for long. Slowly, purpose replaced panic. The Senate convened again, their deliberations fierce and their decisions resolute. Every able-bodied man was called to service, regardless of rank or wealth. Freedmen, even slaves, were offered the chance to fight for the Republic. Armories worked day and night, the clanging of hammers forging weapons that gleamed like hope itself. Children watched their fathers leave, their faces solemn, knowing they might not return but proud nonetheless. One man, older than most of the recruits, stood in the training yard clutching a wooden sword. His hands were calloused from years of tilling the soil, but the look in his eyes was unyielding. For Rome, he muttered under his breath, over and over, as though the words were a shield against fear. Around him, others practiced their stances, their movements stiff and awkward, but their determination unrelenting. Together, they would become an army. The women of Rome, too, bore the weight of the struggle. In the markets, they bartered fiercely, stretching every coin to provide for their families and the war effort. Mothers told their children stories of Roman heroes, tales of courage and sacrifice, planting seeds of resilience in young hearts. Priests offered sacrifices at the altars of Mars and Jupiter, the flames of their rituals lighting the night skies as prayers rose like smoke to the heavens. Meanwhile, the legions that remained gathered outside the city, their numbers a fraction of what they once were but their resolve undiminished. Veterans who had survived Cannae, their faces etched with the horrors of that day, became the backbone of this new force. They shared stories not to frighten, but to prepare, to steel the minds of the fresh recruits for the brutal reality of war. Hannibal's shadow loomed over every decision. The Carthaginian general was a specter haunting their every thought, his victories a reminder of their vulnerability. But where some saw an invincible enemy, others saw a challenge to overcome. For each victory he claimed, Rome would answer with defiance. Every field he burned, every town he plundered, only fueled their hatred and their resolve. And so, the rebuilding began, not just of armies but of trust, of unity, of a belief in their future. Roads were repaired to ensure supplies could flow to the front lines. New alliances were forged, even with those who had once been rivals, for survival made strange bedfellows. Messages were sent to distant provinces, calling for reinforcements and resources. Rome's vast network, its very lifeblood, was put to use like never before. One day, a senator stood before the people in the forum, his voice clear and strong. "Rome is not her walls," he declared, his arm outstretched toward the city's grand architecture. "Rome is her people. As long as we stand together, as long as our hearts beat with the same purpose, we cannot be defeated." The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices rising like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the city. In the months that followed, the Republic began to recover its strength. New legions marched out of the city gates, their banners snapping in the wind, their footsteps a drumbeat of determination. They were not the polished, professional soldiers of years past, but they were fierce, hardened by loss and driven by a burning desire to avenge their fallen. Scouts brought word of Hannibal's movements, and strategies were devised, not for immediate confrontation but for patience, for resilience. Rome would no longer rush headlong into disaster, it would outlast its foe. In the countryside, farmers returned to their fields, planting crops not just for survival but as an act of defiance. Each sprout that broke through the soil was a symbol of life, a promise that Rome would endure. Merchants resumed their trade, their caravans guarded by soldiers who stood tall despite their exhaustion. The Tiber flowed as it always had, a reminder that some things, like Rome's spirit, were eternal. And so, piece by piece, the city that had teetered on the brink of despair began to rise again. Its people, scarred but unbroken, carried the weight of their losses with pride. They did not forget the faces of the dead, nor the anguish of their darkest days, but they allowed those memories to fuel their fight. Rome was a wounded lion, its roars echoing across the land. It would rebuild its strength, it would reclaim its pride, and it would show the world that even in the face of devastation, its heart would never stop beating. The sky over Rome was dark and heavy, the kind of ominous gray that seemed to press down on the soul. Whispers filled the streets as people craned their necks toward the heavens, searching for signs, answers, anything to quell their growing unease. The wars had taken their toll, and doubt crept into even the staunchest hearts. But among the faithful, there was no question, the gods were watching. The stories began with murmurs in the temples. A priest claimed to have seen a pair of wolves stalking the Palatine Hill, their movements graceful, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. To the Romans, this was no ordinary sighting. It was a reminder, a flash of memory reaching back to the city's earliest days. Romulus and Remus, the twin founders suckled by a she-wolf, still protected the land they had claimed for their people. The wolves were a sign of hope, a reassurance that Rome's roots ran too deep to be torn asunder. On another day, during a particularly dire moment in the war, a farmer working in the field stumbled upon something extraordinary. His plow struck a stone, and as he bent to dislodge it, he uncovered a gleaming spear buried beneath the soil. It was far too ornate for any common soldier, its shaft inscribed with symbols of Mars, the god of war. Word spread like wildfire, and soon the Senate declared it a divine message. Mars himself had planted the weapon to remind Rome of its warrior spirit. The spear was paraded through the city, and even the most skeptical onlookers found themselves swept up in its brilliance, their fear giving way to a fragile but determined hope. The myths didn't end there. In the chaos following one of Rome's crushing defeats, a shepherd tending his flock near the Tiber swore he saw a figure standing in the water. It wasn't just any figure, it was Tiberinus, the river god, his form glowing faintly in the moonlight. The shepherd fell to his knees, trembling as the deity spoke. "Rome will endure," the god promised. "Though her enemies circle like vultures, the waters of the Tiber will never carry her blood to the sea." The shepherd's account spread rapidly, retold in hushed voices and solemn tones, as if speaking it aloud might disturb the fragile balance between hope and despair. The temples became beacons in the storm. Priests of Jupiter, king of the gods, held ceremonies that filled the air with thick, fragrant smoke. Sacrifices were made, oxen, lambs, even birds, each one offered with prayers that rose like flames. Some claimed they saw omens in the entrails, signs of victory that only the most devout could interpret. Others spoke of thunder rolling through a clear sky, a sure indication that Jupiter himself had intervened to strike down Rome's enemies. The people clung to these stories, weaving them into the fabric of their days like threads of gold in a worn cloak. But it wasn't only the great gods who seemed to watch over Rome. Minor deities, often overlooked in times of peace, now took center stage. Vesta, goddess of the hearth, became the focus of a city desperate to protect its core. The Vestal virgins tended her eternal flame with renewed vigor, their pale faces reflecting the fire's glow as they whispered chants older than the city itself. The flame never faltered, and many took its unwavering light as a sign that Rome's spirit would burn on, no matter how dark the night became. Even Venus, often seen as a goddess of love and beauty, played her part in these tales. As the purported ancestor of the Roman people, she was believed to shield her descendants with a protective hand. One legend told of a soldier separated from his unit, lost and bleeding in enemy territory. He claimed he had seen a radiant woman guiding him through the forest, her presence calming his fear and her voice urging him onward. When he stumbled back into the Roman camp, he swore it had been Venus herself, her love for her people shining brighter than any mortal peril. Not all stories of divine intervention came from Rome's defenders. In the aftermath of battles, soldiers spoke of strange occurrences on the field. Spears that should have struck true veered off course as if deflected by an invisible shield. Entire legions claimed to hear a low, rumbling voice in the wind, urging them to hold their ground when all seemed lost. These moments were seen not as coincidences, but as the hands of the gods reaching down to tilt the scales in Rome's favor. There were skeptics, of course, those who dismissed these tales as desperate fabrications or the product of fevered minds. But even they found it hard to argue when the signs aligned so perfectly. The myths became a source of strength, their power lying not in their truth but in the faith they inspired. When soldiers marched into battle, they carried these stories with them, their hearts fortified by the belief that they were not alone. The gods were on their side. In the quiet hours, when the city seemed to sleep but the fires of forges and temples still burned, one could almost feel the weight of those myths. They hung in the air like an invisible canopy, sheltering Rome from the despair that threatened to consume it. The people whispered prayers as they fell asleep, their voices mingling with the wind. They spoke of Mars and Venus, of Jupiter and Tiberinus, of wolves and spears and glowing figures in the water. They spoke of a Rome that could not fall, no matter how high the odds were stacked against it. And so, even as war raged and the future remained uncertain, the people of Rome carried on. They carried the myths in their hearts, and with them, the unshakable belief that the gods had chosen their city for greatness. The flames danced wildly against the night sky, casting shadows over a battlefield strewn with the wreckage of another crushing defeat. The Roman legions, battered and bruised, retreated once more, their spirits as broken as their shields. Amid the chaos, a young man stood apart, his eyes locked not on the fire, but on the horizon. His name was Scipio, and though he was barely more than a boy, something about his presence commanded attention. There was a stillness to him, a calm resolve that seemed unshakable, even as Rome teetered on the brink of despair. Scipio had seen enough of war to understand its cruelty. He had watched men he admired fall, their lifeblood soaking into foreign soil. He had heard the cries of the wounded, the mourning of the defeated. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming loss, he did not falter. He carried within him a fierce conviction that Rome was not finished, not yet. One night, as the camp lay in uneasy silence, Scipio walked among the soldiers. His steps were deliberate, his gaze steady as he met the eyes of men who had lost hope. "This war is not over," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "The gods are not done with us. And neither am I." There was no grand speech, no flourish of words. But in that moment, something shifted. The men felt it, a spark in the darkness, a reminder that even the longest night would end. When Scipio took command, he did so with a boldness that defied expectation. He was untested, unproven, yet he carried himself with the confidence of a man who had already won. Some whispered that he was touched by the gods, chosen for a purpose that was yet to be revealed. Others scoffed, dismissing him as a reckless boy. But Scipio didn't care about the whispers. His focus was on the task ahead. The first time he addressed his troops, he stood atop a ridge overlooking their encampment. The wind tugged at his cloak, and the distant sound of enemy drums echoed across the valley. "They say Rome is finished," he began, his voice carrying over the crowd. "They say we cannot stand against Hannibal, that his victories have crushed our spirit. But they are wrong. Rome is not stone and mortar. It is not the walls of the city or the wealth of the Senate. Rome is us. And as long as we stand, Rome stands." The soldiers cheered, their voices rising like thunder. For the first time in years, they felt something they thought they had lost: hope. Scipio's strategy was unlike anything the Roman army had seen. He didn't rely on brute force or rigid formations. Instead, he studied his enemy, watching, learning. He saw the genius of Hannibal's tactics, the way the Carthaginian general turned the strengths of Rome against her. But Scipio also saw something else, a weakness hidden beneath Hannibal's brilliance. It was the arrogance of a man who believed himself unbeatable. In a daring move, Scipio shifted the theater of war. He took the fight to Carthage's own lands, a decision that sent shockwaves through both armies. It was a gamble, a move that could either save Rome or doom it entirely. But Scipio knew that sometimes, the only way to win was to risk everything. The crossing to Africa was fraught with peril. Storms battered the fleet, and some ships were lost to the merciless sea. Yet Scipio pressed on, his determination as unyielding as the tide. When the Romans finally landed, they found themselves in a land as hostile as it was unfamiliar. The sun scorched the earth, and the air was thick with the scent of danger. But Scipio saw opportunity where others saw despair. He struck with precision, targeting key Carthaginian strongholds and cutting off their supplies. The Carthaginians, caught off guard, scrambled to respond. Word of Scipio's successes reached Rome, and for the first time in years, the Senate dared to hope. The young commander was proving to be a force to be reckoned with, a leader who could turn the tide of a seemingly endless war. But Scipio's greatest challenge lay ahead. Hannibal, the legendary general who had brought Rome to its knees, was returning to defend his homeland. The thought of facing Hannibal on the battlefield would have terrified most men, but Scipio welcomed it. He saw it not as a threat, but as an opportunity to prove himself, and to end the war once and for all. The night before the fateful battle, Scipio stood alone, gazing at the stars. He thought of his father and uncle, both of whom had died fighting Carthage. He thought of the countless lives lost, the countless families torn apart. And he thought of Rome, the city he loved more than life itself. He knelt, pressing his hand to the earth, and swore that he would not fail. When dawn broke, Scipio's army stood ready. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that prickled the skin and quickened the breath. Across the field, Hannibal's forces loomed, a formidable force that had crushed so many before. But Scipio's men did not waver. They had seen their commander's brilliance, felt his unshakable belief in their cause. They would follow him anywhere, even into the jaws of death. As the battle began, it became clear that this was no ordinary clash of armies. It was a test of wills, a contest between two of history's greatest minds. Scipio adapted his tactics on the fly, countering Hannibal's moves with a precision that left even his enemies in awe. The battlefield became a chessboard, and Scipio its master. Hours later, as the dust settled and the cries of the wounded faded, the outcome was undeniable. Scipio had triumphed. Hannibal's invincibility was shattered, and with it, the hopes of Carthage. The war was not yet over, but the balance had shifted. Scipio had done what many thought impossible. He had given Rome the chance to rise again. The soldiers hailed him as a hero, their voices echoing across the plain. But Scipio did not bask in their praise. His thoughts were already on the next steps, the battles yet to be fought, the sacrifices yet to be made. For though he had achieved greatness, he knew the cost of victory all too well. And he carried it with him as a reminder of the price of peace. The sun hung heavy over the African sky, a blistering fire that seemed to press down on the land with an unrelenting force. The air was thick with dust and the smell of sweat. The great city of Carthage, once a symbol of power and wealth, stood before the Roman legions like a wounded beast, battered but still defiant. The soldiers of Rome had come, and they would not leave until Carthage was no more. The siege began with a silence that stretched across the land, as if the gods themselves held their breath. The Roman army, led by Scipio Africanus, moved with methodical precision, their soldiers well-drilled and resolute. The walls of Carthage loomed large, their height and strength a reminder of the city's former glory. But Scipio was undeterred. He had faced impossible odds before, and now he would bring the full weight of Rome's might to bear on this once great city. The first assault came swiftly. The Romans brought their massive siege engines forward, machines of destruction designed to tear through the ancient walls that had withstood centuries of storms and wars. The earth shook as the catapults hurled massive stones, each one crashing into the city's defenses with a deafening roar. But for all their power, the walls stood firm, and for a moment, it seemed as though Carthage might defy Rome once again. But Scipio was not a man to be discouraged by such resistance. He understood the art of war in ways that few could grasp. He knew that the strength of a fortress was not merely in its walls, but in the will of its defenders. If the defenders could be broken, if their resolve could be shattered, then the city would fall. And so, the Romans began their slow, relentless march. Every day, they pounded the walls, their siege engines sending stones crashing down upon the defenders. Each attack was a test, a challenge to the people of Carthage to hold fast, to stand firm. And each day, the walls began to show signs of wear. The cracks deepened, the stones loosened, but Carthage held its ground. Inside the city, the defenders fought with a desperation that could not be measured. The Carthaginian forces, though outnumbered and exhausted, were led by a general named Hasdrubal. He was a man who understood the stakes of this battle. For him, there was no retreat. The city, the people, the very soul of Carthage itself, was at stake. His resolve burned as fiercely as the sun that scorched the land. Hasdrubal's forces fought valiantly, repelling the Romans time and again. But as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, it became clear that their strength was waning. The food supply began to dwindle, and the morale of the defenders began to crumble like the walls they had sworn to protect. Still, they fought on, driven by the hope that some miracle would save them, that the gods might intervene to spare them from the relentless might of Rome. But Scipio was a master of war, and he knew how to exploit the cracks in an enemy's resolve. As the siege wore on, he tightened his grip around the city. He cut off their food supply, trapping the defenders within their own walls. Starvation began to take its toll. The once proud soldiers of Carthage grew weak and weary. The streets of the city, once bustling with life, became quiet and desolate. The cries of the wounded echoed through the alleys, but even those sounds seemed to fade as the city's strength diminished. One night, as the Roman legions prepared for another assault, a quiet conversation took place in the heart of Carthage. Hasdrubal sat in the dim light of his tent, his face drawn with exhaustion. He looked at the map before him, his fingers tracing the outlines of the city's walls, the pathways that had once been filled with the bustle of life. But now, those pathways were empty, and the city was dying. His heart heavy with the weight of his responsibility, Hasdrubal knew that there was no turning back. The end was coming. Outside the city, the Romans gathered, their spirits unwavering. Scipio knew that the time had come to make his final move. He had starved them, worn them down with relentless pressure. Now, the moment of truth had arrived. The final assault was brutal, the ground shaking with the force of the Roman siege engines. The defenders fought with all the strength they had left, but it was no use. The walls, once so mighty, were no longer enough to protect them. The Romans poured into the city, their swords flashing in the fading light of day. As the gates of Carthage fell, a silence descended over the land, broken only by the sound of footsteps. The city had fallen, its fate sealed by the unyielding power of Rome. Scipio stood at the gates, looking out over the ruins of the city that had once been a rival to Rome's power. The streets were littered with the bodies of the fallen, both Roman and Carthaginian alike. The city, once filled with wealth and vibrancy, was now a shadow of its former self. But even as the flames of destruction spread through Carthage, Scipio felt no triumph. He had won, yes, but at what cost? The destruction of an entire city, the lives lost in a war that had spanned decades, these were the true costs of victory. As the smoke rose into the sky, Scipio's thoughts turned not to the conquest he had achieved, but to the price of it. In his heart, he wondered if it had all been worth it. Carthage had been a city of legends, a place of untold wealth and power. It had been the jewel of the Mediterranean, a beacon of civilization. But now, as the Romans stood victorious amidst the ruins, it was clear that nothing lasts forever. Even the greatest empires could fall, and the mighty could be brought to their knees. And so, as the sun set over the ashes of Carthage, Scipio stood alone, watching as the winds carried the dust of a city that would never rise again. The Romans had won, but the cost of victory was written in the silence that followed, and the emptiness that lingered in the air. The siege of Carthage was over. But the story of Rome, like the city itself, was far from finished. The battlefield at Zama lay under a vast, cloud-filled sky, heavy with the weight of destiny. The earth was scarred by the tread of tens of thousands of soldiers, each one carrying with them the hopes, the fears, and the weight of a world that would soon change forever. Hannibal stood tall, his dark eyes sweeping across the field. His mind was a storm, a whirlwind of strategy and memory. The campaign that had begun in the far reaches of the Alps, with a solemn vow to defeat Rome, was coming to an end here. He had crossed mountains, defied the elements, and shattered Roman legions in his quest to bring down the empire that had crushed his own. But today, at Zama, everything would be decided. For years, Hannibal had been the embodiment of Rome's greatest nightmare. His victories had echoed through the hills and valleys of Italy, shaking the foundations of Rome itself. The Battle of Cannae had been a masterpiece, a blood-soaked triumph that left the Roman legions broken and fearful. No one had been able to stop him. No one, that is, except Rome itself. Now, facing him across the plains, stood Scipio Africanus, the man who had risen like a phoenix from the ashes of Rome's defeat. The Roman general had studied Hannibal's every move, learned from the mistakes of his predecessors, and turned the tables in a way no one could have foreseen. Scipio was determined to end the war here and now. His army stood poised, eager to take the fight to the man who had haunted their dreams for so long. The two armies were about to clash, each one knowing that the fate of an entire world hung in the balance. Hannibal's heart beat steadily as he surveyed his troops. His cavalry, led by the Numidians, were positioned on the wings. The war elephants, once his prized weapons of terror, stood ready in their ranks, a fearsome sight that had shattered countless armies in the past. His infantry, composed of his trusted veterans and allied soldiers, were prepared for the challenge ahead. Despite the years of hardship, despite the broken morale and the crushing weight of defeat that hung over them, Hannibal's men still looked to him with admiration, with a spark of hope that this battle, this final battle, could be won. But as the wind blew across the field, carrying the distant sounds of war horns and the rustle of shields, Hannibal could not shake the gnawing feeling that something was wrong. It was the feeling of an ending, the feeling of fate closing in around him. He had fought with every ounce of strength, with every drop of blood and sweat, to reach this moment. Yet, for the first time in his life, doubt crept into his mind. Was this the end of his dream? Had Rome finally found a way to crush him? He pushed the thought away. Now was not the time for doubt. The battle was about to begin. Scipio's army, calm and disciplined, stood opposite Hannibal's. There was no fanfare, no victory speeches. The Roman soldiers, battle-tested and scarred by years of war, stood ready, their eyes fixed ahead, their grip tight on their weapons. They knew what was at stake. This battle, the culmination of the Second Punic War, would determine whether Rome would rise to its rightful place as the greatest empire the world had ever known, or whether Hannibal's vision of a new world would come to fruition. The battle began with a thunderous charge. Hannibal's cavalry surged forward, charging towards the Roman lines with the force of a storm. The war elephants followed, trumpeting their fury as they crashed into the Roman soldiers. The ground shook as they trampled everything in their path. But Scipio had anticipated this. With a calmness born from years of preparation, he had his troops spread their lines, creating gaps in their formation, allowing the elephants to pass through without causing the chaos that had so often turned the tide of battle in Hannibal's favor. The Numidian cavalry, so often the key to Hannibal's success, found themselves outmaneuvered by Scipio's own cavalry. The Roman horses moved with precision, cutting down the Numidians and slowly breaking their ranks. Hannibal's left flank, which had always been his greatest strength, began to crumble under the pressure of Scipio's relentless assault. In the center of the field, Hannibal's infantry and Scipio's legionaries clashed in a cacophony of steel and screams. For a moment, it seemed as though the battle might tip in Hannibal's favor. His veterans fought with the passion of men who had known the heat of battle and the taste of victory. But the Romans were different this time. They were no longer the disorganized rabble that had been routed at Cannae. Scipio had trained them, drilled them, and made them into something greater than they had ever been. The Romans stood their ground, pushing forward with unyielding discipline. Hannibal's heart raced as he watched his forces falter. The center of his line was being overwhelmed. The Romans, with their experience and superior numbers, were slowly gaining the upper hand. It was as if fate itself had turned its back on him. He had led his men through so much, endured so many hardships, and yet here, on this field, he could feel his dreams slipping away. The war elephants, once the terror of the battlefield, were now nothing more than a liability. They panicked, losing their direction in the chaos of the battle. Some turned on their own men, others were slaughtered by Roman forces, leaving only a trail of destruction behind them. Hannibal's heart sank as he realized the inevitable. The war was over. He had fought bravely, with all the cunning and skill at his disposal, but Rome had learned from its mistakes. Scipio had outsmarted him, and now his army was on the brink of collapse. As the battle raged on, Hannibal knew he could not win. His dream, his life's work, was slipping through his fingers like sand. The hopes of a new world, one free from Roman dominance, were being crushed beneath the weight of Roman steel. With a heavy heart, he gave the order to retreat, but it was too late. His forces, broken and scattered, could not hold back the tide of Rome's fury. Hannibal, once a symbol of hope for Carthage, found himself a shadow on the field of Zama, watching as the last remnants of his dream were destroyed. The clash at Zama marked the end of an era, the end of a vision that had burned so brightly in Hannibal's heart. Rome had won, and with it, the world would never be the same again. The night fell heavy over the Mediterranean, the sea stretching endless and quiet beneath the pale moon. In the city of Carthage, the streets that had once been alive with the sounds of merchants and chariots were now silent. Only the distant sound of the wind moved through the ruins, carrying with it the echoes of a once great empire that had been broken. The gods, it seemed, were not untouched by the destruction that had swept through Carthage. Juno, the queen of the gods, stood at the edge of Mount Olympus, her heart a storm of sorrow. She had watched as the walls of Carthage, the city she had loved and protected, crumbled before the Roman legions. She had seen the flames that consumed the sacred temples, the statues of gods that had stood for centuries shattered and broken. Now, in the silence of the night, she wept, her tears falling like rain on the earth below. The city of her heart was gone, reduced to nothing more than ashes. She had always been the protector of Carthage, the guiding force behind its rise. In her eyes, the city had been destined for greatness, a shining beacon of strength and culture, worthy of standing beside Rome itself. But fate had turned cruel, and the gods, too, had watched helplessly as the mighty walls of Carthage fell to the relentless march of Roman power. Her sorrow was not alone. In the underworld, Persephone sat in her dark, cold throne, her head bowed. The fall of Carthage had marked a turning point in the world, and Persephone knew that the lives of many would now be lost, souls forever trapped between the realms of life and death. The streets of Carthage had been a place of trade, of unity, and of dreams. Now, they would be nothing but a graveyard, the souls of the fallen wandering in limbo. Her heart mourned for those lost before their time, for the lives that had been cut short by the cruelty of war. And at the edge of the sky, high above the earth, the mighty Jupiter, king of the gods, watched with a heavy heart. He had never wished for the fall of Carthage, but he knew that the fate of nations was not for mortals or even immortals to decide. The gods could only influence, guide, and watch as the forces of time played out. Still, the weight of Carthage's destruction pressed on his chest like a stone. "Why?" he asked aloud, though no one could hear him. His voice echoed through the heavens, bouncing off the stars that hung cold and distant in the sky. "Why must it be this way? Why must the gods weep for those they can no longer protect?" Beneath him, the earth trembled, and from the depths of the world, the earth itself seemed to respond. In the dark places of the earth, the souls of the fallen Carthaginians stirred, calling out for justice, for the gods to hear their pain, their loss. Their voices whispered in the wind, carried across the sea to Rome. The gods, too, could hear the cries, a chorus of grief that cut through the night like the howling of wolves. The goddess Venus, often associated with love and beauty, stood by her son Aeneas, looking across the sea toward the ruins of Carthage. She had seen her share of wars, but none so devastating as this. None that had torn apart a city so full of life, so full of potential. She wept not for the destruction of the city itself, but for the lives that had been stolen, the families that had been torn apart, and the futures that would never come to be. In her eyes, the city had been beautiful, a place of wealth, culture, and possibility, now lost to the flames of war. From the far side of the heavens, the silent figure of Hades stood, his expression unreadable. He had long kept his distance from the world of the living, but the fall of Carthage had unsettled him. The underworld had grown restless. The souls of the dead would soon flood in, and for every life lost, there would be a toll that even he would have to pay. His kingdom would be filled to the brim with those who had not chosen death, but had been thrust into it by the cruelty of war. Each of the gods felt the weight of Carthage's fall in different ways, but all were bound by a shared sorrow. It was as if the earth itself had cried out in mourning, the sky darkened, and the stars dimmed, as if the heavens themselves understood the tragedy that had unfolded below. As dawn approached, the sun crept slowly over the horizon, casting a pale light over the ashes of Carthage. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and the silence of the dead. There was no cheering, no celebration. Rome had won, yes, but at what cost? The fall of Carthage was not a victory that would ever truly be celebrated. It was a silence, a sadness, a loss that would resonate through the ages. Juno stood at the edge of the heavens, her eyes fixed on the remnants of the once great city. She felt the presence of her fellow gods beside her, their collective grief mingling with her own. She had tried, in her own way, to protect Carthage. She had fought for it. And yet, despite her power, despite all the gods' efforts, it had not been enough. The gods wept not only for Carthage's fall, but for the great tragedy of human existence itself, the fact that even the most divine of beings could not stop the cruelty of fate. As the day began, and the winds began to shift, a strange peace settled over the heavens. The gods, though sorrowful, understood something that the mortal world could not. The pain of loss was a part of life. It was not something they could prevent, but something they could only witness and mourn. And so, as the sun rose over the ruins of Carthage, the gods wept not just for the city's destruction, but for the inevitability of all things, both mortal and divine, passing away. It was a sorrow that would echo through the ages, a reminder that no matter how powerful or divine, no one is immune from the cruelty of fate. It was the dead of night when the Roman Senate made its decision. In the cold, dimly lit chambers of power, there was no cheer, no applause, only the weight of an irrevocable choice. The air was thick with the tension of something unspeakable, a call for absolute finality. Across the room, the faces of Rome's leaders were grim but resolute, the flicker of torchlight casting shadows over their features. They knew, deep in their hearts, what had to be done. Rome had already suffered too much at the hands of Carthage. For decades, the city had borne the scars of the Punic Wars, and even now, the smell of smoke and death lingered in the streets. Carthage, with its thriving fleets and its vast wealth, had been a rival that none could ignore. But it was more than that. It was a deep, burning hatred that fueled the relentless Roman spirit. Carthage was not just a threat to Roman dominance, it was a symbol of everything that stood against Rome's vision of power, order, and unyielding control. The Romans had fought wars before, and they would fight wars again. But the bitterness of this conflict had grown into something more. The vision of Carthage, its ships, its armies, its reach, loomed like a shadow over every Roman family. To survive, Rome had to erase that shadow completely. There could be no compromise, no treaty, no peace. Carthage had to fall. Rome's survival depended on it. Across the Mediterranean, from the hills of the Roman Forum to the bloodied fields of battle, the spirit of Rome echoed through every Roman citizen. It wasn't simply the armies or the legions that fought for Rome's glory. It was the very idea of Rome itself, the fierce, unyielding belief that nothing, not even the might of Carthage, could stand in their way. The Romans had faced wars, plagues, famine, and rebellion. Yet, time and time again, they rose from the ashes, driven by an unshakable belief in their own destiny. This was not just a war for land or resources. This was a war for the very future of Rome, a fight to ensure that the Republic, with all its promise, would stand as the supreme force in the world. For Rome to back down now, to allow Carthage to exist and flourish once again, would be to dishonor the thousands who had died in its name, to dishonor the very idea that Rome was invincible. In the Senate chamber, as the decision was made, an eerie silence fell over the room. Every senator knew that the next steps would be ruthless. There could be no mercy. If Carthage were to survive, if its people were allowed to rebuild, it would rise again with vengeance in its heart. Rome could not allow that to happen. It was a thought that ran through the veins of every Roman soldier, every merchant, every family member who had lost someone to this war. The cost had been too high, the pain too great. As the decision spread like wildfire through the streets of Rome, the weight of it settled on the hearts of the citizens. In the marketplaces, in the crowded temples, in the homes of every Roman, the same feeling stirred, an overwhelming sense of resolve. Carthage must fall, not just for Rome's survival, but for its soul. On the shores of Italy, far from the reach of Carthage's armies, the people gathered. Some wept for the years of bloodshed, for the families torn apart, for the lives lost. Others stood tall, their eyes burning with the fire of revenge. The legions were already preparing to march, but it wasn't just their weapons that drove them, it was the promise of Rome's future. The weight of their ancestors' blood was on their shoulders, and they would not allow it to be spilled in vain. The Romans understood something deeply that no other civilization seemed to grasp: to bend, to compromise, was to lose. In their minds, there was no turning back, no possibility of weakness. Carthage's existence was a direct challenge to everything they had built and everything they dreamed of becoming. And so, they set their sights on the end, an end that would erase Carthage from the face of the earth forever. The march to Africa began, not just of soldiers, but of ideals. It wasn't just steel and iron that would conquer Carthage, but the sheer force of Rome's unrelenting will. As the Roman legions crossed the sea, their ships cutting through the waves like the harbingers of fate, their eyes were fixed on the goal: Carthage must fall. The battle raged on for months, and every Roman heart beat in unison with the drums of war. The earth itself seemed to shake beneath their feet as they stormed the gates of Carthage, fighting not just for victory, but for something much larger. Every inch of ground gained was another reminder of Rome's dominance. Every Roman soldier who fell in battle was another martyr to the cause of Rome's survival. They fought not because they were asked to, but because they could not live in a world where Carthage remained. In the ruins of Carthage, the Romans pressed on, their spirit as unyielding as the stone walls they tore down. It was not just the city they were fighting, it was the idea that Carthage represented. For Rome, this battle was about erasing the past, about casting aside any notion that the Republic could be defeated. Carthage had to die, not just for Rome to live, but for Rome to thrive. And so, as the final days of Carthage's existence approached, Rome's relentless spirit burned brighter than ever before. There was no turning back now. Carthage would fall, and with it, the dream of its survival would be extinguished. The Romans knew this was their fate, to face their enemies head-on, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. for in the end, it wasn't just about power. It was about the unshakable belief that Rome, above all, had the right to rule. The final days of Carthage were filled with fire and blood, and as the last remnants of the city crumbled to dust, the Roman spirit stood victorious. There was no celebration, no cries of joy. Only the quiet, unwavering knowledge that Rome had survived, that it had triumphed over everything that dared to challenge it. Carthage, the proud city that had once been Rome's greatest rival, was gone. And in its place stood only the ironclad certainty that Rome's place in the world could never again be threatened. The walls of Carthage were battered, bloodstained, and weary, but still they stood. The city had been under siege for months, its streets filled with the sounds of hammering, shouting, and the dull thud of destruction. Yet, inside those ancient walls, the spirit of the people burned brighter than ever. The Romans were at their doorstep, their forces vast and unyielding, but the defenders of Carthage knew they could not, would not, surrender. The battle for their home had reached its final, desperate moments, and Carthage would fight until the very end. On the eve of the final assault, the air was thick with a sense of inevitability. The streets of the city were crowded with men, women, and children, all preparing for the storm that was about to break. The city had become a fortress, but every corner had been touched by the fire of war. The sounds of hammers striking iron, the shouts of commanders, the cries of those who had lost loved ones, it all echoed through the narrow, twisting alleyways. Carthage, once a bustling and proud city, had become a place of sorrow, fear, and defiance. Inside the heart of the city, the leaders of Carthage gathered, their faces grim but resolute. They had seen their people suffer, they had watched their warriors fall, but they had never lost the belief that they could turn the tide. There was no other option. To surrender would mean not only the fall of Carthage, but the end of their way of life, their culture, their history. Rome had already shown no mercy in the past, and there would be none now. The Romans had come to destroy Carthage, not to conquer it. The very thought of it made the blood of the Carthaginian leaders run cold. The council of elders, the generals, and the commanders of the city's remaining defenders gathered in a war room dimly lit by flickering torches. They spoke in low tones, not out of fear, but because every word carried the weight of life and death. Carthage had lost so much, its fleets, its farmlands, its people, and yet, against all odds, it still stood. How? Was it the will of the gods? Or was it simply that they had nowhere else to go? One leader, a general named Hasdrubal, stood tall, his weathered face marked with the lines of countless battles. He knew the truth, the city was nearly at its breaking point. Supplies were running low, the streets were filled with the wounded, and the Romans had begun to breach the outer walls. Yet, he spoke with an unwavering resolve. We will not fall without a fight. We will make them pay for every inch they take. And with those words, the leaders of Carthage reaffirmed their vow to defend their city, to resist until the last breath, no matter the cost. But outside, the Romans were relentless. They had seen the destruction that Carthage had wrought upon their own lands, and they had vowed to bring the city to its knees. General Scipio had made his intentions clear, there would be no compromise. Carthage would be eradicated. It was not just about victory, it was about sending a message. The city, once a rival of Rome, now represented a threat that could not be allowed to survive. The Romans would destroy it to ensure that nothing could challenge their supremacy. As the Roman forces pressed in, the Carthaginian defenders rallied their people. Women and children took up arms alongside soldiers, handing weapons to their fathers, their brothers, their husbands. In every corner of the city, there was a sense of unity, a determination to not let the Romans take what was rightfully theirs. They fought for their homes, for their families, for their ancestors, for everything they had ever known. The battle grew fiercer by the hour. On the walls, the defenders fought with all the strength they had left, hurling stones and arrows at the Roman soldiers below. Inside the city, the streets were a maze of resistance. Every building, every corner was a new battleground. The Carthaginians fought fiercely, driven by a sense of desperation and a refusal to let go of their pride. But it wasn't just their homes they were defending, it was their very identity. If Carthage fell, so too would their history. They could not let that happen. On the other side, the Romans advanced with relentless precision, pushing the defenders back. The siege was brutal, and the soldiers, though victorious in battle after battle, began to feel the weight of the fight. They had seen the faces of the enemy, the people they were trying to destroy. It was hard to think of them as simply enemies. They were mothers, fathers, children, all doing what they could to survive. And yet, for the Romans, there could be no mercy. In the final days of the siege, the air was thick with smoke and the smell of death. The Romans had breached the inner walls, and the last of Carthage's defenses were crumbling. Yet, there was a spark in the hearts of the defenders. They had nothing left but their will to resist, and so they resisted with everything they had. It was then that the leaders of Carthage made their final decision. They would not surrender. They would fight to the last man, to the last woman, to the last child. The city would stand until the very end, or it would be destroyed trying. The night before the final push, the people of Carthage gathered in the temples, praying to their gods for strength. Their cries echoed through the ruins, as if the gods themselves could hear their desperate pleas. As dawn broke on the final day, the Romans launched their last, decisive assault. The battle was brutal, a maelstrom of violence and fire. The Carthaginian defenders fought with all the fury of a people who knew their city was slipping away. Their leaders led from the front, their swords raised high as they charged into the Roman lines. But there was no turning back. The Romans were too numerous, too relentless. As the city walls crumbled and the fire spread, the heart of Carthage began to break. The defenders, exhausted and battered, gave one final push, trying to push the Romans back, but it was futile. Slowly, inexorably, Carthage was falling. But even as the city burned, there was a strange sense of pride among its people. They had fought with everything they had. They had given everything to defend their home. And so, as the final days of Carthage drew to a close, the defenders made their last stand. The cries of the wounded filled the air, but even as the flames consumed the city, there was an undying spirit that could not be extinguished. Carthage would not go quietly into the night. It would fight to the end, its people showing a resilience that would echo through history. When the dust finally settled, and the city lay in ruins, the fall of Carthage was not just a military defeat, it was the death of an entire way of life. The Romans had conquered, but at what cost? The gods had seen it all, the destruction, the resistance, the bloodshed. And though Carthage had fallen, its spirit, its bravery, and its sacrifice would never be forgotten. The gods wept for what had been lost, for the city that had fought so fiercely until the very end. The sun hung low over the ruins of Carthage, casting long shadows across the smoke-choked streets. The once great city, a beacon of power and wealth, had been reduced to ash. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning buildings, mingling with the blood of the fallen. The sounds of screams and clashing swords had long since faded. In their place, there was only silence, heavy, oppressive silence. This was the end. The end of an era. The end of a city that had fought so fiercely to survive, only to be swallowed by the relentless tide of Roman vengeance. The Romans had come to destroy Carthage, and now, the city lay in ruins, its walls broken and its people scattered or dead. But still, a few stubborn souls clung to the broken pieces of their homeland, hoping, praying, that the impossible might happen, that Carthage might somehow rise again. But that hope was fading, crushed beneath the weight of Roman determination. For years, the Romans had been driven by a singular goal, the destruction of Carthage. They had vowed, in the halls of power and in the minds of the people, that Carthage would be eradicated. The voices of Rome echoed with the chant, Carthago delenda est, Carthage must be destroyed. They had already been through too much, the loss of soldiers, the trauma of war, and the shadow of Hannibal's victory at Cannae. Carthage was a threat that could not be allowed to survive. To leave it standing would be to allow the possibility of future wars, future losses, future challenges to Roman supremacy. For decades, the idea of Carthage's destruction had been a vision in the minds of Roman leaders, a burning desire that no amount of diplomacy, no amount of struggle, could put out. The city's fall was more than a military objective. It was a matter of Rome's pride, a matter of survival. No matter the cost, no matter the consequence, Carthage must be obliterated. And so, the Romans returned. They marched upon Carthage with an army vast and unforgiving. Scipio Africanus, the great Roman general, had led them to victory in the Second Punic War, but this would be the final act, the closing of a chapter that had lasted far too long. The siege began, and the walls of Carthage began to tremble. The people of the city fought back with everything they had, holding fast to their homes, to their heritage, to their belief that they could yet triumph. They were a proud people, and they knew the cost of surrender. Their ancestors had resisted invaders before, and they would resist again, no matter the odds. But the odds were insurmountable. The Roman forces were too great. They had learned from their previous mistakes, adapted, and refined their tactics. The Carthaginians, however, were exhausted. They had fought for so long, and their resources were dwindling. The walls that once protected them were now their prison. Slowly, inexorably, the Romans breached the city's defenses. They pushed forward relentlessly, forcing the Carthaginians to fight for every street, every building, every inch of ground. Inside the walls, the defenders knew they were losing. The Romans were too many, their siege too effective. Hope was fading like the sun sinking below the horizon. But even as the flames rose higher and higher, even as the city crumbled around them, there were still those who refused to give up. The women, the children, the old men, everyone who could carry a weapon or a torch had taken up arms. They fought not just for survival, but for the memory of their ancestors, for the legacy of a city that had once ruled the seas and the land. And yet, despite their courage, they could not hold back the tide. One by one, the gates fell. The Romans poured into the city, flooding the streets, breaking through the final lines of defense. The Carthaginians fought desperately, but there was no escape, no victory to be had. The Romans showed no mercy. They had seen too much death, too much destruction at the hands of Carthage in years past. There would be no negotiation. There would be no reprieve. Carthage would be reduced to nothing, its people scattered, its land salted so that nothing could ever grow there again. The final day came like a storm. The Romans breached the heart of the city, and the final, catastrophic clash began. The Carthaginians held on, but their strength was fading. The defenders knew it was over. Their homes were gone. Their city was burning. There was nothing left to fight for. They were not fighting for victory anymore, but for the chance to die with honor, to make the Romans pay for the suffering they had caused. The walls were breached. The gates were shattered. And in the streets, the Carthaginians made their last stand. It was a battle of pure desperation, a battle against inevitability. The Romans surged forward, crushing all resistance in their path. It was no longer about strategy or tactics. It was a slaughter. And then, just like that, it was over. Carthage had fallen. The Romans had won, but at what cost? As the sun set on the shattered city, there was no celebration, no jubilation. Only the quiet sounds of the dying and the wounded. The streets of Carthage were silent now, except for the crackling of the fires. It was a silence that spoke of loss, of destruction, of the complete and utter eradication of a once great civilization. In the final hours of the siege, as the last embers of Carthage smoldered in the ruins, the Roman soldiers began the final phase of their plan. They tore down the city's remaining structures, scraping the earth bare. They salted the ground so that nothing would grow there again. Carthage would not rise from its ashes. It would not be rebuilt. It would be wiped from history. Carthago delenda est. The city was no more. The last whispers of Carthage, the voices of its people, the cries of its children, the stories of its triumphs and its tragedies, were swallowed by the earth, lost to time. No longer would it stand as a rival to Rome. No longer would it haunt the dreams of Roman generals. Carthage was gone, erased, as if it had never existed at all. And yet, in the hearts of the Romans, there was no true victory. They had conquered the city, but in doing so, they had lost something as well. The destruction of Carthage, the wiping away of a civilization, had cost them their humanity. The triumph was hollow. The blood on their hands was the price of victory. The name of Carthage would be remembered in the annals of history, but only as a warning. A city that once stood as a beacon of power, reduced to dust by the relentless drive of one empire to crush another. The wind howled across the barren plains where Carthage once stood, carrying whispers of a past that refused to die. The soil, lifeless and salted, seemed to grieve its own sterility. No blade of grass dared pierce the ground. No flower bloomed. The earth itself was cursed, heavy with the weight of what it had witnessed. They said the gods had turned their backs, that the heavens had wept, and in their tears lay the salt that poisoned the land forever. There were those who whispered that it wasn't just Roman salt that ruined Carthage's fields, but something darker, something otherworldly. They told of a curse, cast in the dying breath of Carthage, binding the land to eternal desolation. It was said that every grain of salt carried the anguish of the cities fallen, their despair ground into powder and strewn across the earth. This was no simple act of war, it was an act of erasure. The land was condemned to hold the memory of destruction in its bones, never to know life again. On moonless nights, when the air grew cold and the stars seemed to withdraw from the sky, travelers avoided the cursed ground. They spoke of ghostly figures drifting through the dark shadows of Carthage's people. A woman cradling a child, her face frozen in a scream. A soldier clutching a shattered spear, his eyes hollow. They wandered the dead plains, searching for something lost, something they could never reclaim. It was said you could hear their voices in the wind, lamenting their fate, crying for the home that was stolen from them. The Romans might have believed they'd killed Carthage, but Carthage lived on in the stories that haunted the land. Farmers in nearby villages whispered of fields that refused to yield crops, of livestock that sickened and died after grazing too close. Even the water was tainted, they said, as though the earth bled its bitterness into every stream. No amount of prayer or ritual could cleanse it. Priests tried to sanctify the land, offering sacrifices and chanting invocations, but the silence afterward was deafening. The gods would not answer. Legends began to grow, each more chilling than the last. Some said the spirits of Carthage's priests had invoked their gods in the city's final moments, cursing the invaders and the soil beneath their feet. Others claimed that the goddess Tanit herself had struck a pact with death, promising the Romans victory in exchange for the land's ruin. In the years that followed, farmers digging near the ruins would sometimes uncover strange artifacts, blackened idols, burned scrolls inscribed with prayers, or bones carved with symbols that no one dared interpret. These relics were said to hum with an unnatural energy, as if the curse had seeped into them, too. But the curse wasn't just a myth to frighten children or keep travelers away. It was something people could feel. Stand on that ground, they said, and you would sense it, the weight of 1,000 unanswered cries, the despair of a city betrayed by the heavens. The air felt heavier, pressing down on your chest. The sunlight dimmed, though the skies were clear. And always, there was the scent of ash, faint but unmistakable, as if the fires of Carthage still smoldered beneath the earth. The Romans, for all their might and conquest, were not immune to the fears that clung to the land. Soldiers tasked with guarding the ruins often reported strange occurrences. Weapons left in the open would rust overnight, no matter how carefully they were cleaned. Fires would extinguish themselves without explanation. Some claimed to see shapes moving in the distance, shadows that disappeared when approached. Others spoke of hearing faint music, eerie, mournful, and hauntingly beautiful, echoing through the night. Among these soldiers, there was one story that spread like wildfire. It was said that a centurion, skeptical of the curse, had mocked the tales and dared to sleep within the ruins. The next morning, he was found dead, his face twisted in terror. His comrades swore they'd heard screams in the night but had been too afraid to investigate. After that, no one stayed in the ruins after dark. Generations passed, but the curse endured, woven into the fabric of the land. Poets and storytellers found inspiration in the desolation, weaving tales of Carthage's rise and fall, of its tragic end and the wrath of its gods. They spoke of how the city's final act of defiance had left a scar on the world, a reminder that some wounds never heal. The barren plains became a symbol of hubris and vengeance, a cautionary tale told in every corner of the known world. And yet, for all its desolation, there was something defiant in the emptiness. The salt and ashes were not just symbols of destruction, they were relics of a city that had refused to go quietly. The curse, some said, was Carthage's final triumph, a way to ensure it would never be forgotten. Rome might have burned its walls and scattered its people, but it could not erase the memory of Carthage. That memory lived on, etched into the cursed earth, whispered in the wind, carried in the hearts of those who remembered. Even now, centuries later, the land where Carthage once stood remains an enigma. Archaeologists uncover fragments of its past, shards of pottery, and ruins of its great harbor, but the earth itself resists them. Tools break. Machines malfunction. It's as if the ground does not want to yield its secrets, as if it guards its pain jealously, refusing to let the world forget the cost of its destruction. And so, the myths endure. They grow with each retelling, carrying the sorrow and fury of a city that once dared to stand against Rome. The land remains barren, a silent witness to the power of vengeance and the resilience of memory. The Romans may have salted the earth to ensure nothing would grow, but in doing so, they planted something else, a story that would never die. The sound of trumpets echoed through the streets, their piercing call a declaration that the gods themselves favored Rome. Banners of crimson and gold fluttered above the jubilant crowds as soldiers, clad in polished armor, marched in perfect formation. Each step seemed to reverberate with destiny, a steady rhythm that whispered, "This is power. This is Rome." The spoils of conquest paraded before the people, a treasure trove of golden statues, shimmering jewels, and the sacred relics of defeated lands. Behind them, chained captives shuffled, their heads bowed in defeat, their once proud spirits now crushed under the weight of Rome's unyielding might. Among them were generals who had dared to defy the Republic, now displayed as proof of its supremacy. Rome demanded not just submission but spectacle, and it turned every victory into a story of divine will. To the Romans, this was not mere conquest, it was justice. Their gods, their culture, their laws, they believed, were destined to rule the Mediterranean. The fall of Carthage was not just a military triumph, it was proof of Rome's divine favor. The Senate declared it openly, the gods had chosen Rome as the light of the world, the anchor of civilization in a sea of chaos. The forum buzzed with speeches that painted a vivid picture of Rome's destiny. Orators, with their voices rising and falling like waves, spoke of how the gods had blessed their city from its founding. They told of Romulus, who had been guided by divine wolves, and of Aeneas, who carried the heart of Troy to the soil of Italy. These were not mere legends, they were declarations of fate. Rome was not just a city, it was the beating heart of the world. Inside the grand temples, priests performed rituals that seemed to blur the line between the mortal and the divine. Incense curled into the heavens as prayers for Rome's eternal dominance filled the air. Statues of Jupiter, Mars, and Minerva loomed over worshippers, their stone faces stern yet protective, as if assuring the people that Rome's rule was ordained. To question Rome's ascendancy was to defy the gods themselves. The victories in Carthage and beyond were woven into this grand narrative. The Senate commissioned poets to immortalize the conquests in verse, crafting tales where Roman valor shone brighter than the sun. Historians were tasked to record events with a heavy hand of bias, transforming brutal wars into noble campaigns. The Mediterranean was no longer a sea of equals, it was Mare Nostrum, our sea, a testament to Rome's rightful dominance. Artisans carved the story of Rome's rise into marble and bronze, adorning public spaces with scenes of triumphant battles and supplicating enemies. The Colosseum itself, in later years, would become a monument to this ideology, where the spectacles of blood and glory played out before roaring crowds. Rome's might was not just seen, it was felt, celebrated, and worshipped. Yet, behind the grand display lay an unshakable determination, a relentless need to justify every conquest as necessary and righteous. Senators debated not whether Rome should rule but how best to make others accept it. New laws were drafted, extending Roman governance over conquered lands while maintaining the illusion of partnership. "We do not enslave," they claimed, "we elevate." But for those beneath the Roman yoke, this elevation felt more like suffocation. The people of the Republic believed in the moral superiority of their way of life. Roman law, they said, brought order where there was chaos. Roman roads connected lands that had once been isolated. Roman culture, with its oratory, philosophy, and theater, offered enlightenment to those deemed barbaric. But beneath the polished rhetoric was an empire that thrived on domination, one that ensured peace only through the threat of war. The victory processions, though grand and glorious, carried an undercurrent of unease. The crowds cheered, but in the quiet of their homes, they whispered about the cost of Rome's ambition. Sons who would never return from distant campaigns. Taxes that drained their coffers to fund wars they would never see. Farmers displaced by the influx of slaves from conquered lands. Rome's triumph was a heavy burden, borne by many so that a few could bask in its glory. Still, the illusion held. Rome's leaders understood the power of symbols, and they wielded them masterfully. They built triumphal arches that stretched toward the heavens, their inscriptions proclaiming the eternal glory of the Republic. They minted coins bearing the images of victorious generals, their faces stern and unyielding, a promise that Rome would never falter. Every street corner, every forum, every temple echoed with the same message: Rome is eternal. Rome is unstoppable. And yet, for all its grandeur, there was a fragility to Rome's portrayal of itself. The relentless need to declare its supremacy, to remind the world of its divine favor, hinted at a fear buried deep within. Rome understood the precarious nature of power. It knew that for every empire that rose, another had fallen. The destruction of Carthage was both a victory and a warning, a glimpse of what could happen to Rome if it ever faltered. As the sun set over the city, casting long shadows across the forum, a hush fell over the crowd. A priest raised his arms to the heavens, invoking the gods' blessings upon Rome. The people knelt, their heads bowed, their voices murmuring prayers. In that moment, they were united by a shared belief that Rome was more than stone and mortar, more than laws and legions. It was an idea, a destiny, a flame that no one could extinguish. Rome stood triumphant, its grip on the Mediterranean unshakable, its vision of itself as the rightful ruler of the world carved into history. Yet, beneath the marble and gold, beneath the hymns and cheers, there lingered the unspoken truth: the same gods who raised Rome high could just as easily bring it low. The night was unnaturally still, the air heavy with something unspoken, something unseen. The soldiers stationed on the edges of Carthage's ruins whispered among themselves, their voices barely above a murmur. They weren't afraid of an enemy's blade, no, what they feared was far more elusive, a shadow that seemed to move even when no torchlight flickered. Some swore they heard cries, faint but insistent, drifting over the barren expanse where Carthage once stood proud. Others claimed the very ground beneath their feet trembled, as if the earth itself protested the violence. It was said that when Rome razed Carthage, the gods turned their faces away in sorrow, their tears mingling with the ashes scattered to the winds. But not all gods were silent. Some, it was whispered, had cursed the victors. Those who spoke of such things in Rome did so in hushed tones, fearful of drawing the ire of both men and deities. But the rumors were persistent. Carthage, even in death, refused to rest. The stories began quietly at first, whispered around campfires by those who had fought in the final siege. They spoke of visions, spectral figures rising from the smoke as the city burned, their eyes hollow, their hands outstretched, reaching for the legionaries who torched their homes. These weren't dreams, the soldiers insisted. They were warnings. When the salt was scattered over the land to ensure nothing would grow, some swore they heard a keening wail, as if the soil itself cried out in anguish. Years later, when the first Roman settlers tried to build upon the cursed ground, their efforts were met with strange misfortunes. Tools shattered inexplicably. Crops withered despite fertile conditions. And at night, the settlers heard the cries, those same ghostly wails carried by the wind, piercing and relentless. It wasn't long before rumors spread of a divine wrath, of spirits bound to the earth, seeking vengeance for the desecration of their city. Priests were summoned to perform rites, to cleanse the land of whatever lingered. They offered sacrifices, burned incense, and chanted prayers to Jupiter, Mars, and all the gods of Rome. For a time, the haunting seemed to abate, and the settlers breathed easier. But peace was fleeting. One by one, the priests who had performed the rituals met strange fates, plagued by illness, struck by lightning, or disappearing without a trace. The settlers took it as a sign: Carthage's gods were not to be trifled with. Even in Rome, strange events began to unfold. A statue of Minerva in the Forum cracked in half without warning. The Tiber flooded its banks, drowning livestock and homes. Some claimed these were mere coincidences, natural disasters that had nothing to do with Carthage. But others, the superstitious and the devout, believed otherwise. They whispered that the curse of Carthage had followed the legions home, infecting Rome itself. One chilling tale told of a Roman senator who had overseen the destruction of Carthage. He returned to Rome a hero, his name celebrated in the streets. But his nights were tormented by dreams, visions of a city aflame, its people screaming his name, not in fear but in accusation. He awoke drenched in sweat, the smell of smoke lingering in his nostrils. One night, unable to bear it any longer, he fled his villa and was found the next morning at the edge of the Tiber, his body lifeless, his face frozen in terror. The people whispered that he had been claimed by the curse. The haunting stories weren't confined to soldiers and settlers. Merchants traveling near the ruins told of encountering shadowy figures on the road, silent, faceless forms that vanished the moment they were approached. Ships passing the North African coast reported strange lights flickering where Carthage once stood, as if phantom fires still burned in the night. Even Rome's most rational minds could not ignore the unease that surrounded Carthage. Philosophers debated the nature of curses and divine wrath, some dismissing the tales as superstition while others saw them as warnings to respect the gods of all lands, even those of defeated enemies. But the stories persisted, growing darker with each telling. One legend spoke of Dido, the queen who had founded Carthage centuries earlier. Her spirit, it was said, roamed the ruins, her voice filled with sorrow and rage. Travelers claimed to hear her lamenting the destruction of her city, cursing Rome for its cruelty. Those who ventured too close to the ruins often returned changed, haunted, silent, their eyes distant, as if they had gazed into something no mortal should ever see. Rome tried to silence the rumors, to paint the destruction of Carthage as a necessity, an act of divine justice. But the curse could not be silenced. It lingered in the air, in the ground, in the hearts of those who dared to speak of it. It became a warning, a reminder that even the greatest empires could not escape the consequences of their actions. Centuries later, when Rome itself began to crumble, some looked back to Carthage and wondered if the curse had finally come to claim its due. They spoke of how the gods of Carthage had waited, biding their time, watching as Rome grew complacent in its power. Now, as the barbarians gathered at Rome's gates, it was easy to believe that the whispers of Carthage's wrath had never been mere stories. They were prophecies. And so, the curse of Carthage lived on, not just in the haunted ruins and the strange misfortunes, but in the hearts of those who feared that Rome's triumph had come at too great a cost. Even as the city thrived, its people could never quite shake the shadow of Carthage, a shadow that seemed to stretch endlessly, waiting for the moment when the gods would finally take their vengeance. The temple stood silent, its walls scarred by time and flame, the air heavy with an eerie stillness. Once, this had been the heart of Carthage's spiritual life, a place where priests chanted prayers to gods whose names now felt like whispers carried on the wind. Tanit, the fierce mother goddess, and Baal-Hamon, the father of storms and harvests, had reigned here, their presence as commanding as the rising sun. But now, their statues lay shattered, their faces erased by the hands of conquerors. The gods of Carthage, it seemed, were destined to fade into shadows. When the Roman soldiers marched into the ruined city, they were met not only by the sight of smoldering homes and crumbled walls, but by the eerie remnants of a faith they didn't understand. The altars, blackened and broken, still bore the stains of offerings made in desperation, as if the people had begged their gods for salvation until the very end. But salvation had not come. The gods of Carthage, once so mighty, had been silent in the city's final hour. The Romans, pragmatic and ever expansive, did not linger on what they considered the failures of another people's gods. They saw opportunity in the ashes. Some deities were stripped of their names and woven into the fabric of Roman belief. Baal Hamon, with his dominion over fertility and weather, was likened to Saturn, the Roman god of time and harvests. Tanit, once fierce and unyielding, became associated with Juno, her maternal aspects emphasized while her ferocity was quietly forgotten. It was as if the Romans sought to tame the gods of Carthage, to fold them into their empire's vast pantheon and rob them of the power they once wielded. But the gods, as the stories go, did not fade quietly. In secret corners of Roman cities, whispers persisted. In the poorer quarters, among those who remembered the tales of Carthage, small altars were said to be erected. These were not grand or public like Rome's temples, but hidden, simple, and haunting. A stone marked with symbols that spoke of Tanit. A handful of grain left as an offering to Baal Hamon. The gods of Carthage lingered like ghosts, alive in the memories of those who had escaped the city's destruction. Over time, though, even these small acts of defiance began to fade. The Romans were relentless in their ability to assimilate, to take what was foreign and make it their own, or erase it entirely. They built temples over the ruins of Carthage's sanctuaries, their gods towering over the broken remnants of Tanit and Baal Hamon. The rituals that had once defined a people's devotion were replaced by Roman ceremonies, their precision and grandeur overwhelming the intimate, visceral faith that had defined Carthage. Generations passed, and with them, the memory of Carthage's gods dimmed. Children born under Roman rule heard stories of the Punic Wars, of Hannibal's daring and Carthage's fall, but the gods were little more than footnotes. Who was Baal Hamon? A demon, some whispered, an enemy of Rome's gods. And Tanit? A name best left unsaid, for her anger was still feared, even if she was no longer worshipped. But there were those who felt the loss keenly, as if something vital had been stripped from the world. Scholars and priests, digging through ancient texts and ruins, found fragments of prayers, carvings that spoke of devotion so fierce it burned brighter than the fires that consumed the city. They wondered what it meant to lose not just a home or a people, but the very gods who had shaped their lives. What became of a deity when their followers were scattered, their temples destroyed? Did they vanish, forgotten and unremembered, or did they linger, waiting for someone to call their names again? Some said the gods of Carthage never truly left. On stormy nights, when the winds howled and the seas churned, sailors swore they heard Baal Hamon's voice in the thunder, his rage echoing across the waves. In the stillness of moonlit nights, wanderers claimed to see Tanit's figure in the shadows, her eyes gleaming with a sorrow so deep it felt like a weight on the chest. They were not gods anymore, not in the way they had been. They were something else, remnants, echoes, fragments of a faith that refused to be completely extinguished. The land itself seemed to remember. Crops planted in the soil of what had once been Carthage often failed, no matter how carefully they were tended. Farmers muttered that the ground was cursed, salted not just by Roman hands, but by the wrath of gods who had been betrayed. When earthquakes shook the region, tearing through fields and villages, there were those who said it was Baal Hamon, trying to remind the world of his power. But even these stories began to fade. Rome's dominance was unyielding, its culture spreading like a tide, washing away what had come before. Tanit and Baal Hamon were reduced to curiosities, their names appearing in dusty manuscripts studied by scholars who cared more for history than for faith. The gods of Carthage had been powerful, but even gods, it seemed, could not survive the relentless march of time and empire. And yet, there was a strange comfort in the idea that they might still be out there, somewhere in the ether. Forgotten but not gone. For every prayer left unanswered, for every temple left in ruins, there was a lingering sense that the gods of Carthage had not disappeared. They had simply become something else, part of the wind, the storm, the quiet rage of the earth beneath the feet of those who no longer knew their names. Perhaps they waited, not for devotion or offerings, but for remembrance. A whisper. A word. A thought. For what is a god without those who believe? And what becomes of a world when even its gods can be forgotten? The wind howled through the mountain pass, its icy fingers biting at the faces of soldiers and beasts alike. High above, the jagged peaks of the Alps stood as an unyielding barrier, daring anyone to challenge their might. Yet, through the snow and peril, he led them forward, a figure cloaked in determination, his gaze fixed on a horizon that promised both glory and doom. Hannibal Barca, the man who had vowed to destroy Rome, etched his legend into the unforgiving landscape with every step. Years later, the echoes of his name would reverberate through Roman streets, whispered with a mix of awe and dread. Hannibal ad portas, mothers would warn their children, Hannibal is at the gates. It didn't matter that he was no longer there. His presence loomed like a specter, a reminder of the closest Rome had come to utter annihilation. To the Romans, he was both villain and hero, a figure so extraordinary that even their hatred could not diminish their respect. Hannibal had not merely waged war, he had defied the impossible. When others might have chosen the safer path, he had led his army, including his famed war elephants, across treacherous terrain that seemed to mock the very idea of human endeavor. The Alps were not just mountains, they were monsters, devouring men and beasts with avalanches and hunger. Yet Hannibal emerged on the other side, battered but unbroken. The audacity of it. To take Rome by surprise, to strike at the heart of an empire with such brilliance, it was a story destined to be told for generations. Rome's soldiers, seasoned and confident, had never encountered an adversary like him. At Cannae, he orchestrated a masterpiece of strategy, encircling and annihilating a force twice the size of his own. The battlefield became a graveyard, the air heavy with the cries of the dying and the silence of those who had witnessed the unthinkable. Even in defeat, Rome could not forget the genius of the man who had outmaneuvered them so completely. But Hannibal's legend did not end with his victories. It grew in the moments when the odds turned against him, when his homeland faltered and Rome's relentless might closed in. He became a symbol of resilience, a man who refused to yield even as the walls around him crumbled. When Carthage betrayed him, handing him over to his enemies, he vanished into exile, his spirit unbroken. Stories spread of him wandering foreign lands, offering his brilliance to other rulers, always one step ahead of those who sought to capture him. In Rome, the tales of Hannibal became a paradox. He was their greatest enemy, yet he was a figure they could not help but admire. Parents would recount his cunning to their children, his victories becoming cautionary tales of both the dangers of hubris and the rewards of brilliance. Hannibal was not just a man, he was an idea, a reminder of what Rome had nearly lost and what it had gained by overcoming him. As the years turned to centuries, his story traveled far beyond Rome and Carthage. In lands untouched by the Punic Wars, his name became synonymous with daring and intellect. Poets and historians wove his tale into their works, painting him as a tragic hero who had fought not just Rome but the very tide of fate. He became a figure of admiration even in places that had never known his wars, his legend reshaped to fit the values of each culture that embraced it. In some retellings, he was a visionary, a man who had seen the flaws in Rome's growing empire and sought to stop it before it consumed the world. In others, he was a symbol of defiance, a beacon for those who dared to challenge the powerful. Even his defeats were recast as triumphs of the human spirit, proof that greatness lay not in victory alone but in the courage to fight against overwhelming odds. The myths grew more vibrant with each retelling. Some claimed he had not died at all but had disappeared into the mists, waiting for a time when he would rise again. Others spoke of his soul haunting the Alps, where the crunch of snow underfoot could sometimes be heard alongside the distant trumpet of an elephant. Hannibal became not just a memory but a presence, a figure who defied death itself. In the grand halls of Rome, where marble statues immortalized their own heroes, his shadow lingered. It was said that Scipio Africanus, the man who had finally defeated him, spoke of Hannibal with respect, acknowledging his unparalleled skill. Some even whispered that Scipio had learned from Hannibal, adopting the strategies of his rival to secure Rome's ultimate victory. In this way, Hannibal's legacy was woven into Rome's own greatness, his genius shaping the empire he had sought to destroy. And yet, there was an aching sadness to his story. For all his brilliance, for all his victories, Hannibal's dreams had been undone by forces beyond his control. His homeland, Carthage, had lacked the will to support him fully, and his enemies had been relentless. The gods, it seemed, had chosen Rome. But even in defeat, Hannibal's story endured, a testament to the power of human ambition and the enduring allure of those who dare to challenge the impossible. As fires burned in Roman villas and soldiers drank to their victories, the name of Hannibal was never far from their lips. He was the man who had almost brought them to their knees, a figure of such towering strength that even the passage of time could not erase him. And in the quiet moments, when the wind carried the whispers of history, it was said that you could still hear the faint echo of his laughter, bold, defiant, and immortal. The air was thick with smoke and the scent of crushed laurel leaves. A Carthaginian standard fluttered over the forum, its rich purple and gold gleaming in the Mediterranean sun. Below, the streets of Rome buzzed not with triumph, but with the subdued murmur of a people who had been conquered yet spared. Hannibal stood tall among his officers, his piercing eyes scanning the city that had once dared to call itself eternal. The unthinkable had happened. Carthage had triumphed. It began in a moment of sheer audacity. Hannibal, whose strategies had brought mighty Rome to the brink, had gambled everything on a final, decisive push. The Battle of Zama was no Roman victory in this alternate tale. The field of combat, marked by dust and blood, bore witness to a cunning maneuver that had turned Scipio Africanus's brilliance against him. Hannibal's war elephants had feigned retreat, drawing the Roman legions into chaos, only to strike back with a fury no one had anticipated. The pride of Rome fell that day, their eagle standards trampled underfoot. The ripples of that victory reached far beyond the battlefield. Rome, once the beating heart of an empire destined to rule the Mediterranean, was forced to kneel. Carthage dictated the terms, but the punishment was not the salting of fields or the razing of walls. Hannibal, ever the strategist, knew that a humbled Rome could serve a greater purpose as a vassal state. And so, the great city of 7 hills was not destroyed but transformed into a loyal cog within the vast Carthaginian machine. The Mediterranean was reborn under Carthaginian dominance. Merchant fleets sailed freely from Iberia to the Levant, their holds bursting with gold, spices, and silk. The seas, once a battlefield, became arteries of trade, pulsing with the lifeblood of commerce. Carthage itself, the jewel of Africa, flourished beyond imagination. Towering temples to Baal Hammon and Tanit rose alongside bustling markets where goods from every corner of the known world were exchanged. Scholars gathered in libraries that rivaled those of Alexandria, their work enriched by the blending of cultures. And yet, what of Rome? The proud city did not vanish into obscurity, nor did its people forget their heritage. A generation of Romans grew up under Carthaginian rule, their traditions reshaped by a blend of Punic influences. Latin mingled with Punic in the streets, a hybrid tongue that carried the stories of two civilizations bound together by conquest. Roman gods found counterparts in the Carthaginian pantheon, Jupiter sharing the heavens with Baal, Venus with Tanit. The cultural fusion created something new, a legacy neither entirely Roman nor Carthaginian but undeniably powerful. In this alternate timeline, the very idea of empire took on a different meaning. Where Rome had sought to conquer and assimilate, Carthage expanded through trade and diplomacy. The Punic vision of power was not one of swords and legions, but of influence and wealth. Cities from Gaul to Greece became allies, their autonomy respected so long as they pledged loyalty to Carthage's golden lion. It was a world where the spoils of war gave way to the rewards of partnership. But power comes with its own shadows. Hannibal, the hero of this age, grew older, his victories etched into his withered face. His name, once a rallying cry, became a weight. He had defied the impossible, but he could not escape the specter of what might have been. Rome, subdued but unbroken, simmered with resentment. Beneath the surface, whispers of rebellion spread among the conquered, their anger fed by a yearning for the glory they had lost. The children of Rome, now raised in the Punic way, began to see themselves as something other than Roman. Their identities blurred, their loyalties uncertain. Some embraced the prosperity Carthage had brought, while others clung to the stories of the old republic, of a time when Rome had stood proud and free. Hannibal, always a man of foresight, understood the precariousness of his victory. He knew that the flame of Roman ambition could not be extinguished, only contained. And so, he walked the streets of Carthage late at night, his footsteps echoing against the walls of the city he had saved and reshaped. He pondered the choices he had made, the lives he had taken, and the roads he had not walked. In his dreams, he saw visions of another future, a future where Rome had risen victorious, where Carthage had burned, and where his name had faded into the annals of a history written by his enemies. It was a haunting thought, one that gripped him with a strange mixture of relief and regret. Even in this victorious world, the clash between Carthage and Rome was never truly over. The two cities, bound by fate, existed as reflections of each other, their destinies intertwined. Hannibal's triumph had altered the course of history, but the underlying tension remained. Rome, even in submission, was a force that could not be ignored. Carthage, for all its splendor, bore the burden of maintaining its dominance. Generations passed, and the memory of Hannibal became a legend, his deeds retold in song and story. To some, he was a liberator, the man who had ended Rome's tyranny. To others, he was a conqueror, the architect of their subjugation. His name became a symbol of what could be achieved through sheer will and ingenuity, a reminder of the choices that define history. And yet, the question lingered in the hearts of those who look back on this time: what might have been? Would a world under Roman rule have been more just, more stable? Or had Hannibal's victory given rise to a golden age that Rome could never have achieved? It was a question without an answer, a paradox that haunted both conqueror and conquered. In the end, the legacy of this alternate history lay not in the walls of Carthage or the streets of Rome, but in the hearts of those who lived within their shadows. Two great cities, two mighty peoples, forever changed by their struggle. And through it all, Hannibal's shadow loomed, a reminder that history is not just a series of events, but a tapestry of choices, woven by those brave enough to stand at the crossroads of destiny. The sky over Carthage burned, streaked with angry reds and sullen blacks as the city succumbed to its doom. To the east, where the stars were still visible, they shone cold and indifferent, silent witnesses to the end of an empire. As flames consumed the city, whispers of fate rose louder than the cries of the dying. Had this destruction been written long before the first brick of Carthage was laid? Among the gods, it was said, there had been murmurs of this war. Baal-Hamon, lord of Carthage, had stood defiant against Jupiter, king of the Roman heavens. Their celestial courts clashed in ways unseen to mortal eyes, their champions set to fight battles that mirrored the struggles of their people below. Some claimed it was not steel and strategy that had undone Carthage, but the vengeance of divine forces whose wills bent mortal history to their whims. It was a story told among those who survived. Long ago, a curse had been uttered. Aeneas, the Trojan prince who fled the ruins of his homeland, had once sought refuge in Carthage. There, Queen Dido had welcomed him with open arms and a heart that burned for him alone. When Aeneas left, driven by the call of destiny to found Rome, her heart broke. Standing atop her funeral pyre, she had cursed his descendants, vowing eternal enmity between their peoples. That curse, they whispered, had sealed Carthage's fate. No matter how cunning Hannibal had been, no matter how fierce the warriors of Carthage, their doom was written in the stars. As Roman legions poured salt into Carthage's soil, ensuring that nothing would grow there again, those who looked to the heavens saw signs that seemed impossible to deny. A comet streaked across the night, a fiery tear in the velvet darkness. It was, they said, Baal-Hamon himself fleeing to the stars, abandoning his people in the face of Rome's might. Some even claimed to hear the wails of Tanit, goddess of the moon, her sorrow echoing in the winds that whipped through the ruins. The gods, they believed, had chosen sides, and Carthage had been forsaken. The Romans, too, told stories of fate, but their interpretation was far less somber. To them, the fall of Carthage was not a tragedy but a triumph ordained by the fates themselves. In their myths, Jupiter had decreed that Rome would rise to rule the world. Carthage, as mighty as it had been, was but a stepping stone on that inevitable path. To the Roman people, their victory was proof that the gods favored their ambition, that their destiny was unparalleled and unstoppable. There were tales of omens that confirmed this belief. On the eve of Hannibal's defeat, Roman priests claimed to have seen eagles circling the Capitoline Hill, their cries fierce and triumphant. When the Roman general Scipio Africanus entered Carthage's sacred temple, he paused before the statue of Baal Hammon and declared, "Your power has passed." The statue cracked, its mighty visage fracturing down the middle as if the god himself had acknowledged the truth of Scipio's words. And yet, even within Rome, there were those who feared that fate was fickle. The poets and oracles, their minds attuned to the currents of destiny, warned that no city, no empire, was immune to the whims of the gods. They whispered that Carthage's fall was a warning as much as it was a victory. For if the gods could allow a city as grand as Carthage to burn, what hope was there for Rome to remain eternal? In Carthage's destruction, some saw a terrible symmetry. The city that had cursed Aeneas had been destroyed by his descendants, but what had the cost been? Rome's soldiers had waded through blood, their hands red with the lives of women and children. For every Roman who reveled in their triumph, there was another who dreamed of the haunted eyes of those they had slain. Could it be, they wondered, that fate had marked them not as victors but as the next to fall? Across the sea, Carthage's survivors clung to their stories like driftwood in a storm. They spoke of a time when the gods might return to avenge them. In their minds, the war had not ended with Carthage's fall, it had merely paused. Hannibal's name became a prayer, his victories recounted as though they might bring him back. Some believed that the soul of Baal Hammon lingered, waiting for the day when Rome's fortunes would turn, and the sons of Carthage could rise again. And yet, the gods themselves seemed silent. The temples lay in ruins, their altars cold. The divine voices that once guided Carthage's priests were mute, leaving only the questions of the mortal world. Had the gods truly abandoned Carthage, or had the city's fall been a result of mortal choices? Was fate an unyielding force, or could it be bent, twisted by the hands of those strong enough to seize it? On the hills of Rome, a victorious general would stand during his triumph, the cheers of the crowd washing over him like a wave. But in the chariot behind him, a slave would whisper in his ear, "Remember, you are mortal." It was a reminder of fate's dual nature, the power to lift one up and the certainty of an eventual fall. And so, as Carthage smoldered and Rome celebrated, the question lingered in the air, who truly held the strings of fate? Were they gods, weaving the destinies of men like threads in a tapestry? Or were they men themselves, forging their own paths in defiance of divine will? The answer, perhaps, lay in the silence of the heavens, where the stars burned on, indifferent and eternal. The wind swept across the barren plain where Carthage had once stood, carrying the scent of salt from the distant sea. For centuries, the ruins lay quiet, whispers of life buried beneath layers of ash and earth. But even in its desolation, Carthage lived on, not in walls or markets, but in the imaginations of those who had only ever known it through the words of poets and historians. In Rome, the specter of Carthage never truly faded. It lingered, haunting the minds of emperors and scholars, a tantalizing thought, what if it could rise again? It began as a murmur among those who studied the ruins. Travelers who ventured to the site returned with tales of broken statues half buried in the ground, of columns that seemed to reach toward the heavens even in decay. They spoke of an eerie beauty, a ghost of grandeur that refused to be erased. Some claimed that walking through the desolate streets felt like treading upon sacred ground, as though the city's spirit still lingered, waiting for its chance to return. In the hearts of dreamers, Carthage was not dead. It was sleeping. Writers in Rome began to craft stories of the city's former glory, their words dripping with admiration and guilt. Carthage became more than a defeated enemy, it was a symbol of resilience, a reminder of what could be lost and regained. The poets compared it to a phoenix, a creature destined to rise from its own ashes. In their verses, Carthage shimmered like a mirage, a vision of what might have been, and what still could be. One tale whispered among the people told of a Roman senator who had visited the ruins under the light of a full moon. As he walked through the shattered remains of the Bursa, he claimed to hear faint echoes of voices, laughter, songs, the bustle of a market. He described it not as eerie, but as hopeful, as though the city itself were calling out to be reborn. The senator returned to Rome with a new conviction: Carthage could rise again, not as a rival, but as a jewel in Rome's crown. And so the idea took root. The emperors, ever eager to leave their mark upon history, began to toy with the notion. Julius Caesar, in his boundless ambition, was among the first to envision a new Carthage. To him, the city's ruins were an opportunity, a canvas upon which to paint his legacy. He declared that Carthage would be rebuilt, a Roman city that would shine as a testament to the empire's power and generosity. Though his plans were cut short, the dream persisted, passed from one ruler to the next like a flame that refused to die. When Augustus came to power, he ordered his architects to draw up plans for the new city. They imagined wide streets lined with marble columns, grand temples that would rival those of Rome, and a harbor that would once again teem with ships. The name Carthage would no longer inspire fear but admiration, a city reborn as a beacon of Roman civilization. Workers began to clear the ruins, their tools striking against stone that had not felt the touch of human hands in centuries. With every brick laid, it seemed as though Carthage was shaking off the weight of its past, ready to step into the light once more. But not everyone celebrated. In the shadows of Rome's grand halls, there were whispers of unease. Some believed that Carthage should remain as it was, a ruin, a warning, a symbol of Rome's might. To rebuild it was to tempt fate, to risk awakening the ghosts of the past. What if the gods who had watched over Carthage before its fall were still there, waiting for their chance to reclaim what was theirs? Others feared that the city's spirit would never truly bow to Rome. No matter how Roman its walls or its streets might appear, Carthage was Carthage, a place of defiance, of pride, of indomitable will. Could it ever truly belong to an empire that had once destroyed it? Yet the dreamers pressed on. As the years passed, Carthage began to stir. Farmers tilled the soil that had once been salted, coaxing life from the earth. Merchants set up stalls where markets had once thrived, their goods a testament to the city's enduring potential. The new city was not the Carthage of old, but it was alive, a blend of Roman order and Carthaginian soul. Its streets rang with voices once more, a chorus of hope and determination. The poets, who had once mourned Carthage's fall, now celebrated its return. They wrote of a city that had defied death itself, a place that refused to be forgotten. To them, Carthage was more than stone and mortar, it was an idea, a testament to the resilience of human ambition. They compared it to a seed buried in the dark, waiting for the right moment to sprout and bloom. And yet, for all its beauty, the new Carthage carried a shadow. The weight of its history lingered in the air, a reminder of the cost of its rebirth. Some claimed that on quiet nights, when the wind swept through the city, you could still hear the cries of those who had perished in the fires of its fall. The rebuilt temples stood tall, but their altars seemed empty, as though the gods had not yet returned. Still, the people persevered. They built, they prayed, they dreamed. Carthage, once a symbol of loss, became a beacon of possibility. It was proof that even the greatest tragedies could give rise to something new. And though the city would never again challenge Rome, it remained a place of strength, a testament to the power of memory and hope. As the sun set over the Mediterranean, its golden light painting the walls of the new city, one could almost believe that Carthage had never fallen at all. The past and the present seemed to merge, the ruins whispering their stories to the stones of the future. And in that moment, it was clear, Carthage was not just a place. It was an idea, a dream, a promise that even in the face of destruction, life could find a way. The firelight flickered across the faces of those gathered in the temple, casting long shadows against the marble walls. The priest, his voice trembling with the weight of his tale, began to recount the old story. It was a story of gods and men, of divine wrath and human folly, a tale that had been told and retold for centuries. Each word seemed to carry the weight of an ancient truth, shaping the listener's understanding of their world and their place within it. The gods were never distant in these stories. They were present in every storm that tore through the seas, and every harvest that thrived or failed, and in every war that left cities smoldering. For the people of Rome and Carthage alike, the divine was not an abstract concept, it was an active force, one that demanded reverence and sometimes exacted punishment. The tales that emerged from this belief were more than entertainment, they were lessons etched into the fabric of history. One such tale spoke of the god Baal-Hamon, the stern and watchful protector of Carthage. It was said that in the early days, when the city was young and hungry for dominance, Baal-Hamon blessed its people with wisdom and strength. Under his gaze, the city flourished, its harbors filled with ships and its markets brimming with goods from across the Mediterranean. But as Carthage grew in power, so too did its pride. The people began to see themselves as invincible, their success as their own making rather than a gift from the gods. The myth told of a day when the priests of Baal-Hamon noticed something amiss. The sacred flame in his temple burned lower than it should, its once bright light now dim and flickering. They took it as a warning, a sign that the god was displeased. But the leaders of Carthage, drunk on their victories and wealth, dismissed the omen. They believed their walls were unbreachable, their fleets unstoppable. The gods, they thought, could not touch them. Then came the Punic Wars, and with them, the wrath of Rome. In the stories that followed, Baal-Hamon's anger was woven into the narrative of Carthage's downfall. It was said that when the Romans breached the city's defenses, they were not alone. Baal-Hamon had turned his back on his people, withdrawing his protection and allowing their enemies to triumph. The burning of Carthage was not just a military defeat, it was seen as a divine reckoning, a punishment for the hubris of its leaders. These tales did not stop at Carthage. In Rome, the gods were equally woven into the fabric of victory and loss. Mars, the god of war, was said to have guided Roman soldiers in battle, his fiery spirit filling them with courage. But the myths also spoke of a balance that the gods demanded. For every victory granted by the divine, there was a price to be paid. A general might achieve glory on the battlefield, only to face personal ruin upon his return. This belief shaped how Romans understood their successes and failures, giving their history a sense of cosmic order. The gods, it seemed, were not merely spectators in the affairs of men. They were teachers, their stories offering lessons in humility, loyalty, and the dangers of ambition. When a city rose too high, forgetting the source of its blessings, the gods acted as a counterbalance, bringing it back to earth. These tales served as cautionary reminders, warning future generations of the consequences of pride and the importance of honoring the divine. One story from Roman lore told of an unnamed farmer who stumbled upon an ancient artifact while plowing his field, a golden statue of Jupiter hidden beneath the earth for centuries. The farmer, unsure of what to do, brought the statue to the local temple. That night, he dreamed of Jupiter himself, who warned him that the artifact had been buried to protect the city from a great calamity. By uncovering it, the farmer had unknowingly awakened old forces. The tale ended with the farmer offering a massive sacrifice to appease the god, and the statue was reburied with great ceremony. The story spread, becoming a parable about the dangers of tampering with things beyond human understanding. It reinforced the idea that the gods held secrets that humans were better off respecting, lest they incur divine wrath. These narratives, while rooted in myth, had real effects on how history was written and understood. Leaders invoked the gods to justify their actions, claiming divine favor as the source of their authority. Writers shaped the past through the lens of these stories, imbuing their accounts with a sense of destiny and purpose. Even the ordinary people who listened to these tales by the firelight absorbed their lessons, carrying them into their own lives as guides for navigating the challenges they faced. But perhaps the most powerful lesson these stories offered was the notion of redemption. For every tale of divine wrath, there was another of forgiveness and renewal. A city might fall, a hero might stumble, but the gods, though stern, were not without mercy. In the wake of Carthage's destruction, there were whispers of visions, dreams in which Baal-Hamon wept for his people and vowed to watch over their descendants. In these visions, the god was not a figure of vengeance, but of mourning and hope. It was this duality that made the myths so enduring. They reflected the complexities of life itself, with its triumphs and tragedies, its moments of joy and sorrow. The gods were not perfect, nor were they always just, but they were a mirror of the human spirit, capable of both great destruction and boundless compassion. As the priest finished his tale, the firelight dimmed, casting the temple into shadow. For a moment, there was silence, as though the gods themselves were listening. Then, one by one, The listeners bowed their heads, the weight of the story settling over them like a heavy cloak. They had been reminded once more of the power of the divine, and of the lessons that echoed through the ages, shaping the world in ways both seen and unseen. The roar of the Colosseum was deafening, the crowd rising in unison as the gladiators entered the arena. Somewhere beneath the din, a poet whispered lines from Virgil, evoking memories of an ancient city that had once been Rome's greatest adversary. Carthage. The name still carried weight, an echo of battles fought and lives lost, a ghost haunting the empire that had risen in its ashes. Though the city had been destroyed, its spirit had never truly been extinguished. In every retelling of Rome's triumphs, Carthage was there, a shadow that gave the victories their luster. It was Hannibal crossing the Alps, elephants carving paths through snow and stone. It was the flames that engulfed a once mighty harbor, lighting the Mediterranean with their fury. It was a rivalry so intense, so consuming, that it seemed less a conflict of nations and more a war of ideals. Rome's discipline and order against Carthage's ingenuity and daring. Their struggle felt eternal, as if the gods themselves had scripted it into the fabric of time. Stories of their rivalry passed from generation to generation, woven into the myths and histories of both East and West. In the quiet halls of academies and the bustling streets of markets, the tale lived on, reshaped and retold, but never forgotten. In some accounts, Carthage became the tragic hero, a city of brilliance and beauty undone by fate and hubris. In others, it was Rome's unyielding resolve that took center stage, a testament to the power of unity and persistence. Even centuries later, the rivalry still captivated the imagination. Roman playwrights would cast Hannibal as the noble enemy, a man of unparalleled genius whose failure was as grand as his ambition. In these plays, his defeat wasn't just Carthage's fall, it was a reminder of the cost of greatness. Meanwhile, Carthaginian legends spoke of the unbreakable spirit of their people, how even in death they had left a mark so profound that it would forever shape their conquerors. Children played games in which they reenacted the Punic Wars, some pretending to command Rome's legions, others rallying Carthage's fleet. The adults watched with knowing smiles, but in their hearts, they felt the weight of history. For in every game, there was a moment when the tide turned, when Carthage, despite its brilliance, was overwhelmed. That moment lingered, a reminder of how close the balance had been, how easily the story could have gone the other way. In the art of the Renaissance, Carthage and Rome found a new stage. Painters captured scenes of their struggle with breathtaking detail, the storm-tossed ships of Dido's fleet, Hannibal's army scaling treacherous cliffs, the final siege that turned Carthage into ash. The artists imbued these works with raw emotion, inviting viewers to feel the desperation of a city under siege or the triumph of soldiers who had defied impossible odds. Poets, too, found inspiration in their clash, their verses filled with fire and longing. Some wrote of Carthage's fall as a warning against ambition, while others mourned its loss as a world that could have been. The rivalry became more than a historical event, it became a metaphor for the human condition, a struggle between dreams and reality, hope and inevitability. Yet, for all its weight, the rivalry also carried moments of strange beauty. When Roman historians described the Carthaginians, they often did so with reluctant admiration. They marveled at the brilliance of their naval strategies, the elegance of their cities, the resilience of their people. It was as if, in defeating Carthage, Rome had absorbed a part of its soul. The two cities, once enemies, had become intertwined, their fates inseparable even in death. In the ruins of Carthage, visitors would find Roman columns rising among the remnants of Punic temples. The fusion of the two cultures was stark, a reminder that even destruction could not erase the past. Roman engineers studied Carthaginian designs, adapting their techniques for their own cities. Roman philosophers pondered the lessons of the Punic Wars, debating the ethics of conquest and the nature of power. Carthage, though fallen, continued to haunt Rome's dreams. It was said that some Roman generals, even at the height of their power, would wake in the dead of night, the echoes of Hannibal's march ringing in their ears. The fear of another Carthage, another rival capable of challenging their empire, shaped Roman policy for centuries. They sought to dominate not just their neighbors, but the very idea of resistance, building an empire so vast that no city could ever rival them again. But as time wore on, the rivalry softened. Carthage became a symbol not of fear, but of nostalgia. Writers spoke of it as a golden age, a time when the world had been young and the stakes had been high. They imagined what might have been, crafting stories of an alternate history where Carthage had triumphed and reshaped the Mediterranean in its image. In these stories, Carthage was not an enemy but a dream, a vision of what humanity could achieve when it dared to challenge the impossible. And so, the legacy of Carthage and Rome endured, not just in history books, but in the hearts and minds of those who came after. Their rivalry became a story for the ages, one that reminded the world of the power of ambition, the cost of pride, and the enduring hope that even in defeat, something beautiful could emerge. The flame that had once burned in the harbor of Carthage now burned in the imaginations of countless generations, a light that would never be extinguished.